So we might begin. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Committee on the National Broadband Network. Before calling the first witnesses, I ask a committee member to move that the media be allowed to film the proceedings today in accordance with the rules set down for committees, which include not taking footage or still images of members' papers or laptop screens. Thank you, Rob. And also, if someone could move that the committee authorises for publication to be included in records of evidence the submissions received up until today, which have been circulated and details of which will be recorded in the minutes. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for attending today. This sounds a bit wonky. The committee has now been in existence for 1 year. The hearing today is part of the third six-monthly review of the rollout of the National Broadband Network. The past 6 months have seen some significant developments for the NBN, and many of these will be touched on today. Some of the more newsworthy events include the conclusion of the deal with Telstra and its structural separation and the consideration of competition issues by the ACCC, the announcement of the 3-year rollout plan, and the decision by government to preclude certain companies from the NBN rollout. But there are many other matters connected to the rollout that this committee will be considering and which will be under review today. These include the delivery of fast broadband to rural and regional Australia by wireless and satellite services, NBN Co's performance reporting to this committee, national uniform pricing under the NBN, NBN Co's marketing plans, the e-readiness of small to medium enterprises, the potential of private equity to fund the NBN, and Telstra workforce issues associated with the retraining funding deed under the Telstra agreement. So, as can be seen, we have a full day ahead of us for members. I'd like to thank everyone for being here, and would now like to call the first witness from the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
It's Teresa Corbin, Chief Executive Officer for ACAN, the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network.
Jonathan Gadir, Senior Policy Advisor.
Thanks for coming, and although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
Yes, thanks, Chair. First of all, we want to thank the Joint Committee for the opportunity to appear again. ACAN, as you know, and most likely most of the committee knows, is the peak body representing consumers on telecommunications, broadband and emerging new communications services. Our priorities are, of course, availability, accessibility and affordability of communication services for all Australians. In our written submission to the committee, we've given an update on our engagement with NBN issues, and we covered that off in our submission to the committee. There are 4 main areas I want to highlight that came out of that submission. First of all is that we're very pleased that there is a proposal now for a quarterly high-level consumer roundtable that came up when we gave evidence to the Joint Committee in 2011, and that this request has now been acted on by NBN Co, and the wheels are now in motion to have our first meeting in June. We welcome this opportunity because we believe it will contribute to making NBN's public information activities more effective, and also that it will give the opportunity for the community to have direct input into NBN's rollout. On another matter, we have been consulted in relation to the issue of battery backup provision for the NBN rollout. We wanted to make a couple of statements in relation to this. First of all, that if an optional opt-in deployment is chosen, then there would need to be certain minimum steps taken to ensure sufficient and clear information for consumers so they can make informed choices. We also suggest that if it were optional for battery backup, that a checklist of key questions be used to determine at-risk categories of consumers who would automatically receive the backup battery unless they specifically opted out. We are aware of a high level of public interest in this matter, and we encourage the Department to conduct full public consultation on this issue. We have also been consulted by NBN Co on their website redesign, and we have been consulted on the design of in-home equipment such as the NBN box.
On a more general note regarding tenants, as the rollout is now scaling up, we would like to highlight the need to make it as easy as possible for tenants to consent to an NBN installation. The general principle in our view should be that tenants don't miss out on free initial NBN installation due to uncertainty or delays or obstacles in relation to obtaining approval from their landlord, and obviously if that were to occur they would have to pay for installation perhaps at a later date. Ideally, there should be opt-out legislation enacted by all state and territory parliaments. Currently, however, in the absence of state and territory opt-out legislation, except in Tasmania, we think it's the responsibility of the government and NBN Co to use real estate agents and state and territory rental bond officers to contact the maximum number of landlords with information on the rollout. Disagreements between landlords and tenants can be minimised if landlords are aware what the rollout's all about, and in particular it's important that landlords perceive NBN installation correctly, i.e. they understand that it's the copper is being retired and therefore NBN installation is maintaining a fixed line to a property. It's not a tenant renovation or a tenant addition to a property. It may also be advisable for some form of standard amendment to leases to be suggested by the government or by NBN Co to agents. Such an amendment could state that connecting an NBN cable to a property does not constitute a renovation or an addition, and this would provide the necessary certainty for tenants to consent to NBN installation if they wished to do so. And just finally, ACAN would like to seek further clarification in relation to the customer service guarantee, perhaps through this committee. This is a consumer protection, legislated consumer protection that provides for maximum timeframes for new phone connections and fault repairs. We hope this can continue in the NBN environment. The CSG is important because consumers can receive compensation if there's a failure to meet those timeframes. The CSG obligations on telco retailers may therefore need to be an element in, for example, NBN Co's wholesale broadband agreements with telcos. ACAN is of the view that it perhaps might be the case that some form of appropriate service guarantee from NBN Co as a wholesaler might be needed to allow the CSG to remain a viable consumer protection measure. We say that because if such guarantees aren't available to retailers, there's a risk they might seek exemptions from the CSG regulatory obligations. So we would certainly appreciate the committee seeking clarification from NBN Co or industry players on that point. And with that, I'll wind up. Thanks.
Okay. I'll throw to committees for questions. Just to clarify, in your opening comments, Therese, you mentioned the evidence that you gave last time in regards to the high-level consumer roundtable,
yes.
And that is now following recommendations from the committee and your advocacy happening. Do you have any further details, or can you expand out on peak bodies involved and the plan of works,
Sure.
and any areas where you think there are still gaps in that process?
So I might start, and then Jonathan, who's been directly talking to NBN Co about this matter as recently as last week, might update you further. We are planning a first meeting in June. We have recommended, I think, 8 different peak bodies, including farmers, low-income groups, peak bodies that represent choice, general consumers,
Indigenous. Consumers.
So I believe invitations have been or are about to be sent out to those peak groups to join in this body, and the 2 focuses for this consultation group are obviously the public education initiative, which is imminent and already well developed by NBN Co. And the other one is to make sure that we have a direct connection between NBN Co and the community in relation to any ongoing issues that might come up, so they can be addressed quickly and promptly. I should also mention we've advised the Federation of Ethnic Communities Council be invited to the table as well. And we believe that by this consultation we'll actually be able to tap into the expertise that these groups already have with working with communities of particular interest and with particular special needs particularly when it comes to the information campaign.
Okay, so at this point, any gaps in what has been established?
We have received a letter from NBN Co saying, would you like to participate, and we're contacting other groups, but we don't know which groups they've decided to contact.
Yeah, not at this stage then.
Okay, all right. Deputy Chair,
What I'm particularly interested in is for rural and regional services, and about how rollouts will be happening there, and the type of things that are happening, particularly in sort of more remote areas.
Yeah. So I might get Jonathan to elaborate, because we're aware that the New South Wales farmers have recently conducted a survey, which they have briefed us on, and we've mentioned in our submission, and this highlighted a number of areas of concern in relation to satellite services, not concerns that necessarily exist, but concerns that were raised by that constituency that need to be addressed by the satellite rollout. So.
The New South Wales Farmers Association did a survey, and I gather from that there are a lot of farmers who there's a sort of pent-up demand to get off sort of inferior satellite service offerings that they're using now, but they're not necessarily aware that the NBN's interim satellite offerings are out there. So I think there's some sort of need for better dissemination of information about that this interim service offering is out there now, and perhaps it's the case of ISPs not really promoting it because people are on contracts. It's not really in their interest. We're not sure what the reason is, but there needs to be better dissemination of information to the rural constituency. Yeah.
Did they highlight any particular problems that they were facing with that? Is it access to markets or?
So problems from the survey data I've seen, it didn't really go into that area. It was more just response to the service that they had at the moment, which there were a lot of negative comments like, oh, it's not good enough, I can't do, it takes me hours to download X and Y, and so certainly it would seem that there's pent-up demand for take-up of those interim satellite offerings that are now out there, but according to this New South Wales Farmers Association, a lot of people just don't know about their existence.
Have you got more? I might just swing down the table, and then we'll mix it up with each of the witnesses. Senator McDonald, have you got?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again. Thanks for coming. We're almost getting to be old friends. Can you just, to start, can you just remind me how your group gets funded?
So our organisation is funded via an industry levy that is administered by the Department of Broadband Communications and the Digital Economy, and it's funded underneath a clause in the Telecommunications Act, which came about in 1997, so quite a while now, which enables the Minister to fund consumer representation and research.
Okay, and when you say the industry, who?
The industry is the telecommunications industry.
Like Telstra, Optus?
Telstra, Optus, Vodafone, carrier licences effectively.
Carrier licence,
yep.
not retail service providers?
No.
Okay. And is NBN a contributor?
Well, I guess by the fact that they have a carrier licence, then they would be. In some indirect way. I'm not exactly sure of the breakdown or anything like that, and one of the reasons that this mechanism is in place is to ensure that we're independent of industry and independent of government, and effectively we have a consumer voice that is funded by the industry that presumably benefits from that consumer voice.
So you just get a lump sum from the government?
No, we don't get a lump sum. We have a contract with the government which fits in with the kinds of things that our constitution and our members members define that we want us to do, representing consumers, researching, developing an evidence base for any concerns consumers might have, providing consumer awareness activities. So along those lines, or specifically in relation to telecommunications matters.
So you get a fixed sum or an agreed amount every financial year?
No, we get it every quarter based on KPIs that we have to meet in relation to that contract.
Determined by the department?
Well, agreed on with the department, between ourselves and the department.
Okay, and you say you don't know how the funding comes, so I'd have to ask the department.
Yes, I don't fully understand the whole licensing, how they recoup those funds, but obviously it's part of a consolidated amount that they recoup in relation to other costs that are put against licence fees as well.
So under your constitution, you take directions from a board?
Yes, we have a board elected by our members. So we have 101 organisational members and a number of individual members, and so I think there's about 80 or so individual members. And that body of members elects our board, and we have an annual general meeting every year. We're a company, not-for-profit company, and obviously we have to abide by all the rules and regulations that companies must abide by.
Who's your chairman?
Our chairman is Michael Fraser, who's from the Communications Law Centre, and obviously the Communications Law Centre is one of our member bodies.
All right, thanks for that. And look, I think we've spoken about the battery backup before, and thank you for raising it in your submission. Do I gather from your submission that you're sort of ambivalent about whether it's there? I mean, you point to the fact that a lot of people don't have it now.
Yeah, well, it is a difficult one because a lot of people choose to not have a battery backup because they have a cordless phone now. The question is how many people actually know that they're making that decision. I mean, you know, a lot of people choose to have a cordless phone because it's the latest and greatest, not because they're necessarily aware of all its functionality or limitations. So we know for a number of years people have chosen to make this decision, and that by default, if they have a mobile, it's their backup. What we are concerned about is that there are a number of our members that have raised this as an ongoing concern, particularly members who may be vulnerable for any particular reason. Perhaps they're because of the geography, that they live in a bushfire-prone area, or because they have some sort of medical condition that requires them being in constant contact with the network.
Just do you have a view on whether any battery backup should be supplied by NBN and therefore the wider consumers or the government, or whether it should be paid for by those that want it installed? Do you have a view on that?
Well, we think that it should be provided as part of NBN Co's installation. We don't think that people who need battery backup should be penalised in any particular way by having to fund that themselves. I have to say that what our comments relate to is looking after the community of need that have spoken up in relation to this issue. We have also highlighted in our submission that there is a lack of information about evidence in relation to how bad environmental impact might be if it was rolled out across the board. Information about, you know, people's awareness levels in relation to battery backup and their need of it. So our comments relate to community and peak bodies that have made comment directly on this issue, and those groups are well informed about this matter, but the general community is not well informed about this matter.
Finally, can I just say, are you aware of what is happening now? Who pays now if battery backup is provided?
It's part of the standard installation.
So NBN or the RSPs?
No, my understanding is it's covered by NBN's installation of the NBN box. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Shannon. I wonder if you could just give us a sense of whether you formed a view about the difference between the NBN provided satellite services and the existing ones. You make that comment about New South Wales farmers, and the Deputy Chair's already asked you a little bit more about that.
I don't have any direct knowledge of the comments of the farmers. That came to me through the survey data shown from the New South Wales Farmers Association. I suppose it's part of a broader point, which is it's really the urgent need for NBN Co to get the message out about what's available and just to ensure that the constituencies that might be benefiting know about it. Yeah.
But you haven't got a view about whether those satellite services are similar, very superior, inferior? I'm assuming they would be inferior.
Certainly they provide a sort of more reliable and faster speed based on the advertised information. Yeah.
So do you see your role as really more of a conduit to elevating the concerns of your constituent organisations? Is that how you see your role?
Yes, a conduit, but then once we identify those concerns, if it's an area that we can do further research on, or perhaps even consult with industry further, then we do. We only have a very limited research budget, so you know, we have to do it within the confines of our funding.
What is your total budget?
Our budget is around $2 million per annum, and $250,000 of that actually goes to a grant scheme. So it's mandated that we will give that to at least 6 or 7 successful grantee applicants every year. So in fact, our operational budget is a lot less than $2 million.
Could we have a list of the grantees that you just mentioned?
Absolutely, happy to provide them. We've had 3 rounds of grants, and we're just entering into a new round at the moment. We've had 76 applications for funding in this round, so they're 12-month grants.
And how do you promulgate the availability of those grants?
Well, we advertise them very widely, not just
in the press?
Yes, also in the media, and we have an independent grants panel that makes the decision in relation to who receives the funding. But we're happy to provide a list of all those successful grantees, the ones that have completed their projects and the ones that are currently in train.
Thank you, we'd appreciate that. And just, I look at the issues that you've highlighted in your submission as emerging issues requiring attention. Would you say that is all of the emerging issues that you've identified that require attention? Is there or are these the main ones? Are there others?
These are the main ones at present. So obviously we haven't gone back over previous evidence or anything like that. These are the new emerging issues from our perspective, as well as an update on ones that we have previously complained quite profusely to you and others about, and that we have made some progress on.
And one last question. Would you say it comes within your purview to have a view on the availability or not of the NBN at all in certain areas?
Yes, it does, although, and I imagine that increasingly we will have more to say about that, especially as our community comes forward and makes comment. But obviously we don't have any input into those decisions, and I can imagine as time goes by, once we get to a stage that we're talking about the next 3 years, not the 3 years coming, but 3 years after that, what communities may be in more need than other communities.
So at this stage you've made no comment on where the NBN is planned to be rolled out, begun or completed by 2015?
The only comment we've made is that we believe that the focus should be on areas where there's not good access to broadband first, and move forward from there. So obviously in support of rural and regional consumers getting services first, and also in support of metropolitan black holes being addressed as soon as possible.
So do you feel you have any constraints under which you might criticise the existing rollout?
No, I don't feel like we have any constraints.
I would just finally, Chair, I'd just like to invite you to make comment the next time we meet on what you actually view as the state of play and where the rollout is in respect of the remarks you made about the need for access.
Yep, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, before handing to Doug Cameron, you've now got Senator Ludlam on the phone, I hope. Are you there, Scott? Nope. We might hand to Doug, and I'm just keen to get Senator Ludlam engaged, but we'll hand over to you, Doug.
Yeah, thanks. Ms. Corbyn I'm a little bit confused. I thought we were in an inquiry into your organisation this morning, but there's been no criticism of your independence over the years, has there?
From no one apart from the media. Yes, there was some questions about our independence last year by the Australian newspaper.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Anyway, we've come out quite clearly and stated exactly what we've clarified with the committee today, that our members expect us to be independent, fearless and feisty in our comments, and we do our best to represent their concerns and their needs.
Did the Australian newspaper have any evidence about lack of impartiality?
Well, it was an editorial comment.
Oh, an editorial comment. Okay, right, that's good. Now, you've operated under the Howard government as well?
Yes, our predecessor organisation, one of several, because ACAN is a merged entity of several organisations, the Consumers Telecommunications Network and the Telecommunications Disability Representation Group, TEDICOR, and also it brought together a number of consumer organisations that previously weren't represented by those groups. They were funded under the Howard government since 1998, but under the clause in the Telco Act that I referred to earlier, Section 593 of the Telco Act, which enables the Minister to decide to fund consumer representation and research, and obviously that funding is not coming from consolidated revenue, it comes from an industry levy.
Now, we might move on to what the issues now that we should be dealing with. Can you comment on the NBN company wholesale pricing model in regard to the range of prices consumers may be expected to pay for internet services?
Well, we've said that to date the retail pricing has been comparable to services that exist now. Service offerings that exist now. We always knew that a uniform national wholesale pricing model wouldn't necessarily automatically translate into a uniform retail pricing. Beyond that, we don't have any specific comment on that model. It's something that we don't really have any input into.
Yeah, but you don't have any input, but surely that's your job to be monitoring on behalf of consumers the effects.
Yes, we have urged NBN Co to consider, for example, a discounted wholesale rate to provide retail service providers with the ability to offer services to low-income consumers, as I think we mentioned in the previous joint committee hearing. So that's something we have been urging.
And what about do you have any comments on the effect of the pricing policies on rural, regional and remote areas?
Wholesale?
How that would be reflected in retail? Do both, wholesale and retail.
Yeah, we've been trying to monitor how the retail pricing is how the wholesale pricing model is sort of translating into the retail market, and been talking to some of the providers to find out what direction that's going. I think my sense is that as the services as the interim satellite service, for example, becomes the sort of permanent satellite service, that the ISPs are going to be able to offer better rates. That's my sense of it, but I haven't really conducted a full investigation into that.
Well, you may have to take this on notice, but on the 18th of October 2011, Rollout, a comparison website, released its analysis, and what that showed was that the entry-level 12/1 megabits plan, with data allowances of up to 50 gigabytes per month, for that consumers would pay around 24% less on the NBN compared to ADSL2. Do you have any comment on that?
I have to take that on notice.
Take that on notice?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got Senator Mullin on the line. Scott, can you report in? No? We'll keep going, Mike. You're next.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to go back a steps about not-out legislation for tenants. The previous inquiry into this area, the House of Reps inquiry last year, the Infrastructure and Communications Committee, heard a lot of information, evidence, especially from Tasmania, about the problem of tenants missing out on the NBN because their landlord had not given consent for connection. Is that still as big a problem as it was revealed to that committee at the time? Are you still getting more and more information about this?
Actually, we haven't really had more and more information. We are simply forecasting that there will be problems if it's not properly addressed as the rollout scales up. I'm not aware of specific examples yet, but I'm sure if it remains unaddressed, it will become an issue, simply because many landlords are very difficult to contact, and they may not have the information or the incentive to respond in a timely manner when the time comes to provide consents and sign forms.
Have you just heard from consumers in the domestic area or small businesses as well? One of the pieces of evidence we heard in Tasmania was particularly small businesses that missed out on connection because their landlord did not send the paperwork back.
Yes, I would imagine small business and domestic consumers would be in the same boat in terms of dealing with landlords, yes.
But obviously there's more of a commercial imperative for the small business to get it resolved sooner. And it has come up in our conversations with tenancy organisations and the strata organisations, and we've had some preliminary conversations with COSBOA, the Council of Small Business, about concerns we have in relation to a number of different matters, and hopefully very soon we'll be able to progress those a bit further so that we can get some input directly from them.
It would seem to me that it really needs to be given the same priority as any other essential service to a property, i.e. gas or water or sewerage. A fibre connection, if it's available, should also be part of that package.
Yeah, we agree.
Just moving on to the last part of your submission was the copper line service bundled with the NBN. Telstra's announcement that their first NBN-based offers will have consumers keeping the copper line for their phone until an unspecified later date. Could you tell me a little bit more about that piece of information and if you've learnt anything more about it since the time it's been put to paper?
Yeah.
We haven't learned anything more. If one goes to the Telstra website and clicks on their NBN offers, you see the list of offers, and clearly they have decided for some reason that they're going to keep people on the copper for the voice line, for the voice service, for the moment. So the bundled price it's not separated into components. It's just a bundled price, just like all their other bundles. But we are simply concerned that the price is higher than it might otherwise be.
Because you have to cover the cost of two networks rather than one.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. How critical do you think the voice over the internet protocol will be to quicker consumer uptake of NBN services?
I just want to seek clarification on your question. Do you mean voice over internet protocol services bundled with an NBN service?
Well, I think, plenty of small businesses at the moment have a broadband network in two offices and they use the voice over the internet protocol. Do you think this is a consumer need, and do you think that the quick uptake of that will speed up the acceptance of the NBN?
Look, I mean, it should. Anecdotally, yes, it should. A lot of the challenges with voice over the internet protocol at the moment is the quality and the variability of the quality, and so that makes it difficult for small businesses to choose to have only a voice voice over IP service. So usually they have a backup service of some kind in addition. So whilst they'll be making savings where they can using VoIP, should the network, because it is based on using the internet at the moment, go down, the public internet, or there be congestion because it's school holidays or whatever, then there's still a requirement that they have access to a more reliable network. From our conversations with NBN, what we understand, the IP-based services, that telephony services that they're offering, are not going to be at the behest of what congestion may or may not happen on the public internet, but will be more of a carrier-grade IP type service. So it should improve. It should give more opportunities, but obviously we'll have to see how that pans out over time.
Do you have any information about the number of retail service providers of VoIP?
No, I don't, although I'm sure that somebody like Shara Evans from Market Clarity could provide that market-based information to you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that, do you have any information from a low-income household perspective as to what work RSPs are doing to provide more affordable, better access services generally on the back of the wholesale platform?
So, I mean, there have been a number of very cheap offerings put out there, and I think it's worthwhile stating that we were pleased with the recommendation from this committee in your last report that suggested that the department conduct some further research. We agree. I think that our conversation at the last meeting of the committee was quite useful for us in trying to identify some research questions as well, because it's unclear the extent of the need, and it's also unclear the impact that mobile broadband offerings might also be having in that space. And obviously, mobile broadband is not the cheapest way to access the internet as far as getting access to the amount of data you might actually get and how much you pay for that data. But for a number of households, that may be the best option at this point in time. I don't know if you want to add anything. No. Yeah.
All right. Well, we've got you for another 5 minutes there. Anything you want to put on the record in regard to TUSMA and consumer protections it can, will or won't provide for the consumer market in the NBN environment?
Well, we certainly hope that the TUSMA will be an avenue where the existing consumer protections are maintained and continued and even strengthened. And certainly the opportunity exists within the TUSMA framework for that to occur. So we would be hopeful that...
Any concerns you want to put on the record that you want us to follow up while you've got us?
Certainly. There was an amendment when the bill went through that provided for at least one of the members to be from a consumer background. Actually, I should correct. That was what we were asking for, and it's not compulsory for the minister to appoint anyone from a consumer background to the membership of TUSMA, but we would really urge the government to make sure that at least someone with a consumer background is on that board.
Okay. Anything you want to add to that, or?
No, I was just going to say further comments that we could make were just in relation to the special access undertaking.
Yep. Feel free.
Just have some concerns that the length of period that we're talking about being 30 years, that there be some option for the government and for consumers and for the ACCC to argue that there's a case for variations in between that time, particularly when it relates to price and service level agreements, because quality and price are really going to be the thing that really matters when we actually do start to see broadband NBN rolled out to a great extent, and just that there's a great need for for transparency and public scrutiny of any variations to the arrangements, which I believe at this stage it's only proposed the NBN code can actually do. So, we'd really urge the ACCC to follow that through, and also the government to hear any views that they have about transparency in relation to these arrangements.
Okay. And just covering the field very quickly, are you getting any feedback at all particularly from rural and regional areas, about any inconsistencies with public messages or KPIs that NBN Co are putting out in regards to the whole point of the exercise and the ability to access a full range of services via both RSPs and also ISPs? And whether there's any distortions or anything you want to put on the record in that regard? Look,
no information at this point in time, but I think once we've actually got our consultation bodies set up, our consumer reference group that will liaise with NBN Co, then there'll be a very clear conduit for that sort of information to come through, and I'm really looking forward to that body being set up, because obviously the consultation we do is within a limited resource envelope, and that consultation process, which will be supported by NBN Co, will certainly offer opportunities that aren't there at the moment.
Okay. And are you getting any feedback on the need to replace NBN infrastructure already in any locations?
To replace infrastructure?
No, I haven't had. We haven't had any. You haven't had any? No. Yeah.
Okay. Look, we can finish a couple of minutes early. So thanks for coming in, and thanks for defending yourselves in an exercise of coming in on your own time and own resources, so it is appreciated. I think you will get a complaint from a senator from Western Australia about some consumer access issues in telecommunications. We weren't able to get Senator Ludlam on the line for some reason, so apologies for that. And if you're okay, he did have some questions that he did want to put on the record. If you could take them on and feed them back to the Secretariat over the coming weeks. So thanks for coming in to assist the committee.
Thank you.
If you have been asked to provide additional information, and it probably will be from Senator Ludlam, if you could get that back by Friday the 27th of April, that'll allow us to consider the information for our report. If there aren't any further questions, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we might call the next witness. So I now welcome the witnesses. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Matthew Lobb, General Manager of Industry, Strategy and Public Policy.
Klaus Reimarkers, Head of Broadband Strategy.
Thanks again for coming before the committee. Although we don't require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
Yes, we would.
Feel free.
Vodafone Hutchison Australia is Australia's third largest telco. We have over 7 million customers, and over the last 15 years we've invested over $9 billion in infrastructure in Australia. We are currently trialling services in Armidale, Kiama and Brunswick, and as far as we're aware, we're the only fixed line new entrant to have services on the NBN. We were, as I mentioned last time we were before the committee, we welcome the Australian Government's recent reform agenda in the telecommunications industry because it's improving the competitive landscape of the Australian telecommunications industry. In our view, the beauty of the Australian NBN model is it delivers a ubiquity of high-speed infrastructure in Australia. This will deliver consistent experience for consumers and avoids inefficient overbuild. The other very important aspect of the NBN is its wholesale-only focus, where NBN provides the infrastructure and outlines the service parameters in which the access seekers can operate, and then the access seekers do the innovating. And that is a positively reinforcing business model in our view. NBN doesn't play a role in deciding what's on the network, provided we operate within the service parameters of NBN. The market delivers innovation, and we think that's very exciting. We wouldn't be considering entering the fixed line market if it wasn't for the reforms of recent times. That's both the NBN, but also the legislative reforms that were passed last year. For NBN, for VHA, NBN brings fixed line opportunities that will enhance services for our customers. So we're looking to enter the fixed line market. But it also, and this is very important, it also presents opportunities for our mobile business as well, because it does present the opportunity to provide backhaul services for our wireless network. And it's very important, we think, to understand that more fibre can enhance mobile services. And it's important to reiterate that the NBN and wireless technology are not substitutes. We very much think of them as complements. Undoubtedly, consumers like the convenience and mobility of wireless services, but in order to enhance and improve wireless services, you need fibre to take the data and the voice traffic out of the cells. And to enhance and improve data speeds, you need fibre to take those services out. That is base stations, but it's also things like what are known as femto cells, which are like a Wi-Fi router in your house that you can connect your mobile services. You can also use what are called pico cells and micro cells, which are out broader than home, to also enhance mobile services. And we think that that's both the fixed line opportunity and the mobile opportunities are very important parts of the NBN project. Since we last spoke, the ACCC has approved the Telstra structural separation, and that's led to the finalisation of the Telstra NBN deal. And we think that they're welcome outcomes, and in particular we'd like to congratulate the ACCC for their very considered and careful management of that process. They managed it in a way that allowed a good industry discussion about how the structural separation would work, and Telstra made a range of improvements that meant that the industry was more comfortable with it than it was at the beginning of last year. The other important initiative that's just recently come out is the NBN Rollout 3-year plan. And again, that's an important milestone, but it does mark the beginning of a great deal of work that needs to be done going forward. So we're at the beginning, we're closing a chapter of the establishment of the regulatory regime and some of the key regulatory instruments. Now increasingly it's going to be about building the NBN. And so more and more the NBN is going to become quite a visible part of the Australian community. And that's a more complicated situation, more complex set of issues that need to be dealt with. And we think that there are two key areas that we need to work through. Firstly, we need to manage the 8-year migration period for consumers and for industry, and that's something that we think the committee will be more and more involved in the next few years. And we also need to ensure that we set the right level competitive playing field for the industry. We're all in this together, developing a new set of ways of interacting with each other in the industry, and it's very important that both the government and the ACCC plays a crucial role in setting those working arrangements up effectively to deliver a pro-competition outcome where innovation and competition are the main driving forces of the NBN, and both the managing the migration and setting up the right regulatory and commercial frameworks. Both of those are complicated, lots of acronyms and so forth, but they're very important over the next 12 months for us all to work together to set those up appropriately. In regard to managing the 8-year migration period, effectively the construction of the NBN and then also the move from Telstra's copper network to the fibre, there is a very real risk of consumer confusion, and I think that's something that we all need to be vigilant about. Both industry, Telstra, NBN and the government need to work, and industry associations, consumer organisations, we all need to work together very closely to give consumers the right information at the right time during that period. So it's vital that there's a very clear and comprehensive plan that NBN leads and develops that involves the community and the telco industry in providing the right information to consumers. So that is things like what to expect when a connection occurs, when the migrations occur, giving them very practical advice about how that will take place, how generally you won't get, there won't be a change of experience, it's just a new, different way of delivering the same services that you received, plus a whole lot of great new opportunities. So there's a practical, reassuring element of that communication plan, but there also needs to be a pro-competition part of that consumer plan. It shouldn't just be about, don't worry consumers, everything will be the same. That would be a missed opportunity. It also needs to be very much consumers. The NBN presents a wide range of new choices for you that you can make. There are new entrants entering the market that you should consider choosing because they might offer solutions that better meet your needs. So there's a practical, reassuring set of communications, giving people the right information, but there also needs to be a pro-competition set of messages. So I think there's potentially a temptation to just play the reassuring message, but particularly for new entrants such as ourselves, we think it's very important that another message is you have choices. You have new choices because of the NBN, and competition is driving innovation in our market. So one thing that we'd ask the committee to press home to the NBN and to the government is that pro-competition message is also part of that. And certainly the government does recognise that, and NBN recognises that. One thing that they have on their website is a list of those access seekers that are providing services on the NBN, so you can go and get information about them. But we'd like to work with NBN to get a clearer set of messages in regard to that pro-competition outcome. So managing the migration period, a communication plan is very important, and the NBN is currently setting that up at the moment, and we'd like that to be a key focus for the committee. The other key area that I mentioned was ensuring that the regulatory and commercial framework that's being established over the next 12 months is a pro-competition framework. That centres around two key regulatory instruments. One is the NBN Special Access Undertaking that they lodged late last year. That's the way I'd like to describe it. That sets up the long-term arrangements for the NBN. It sets up here's the cost of our network. Here's how it should be determine what our costs are. Here's how we commit to behave over the long term in regard to pricing and making the right investments and consulting with industry. That's currently being overseen by the assessment of that's being overseen by the ACCC. That's a very important process to make sure that those long-term arrangements are set up appropriately. The other key document is the wholesale broadband agreement, and that's the contract of supply that NBN gives to all its customers, all its access seeker customers. That's the contractual terms that NBN sells its services. That also, it's very important that is set up appropriately at this time. You might have seen there have been some periods of controversy in recent times with the industry and NBN about some of the key terms of that wholesale broadband agreement. There's been some fairly robust conversations, and what's been good about that process is we've been doing a lot of, particularly in recent times, we're doing a lot more engagement with NBN about the wholesale broadband agreement. There's one key issue in regard to the wholesale broadband agreement and also the special access undertaking, and that's the extent of ACCC oversight of those two instruments. It's very important that ACCC plays a key role when industry and NBN have a disagreement about what the appropriate arrangement should be. And at the moment, that is still a work in progress. There are some ambiguities about when and how the ACCC can play a role. And we understand NBN's point that there should be some certainty about the way the ACCC plays a role. But when there are disagreements, when the industry has new sets of needs, and the NBN disagrees with the way the industry wants to take things, then the ACCC, with its pro-competition focus, should play a role in overseeing and making, in some cases, the final call about what's the appropriate commercial arrangement. So that again is a work in progress. We are engaging with NBN about that. They've set up quite an extensive consultation program over the next 6 months about the terms and conditions of supply. But that's another key area of oversight that we'd ask the committee to have a look at. So that's it.
That's it. Thank you. Before throwing to everyone else, from a customer's perspective with Vodafone, have you got any breakdowns you're willing to put in the public domain as far as pricing for NBN-specific users versus ADSL 2+ users?
Not at this stage. We're in trial mode at the moment. It's a different providing fixed line services is quite a different beast to providing mobile services. So we're coming to grips with the operational requirements. And also for a new entrant, we haven't commenced commercial launch yet because the NBN footprint's not at a scale where that makes sense commercially. So we're currently very much in operational trial mode, and we're waiting for the right time to enter the market and to make a decision to enter the market.
So is it a public figure as far as NBN activated numbers now as to how many of those are yours?
No.
Right.
No, so it is a small number because we're very much in the operational mode. Your question about ADSL 2+ wholesale pricing and NBN, our assessment is that NBN has been careful to offer a service on a comparable basis in pricing terms to ADSL 2+. From our point of view, as a new entrant, where there are very high setup costs, and you do need a critical mass of customers, it is a challenge to enter the market, and so we'll have ongoing discussions about that. But in regard to those that have existing customers and are looking to migrate from DSL to fibre, the pricing is about right. We do think it's appropriate that the ACCC declared DSL services for Telstra, and that they play a role in the pricing, because it does play a key role in the process of migrating customers across to fibre. And in our view, that pricing should be a cost-based pricing as opposed to retail minus pricing. You might have seen that in the media in the last few days.
So have you got any general comments on RSPs as to, on the topic of pricing, how, from your experience, cheaper prices can be made in the future? And you mentioned in your last answer the question of challenges of access, of entry.
Yeah.
Is that where, can you put some detail on that comment about challenges? Because that may answer the question as to just where RSPs generally are at and how we can make this really deliver.
I think, so I'll make an observation about where things are going at the moment with those that are actively on the NBN. I think you are seeing comparable pricing to their DSL type pricing. You're also seeing innovation in the types of services that they're offering. So they're offering different kinds of bundles of services, so voice, data, pay TV, and that. So I think it's the bundling that's the innovation that NBN brings. At the moment, they're focusing on the 12 megabit service and the 25 megabit services. Those are the services that consumers are buying, and I think any comment, Carson, that on the whole that the pricing there is appropriate. It's delivering. It's not leading. It's the bundling is where you're seeing the price innovation, and you're not seeing increases in pricing for the standard services. That's our observation. The challenge and the exciting thing that we're working through is what's going to be the Vodafone bundle, and we'll watch this space in that regard.
All right. Any questions? We might reverse the order. Sorry, Deputy Chair.
I'm just interested in Vodafone's been around for a fair while now, and now that you're getting into the fixed line services, what's brought that on?
Yeah, so globally, Vodafone is quite an active fixed line player. We have around, I think it's 8 million, about 8 million fixed line customers. That's Vodafone Group has, predominantly in Europe. We're perhaps the largest ULL user in Europe. We're particularly active in Germany. And to be frank, this wasn't. And so there's around the world we have fixed line businesses. I think in New Zealand, Germany, a number of other European countries. Australia has not been an attractive fixed line market because of the dominance of Telstra in this market, with over 70% market share, and the vertically integrated nature of Telstra and the regulatory setup. This wasn't an attractive market. So the recent reforms and the NBN have changed our thinking in that regard.
So the NBN model sort of made it more. Is the market environment more competitive for you as a business compared to the other with the other players? Or?
Yes, it's about competitiveness, but it's also about being able to offer services on an equal playing field.
Yep. Okay. Yep. I guess. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Sandy Gallagher.
Yeah, you mentioned in your statement there the connectivity between the existing Vodafone mobile services and the fixed line service. Can you just give me a little more clarification on that, what that actually means?
Yeah, we think that's a very exciting opportunity. In regard to mobile services, in particular mobile data, I mean the smartphone has really transformed the mobile industry. To get faster speeds out of a wireless network, you need new technology to do that better and better, but you also need to look for opportunities to get traffic out of the wireless network and onto fibre. So the base station is the best example. You need to deliver faster speeds, you need to build out your base station network, and that's what we're doing at the moment at Vodafone. We're spending over $1 billion increasing and enhancing our mobile network. What the NBN delivers is more fibre across Australia in a ubiquitous fashion, and so we think that presents opportunities to have more places where you can take data out of the wireless network. When you take data out of the wireless network, that means there's more free space in the cell to enhance services, so you get a faster speed. So wireless is a shared network, so the more people you have on it, the slower the speed. If you can take traffic out, you enhance the speed. And so we're building more base stations, but we're also developing technology such as femtocells, where you can have like a Wi-Fi router, you can have a little cell in your home where when you come home from work, you walk into your house and the mobile phone connects to your femtocell. You don't notice any difference. It's as if it's a little mini base station, and you get enhanced service performance. You're using your fixed line network to take the data traffic out, but it feels like a mobile phone. And you get that experience today using your tablets such as iPads. You walk around the street enjoying your tablet, and then you walk into your house and it connects to your Wi-Fi router. The femtocell plays a similar role, and we're actually trialling femtocells at the moment using the NBN. There are other opportunities, and I know Klaus wants to talk about them.
I think in terms of just coming to give a real simple sort of consumer view on it, we see NBN as the solution for the home. So that's the broadband connection for the home. That's where so long term, we believe they are absolutely complementary. So there's always a segment of the market that will go wireless completely, and we recognize that. That's a core part of our business. But ultimately, business consumers, they will seek to have the fastest possible speeds. And we recognise, and that's why we're supportive of the NBN, and that's why we're working through this process of entering into the fixed market with NBN. But fundamentally, fixed is where in the home. And what happens, and I think particularly the tablet that's the best example in the market today. Most people will use their tablets, their 3G-enabled tablets, over the Wi-Fi network in their home, or when there is a Wi-Fi or faster speed network available, and typically Wi-Fi is then the connection. What you're going to see is, so when you then leave your home, you still want to get the faster speeds, and that's where we see that complementary nature. And ultimately, by having mobile networks connected to fibre, that will be able to get the best out of both worlds, and for mobile and fixed to really be complementary.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, so this is a really important point, because you do see debates in the media about because tablets, because smartphones are taking over the market, because consumers love mobile technology, they don't like wires. Increasingly in people's houses, they're using Wi-Fi routers to connect their fixed line. Because of that, the NBN isn't important, and getting fixed line infrastructure set up right isn't important. It's absolutely crucial for mobile networks that we set up a good fixed line infrastructure in Australia. So consumers will. So the way to think about it is we're seeing a convergence of infrastructure, both wireless and fixed, use quite similar types of infrastructure. Increasingly, they'll need fibre to what we call backhaul the data, but the consumer experience increasingly is going to be mobile, and so you need both wireless and fixed to deliver the best results.
Just on that point, isn't that one of the big confusions, that a lot of people can't understand the importance of the fixed line NBN network because they just think wireless happens?
That's right. You're exactly right. People perhaps don't. Perhaps they forget that you do need infrastructure. You do need fixed infrastructure to deliver wireless services.
Just on that point. Just on that point. Yeah. Well,
I'll let you have a right of reply.
Well, it's not. I don't respond to Senator Cameron on anything. I save my time. But just on the point that the previous questioner made,
So what you're saying is it's not fibre to the home that's so good, it's fibre to your mobile station that's good.
I think we're saying both. Yeah. Both. We're supportive of both. So we see. So fundamentally,
supportive of both. But you're saying that what the big thing with mobile is that you get the fibre to your mobile station.
So we see for our customers, we see the need to have high-speed broadband, and fibre is the best way to deliver that to the home. We believe that's what consumers and businesses are seeking. So we have there's no question for us about that.
I'll see that when it's my turn.
Mike, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to find out more about Vodafone's experiences in the trial sites at Armidale, Kiama and Brunswick in relation to the customers you've got so far and your experience and numbers of those, but also what type of plans they're on at present.
So at the moment, we don't publish numbers. It's a small number of customers. They are existing Vodafone customers. We're offering those services for free, so we don't. So there's no plans, and it's very much for us around the technical and operational trial of connecting to the NBN and connecting our customers to the NBN. The services that we're offering. So there's high-speed broadband, and we're offering all the NBN speeds up to 100 megabits to those customers. And we're testing the different speeds. We're providing to a number of those customers what we refer to as Vodafone Expand, which is our femtocell product, so that allows them to have full mobile coverage through their home. And we're working together with Fetch TV to offer them a movie on demand and a TV service.
And a service such as Fetch TV, if they have fibre to their home, can they then access Fetch TV on any wireless point within the home through the router?
So at this point in time, the Fetch TV service is delivered through a set-top box, which is connected to the router or to the NBN service through a Ethernet connection. So there's no wireless connection there to provide the actual Fetch TV service. What Fetch TV do offer is I guess it's a remote on your tablet or phone to be able to interact with the service as you're watching TV.
Okay, in relation to your trial customers, have the speeds that you've mentioned been able to be delivered? So in other words, does the network as built actually conform to the specifications you've been told that it will do as an RSP?
Yes, so far it has.
Thank you.
Okay, Luke, we're on page 50. I might come back to you. Susan, have you got a question?
Yes, gentlemen, you've spoken about pricing and competitiveness and footprint, for want of a better word, but I'm just interested in your views on affordability. What's your sense of how affordable the final range of products that you as an RSP will be able to offer, particularly for people in rural and regional Australia on relatively modest incomes?
It's early days in regard to the product set. At the moment, NBN has only released what they call their consumer grade products, so we don't know what their business grade and enterprise grade and carrier grade services are going to be priced. So we'll be having comments about them in the future. As I was saying before, my observation is that NBN's been very careful to meet the market in regard to its wholesale prices, so they're consistent with DSL wholesale and ULL wholesale pricing. And I think what we've seen in the markets that NBN is operating in, we're seeing pricing that's comparable to the current arrangements. One of the benefits of the NBN and the way it's been set up is the focus on national uniform pricing. So in regard to pricing in regional Australia and remote Australia, it will be comparable to, well, it would be the same as what the wholesale price is in metro areas. And that's a great innovation. So the satellite pricing, the wireless pricing and the fixed line pricing are all the same at a wholesale level.
Interrupt you. The consumer doesn't pay the wholesale price.
Yeah.
What's your sense of the retail price?
Well, it's early days, but it does seem that it's the same pricing or similar pricing to the pricing that's currently in market in comparable areas of Australia.
And you're doing quite a lot of work in regional Australia. I'm aware of that from the area where I live. How competitive do you think you can be with Telstra, given the dominance of Telstra in those markets at the moment?
Yeah, it's not without its challenges. The challenges are better than they were without the NBN. The uniform pricing is attractive. So we think that there is now more opportunities in regional Australia than before with the NBN. Part of that is this point we're making about how the NBN is going to be very useful for enhancing services in the home, but it can also be used to enhance mobile services using the faster speed connectivity. To base stations and Wi-Fi hotspots and so on. So we think that if the NBN establishes the right pricing for those services, then there'll be quite attractive opportunities for us to enter into more regional markets.
But ultimately, this is where we make the point around the importance of clear information to the public around having choice, so that this is about, so there is new innovation coming on the back of NBN, new providers coming on into the market. So that's where we see that that's really important, particularly in those early years.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, Telstra is, the government and the recent policy initiatives have improved the wholesale market for new entrants such as ourselves in the fixed line market. But you're right, Telstra in regional Australia has very, very high market share. That's where they've got far more market share than in metro Australia. They're going to be a formidable competitor. And what we want to make sure is that competition is undertaken fairly, that there isn't inappropriate market practices of locking in customers before they make informed choices about who their supplier should be. So we think that brings home that point about we want to make sure that any information campaigns, as the rollout occurs, one of the messages is make informed choices. Don't just consider your current supplier. Have a think about all the other new opportunities that the NBN is going to bring, the new entrants and what they offer. So it's not just more of the same, migrate across to fibre, but have a think about new entrants. Yeah, sure. No.
I'm just conscious the Chair's got other questions, and I just want to ask one quick one. Do you believe that the wireless options offered by NBN are equivalent or superior to Telstra's 3G network? We don't expect 4G in regional areas for a long time, but what would you say about comparisons?
They're quite different networks.
I know that,
yeah.
But what would you say about from a consumer perspective?
The NBN wireless network's been set up to deliver 12 megabits as a fixed line service to the home. So its task is just to deliver that. To deliver that with a much higher degree of certainty than otherwise. So it's just about that. Mobile networks are actually designed to be mobile networks. So you move between cells. You have to manage people coming to a particular cell and leaving a particular cell. So they're quite different networks. It's better to think about the NBN wireless service is a fixed wireless service as opposed to a mobile service. So I don't think it's right. I don't think it's fair to compare them.
No, and I think just from a quality of service. So in theory, if you compare the two networks, it's not that interesting to look at the peak speeds, perhaps, but it's about, so NBN will be, the fixed wireless service from NBN, as we understand it, will be set up to provide that consistency of experience, and that's where there's significant amount of hardware being put in your home, and the antenna is a very different antenna that you use for, say, mobile applications.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You said NBN are meeting the market. You have forward-looking research, obviously. You're aware that NBN's stated aim was to A, make a profit, and B, sell off to private investors. Are you concerned that into the future you can't meet the market and make a profit? Is that something you're looking at?
What, as I understand it, NBN is relying on is that we're going to continue to go on the bandwidth growth trajectory that we've had for the last 20 years. So when I'm starting to feel like a bit of an elder statesman, when I started in the industry in the year 2000, people were fairly impressed with 16 kilobit dial-up speeds, and then we were quite impressed with 1 megabit DSL speeds, and now we get upset when it falls below 10 megabit speeds. So undoubtedly we're seeing an exponential growth in the demand for data in the home. Okay. So increasingly, part of what NBN is expecting, and I think it's a fair assumption, is that bandwidth growths are going to increase. People are going to be pretty happy with bandwidth for internet at 10 and 20 and 50 megabit speeds, but for pay TV, for machine-to-machine communication, you're going to need more and more bandwidth to the home, and that's what I think the business case, what it's relying on.
You said 12 and 25 was the main interest being shown. Is that pre-NBN, post-NBN, or is it the same for both?
At the moment we're not in the market, so I can't really comment on. That's probably better to talk to others in that space, I think.
Your pricing, I know you said to the chairman you couldn't be too specific, but are you looking? You currently provide 12 and 25 on ADSL or on?
No, we're not in the fixed line market.
You're don't provide any service at all at the present time.
No, we don't.
Okay, at the present time, what percentage of Vodafone's business is entirely mobile then at the moment?
In Australia, yes.
And do you have projections for the future? How much will be mobile versus how much fixed line?
It's fairly
not
consistent.
Commercial in confidence?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You don't have an expectation?
Not something that we can share at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Look, moving on very quickly, and I'm sorry to do this. We've had evidence either here or at an estimates committee, I forget which, where one of your RSP competitors was selling as I understood it, a single fixed line service for $29, and when asked what NBN, what they were charging the RSP for that, they said $25, so the RSP was getting $4 per month to pay their way. Do those sort of figures, without coming around another way and asking you what you're going to charge, but could you operate a business on $4 per month?
Not privy to the conversation, but I'd imagine that $29 is the monthly rental, and then there are call charges above that, so they'll probably, consumers would probably be paying well more than that per month on a retail basis. But to answer your point, I think certainly our interest is in the bundling. So voice is increasingly, like it is on mobile, is going to be increasingly cheaper and cheaper. It's not going to be the rivers of gold that it once was for Telstra.
Okay.
Broadband's going to be it, and bundling is going to be where the opportunities are. Okay. And that's what you're seeing in the NBN pricing.
Okay. Look, thanks for that. And look, just finally, because I'm aware that many other senators many other members of the committee want to ask, but just going to the wholesale broadband agreement, is it not the same for every RSP? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes. So NBN has a non-discrimination requirement as part of its legislative remit, and so the wholesale broadband agreement is going to be essentially the agreement for all access seekers, the same terms. So we're all negotiating with NBN together. It does require a fair amount of industry collaboration. The main focus at the moment and the main area of concern is making sure that the ACCC has the right oversight of that wholesale broadband agreement.
So you expect the wholesale broadband agreement offered to Vodafone will be exactly the same as it is to Telstra?
That will be offered to be able to have the same terms as Telstra, yes. That's our expectation.
Well, is that different to what I asked? I suppose
the short answer is yes, but what we're expecting NBN to offer is a range of choices that you can make. So if you want to have a particular IT interface that's a cheap that suits a small player, or do you want a much more advanced B2B interface that you'll be able to choose out of two options? So Telstra might not choose the same set of choices as Vodafone, but we would all be able to avail ourselves of anything that NBN offers.
I mean, I think it was reported, if it wasn't, it makes common sense that Telstra would be saying to NBN, look, we're giving you all of our customers, we're going to be the biggest supplier, they would say that, and therefore, you know, as in any other commercial deal, we should get a discount for volume. What do you say to that?
Well, we think it's vital that those kind of arrangements don't occur, and that that the level competitive playing field is established so that big players don't get a leg up in that regard.
So who's the regulator for that? Is it
the ACCC?
Legislation? Is there regulation?
Yeah.
Or is... Sorry?
There's both. There's a legislative requirement that says that NBN can't discriminate between customers,
okay,
and the ACCC has an oversight role in that regard.
To make sure it doesn't happen.
And we think that it's very important that non-discrimination requirement does. Its main focus is to establish a level competitive playing field. So that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone gets exactly the same. In some situations it may be appropriate that to level the competitive playing field, to avoid unfair market situations, that the ACCC and NBN establish different arrangements for different players. But that's about promoting non-discrimination, promoting a level competitive playing field, and that all access seekers can choose to take those terms if they wish.
And will your agreement be public? And everybody else's, of course?
The wholesale broadband agreement must be made public, the general offer, yes.
Thanks for that. Luke, do you have a question?
Yeah. In relation to your business plan going forward, have you conducted detailed market research as to what the demand areas will be for those people likely to take up a higher speed service? And if so, if it's not commercial in conflict, where do you see the demand growth at this point in time?
Yes, we have undertaken market research. A lot of that's commercial in confidence, but in a general sense, we are seeing a long-term exponential growth in bandwidth demand. That's for the internet, for pay TV, for voice services, increasingly for machine-to-machine communications. So in a general sense, the projections that NBN have made about bandwidth growth we wouldn't dispute, but we've obviously got more detailed information that's commercial in confidence.
In relation to that, do you see the drivers as, if you were to have a pie chart, entertainment, commercial, new services that we're not aware of yet? How do you see that roughly falling out?
Let me make a comment more generally. If you look at other markets, so where we get a lot of our insights is from the markets where Vodafone operates in Europe particularly. And one of the things that we're noticing in the broadband markets, so this is in the context of, there's no national broadband network. It's a competitive environment where DSL typically competes with the cable. So there are two different companies, two different networks, and what we're seeing, so from a pure broadband point of view, so TV, entertainment, they play a role, but what we're seeing is that consumers are taking up, so the churn, if you may, in broadband markets in Europe, what the reason for switching is very much to do with speed. So consumers are drawn to faster speed services. It is fair to say that the increased ARPU or decreased revenue for the providers is not that high. So there is there's a slight, consumers are willing to pay for that increased speed. It's not as high as an operator would like it to be, but there's a clear demand for faster speeds.
Yep. Got a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes. One question I've got, Helen. I better make it a good one.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I do. Would your expansion that you're looking at now have been possible without the advent of the NBN?
Undoubtedly, the NBN makes this a more attractive market to enter. Yes.
But not just more attractive, you just wouldn't be able to do it without the NBN, would you?
The economics would be considerably more challenging.
As well as the operational challenges of dealing with the incumbent as opposed to a new wholesale-only NBN co-organisation.
I went to see his Prime Minister at the weekend. I'm beginning to understand.
Yes, if you want the short answer is yes.
Yes, I thought it was. Yeah. That'll do me then.
Thank you.
We're trying to be more expansive about it.
I've just got one final question, and it's the small elephant in the room in regards Huawei. And Vodafone, Optus and TPG all use technology in its network from this company. So can you just give some background as to how long you've used equipment from that company, and in light of security of network concerns expressed by others, what's your experience as a business?
We use Huawei for a fair way out of our network. We don't use Huawei for the core of our network. We're using it in the base stations and so on, and it's an important part of our network rollout plan at the moment, and it's delivering good results for us. I think the important thing to understand is that security of network is a vital part of any telco's business. It's the key thing that people must trust. So both consumers and governments must trust our networks and the security of those networks. So we have a very strong interest in working with government and our vendors to make sure that that's the right protections are in place. And at the moment we're confident that those are in place.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And there hasn't been any request for any additional information. We still don't have Senator Ludlam around, but if he does have any additional questions, if you could feed them in by the 27th of April so that we can consider them as part of our next report, that'd be appreciated. And thank you very much for coming in and for jumping forward and filling in the slot of the AOG.
No problems.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We might have a 5-minute break now. We're going to do a teleconference with a Regional Development Australia board is the next one. They are available, but you need a couple of minutes. I think just a quick stretch of the legs. You've got someone or something? Right. So 2 minutes, everyone, and strictly 2 minutes. Thanks. Okay, so for the Hansard record, could you please state your name or names? I'm not sure who else is there, and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Okay, My name is Alan Davies.
Committee recommends.
I'm appearing here because I do some NBN coordination work.
1047.
Australia, Northern Inland.
This is
head of the NBN work group for New England.
Okay. I'll just go through the formal processes first then, Alan. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So, Alan, would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
Yes, thank you, Rob. Myself and RDA really think that the rollout of NBN is like a real game changer for regional Australia. It just sort of links, it teams up Australia for the future, like in health and education and commerce, and also gives us a bigger global outlook and associated with the carbon package and the clean energy. It just really puts regional Australia on the map, and the quicker we can roll out NBN, the better. And I think one of the keys to that is to establish digital economy work groups around, or implementation groups around regional development Australia. That way we can sort of get the issues out in the open and solve them quickly. And if you get them out in the open, you're halfway there, and also take opportunity to get the whole thing rolling together. So that's my opening statement.
All right, well, you certainly got the politicians on the committee talking in a divided manner. So I might throw to questions. Deputy Chair, do you want to kick off?
Yeah, sure. It's Rob Mitchell. I'm interested in what you've done to locally with the RDA to promote the NBN, how you're encouraging people to get the information about it, and the sort of feedback that comes back from that, in particular for the benefits of rural and regional areas having access to high-speed broadband at a affordable and uniform price.
Okay, well, what we've done, and I have to congratulate Nathan here, he sort of really pushed me to start an information session. And we ran a number in Armidale and Inverell and Glenelg and Tamworth. And because there's been so much politics with NBN, it's important to get out the issues, what the difference is between NBN and the old system. Now, NBN is very much visual and two-way, and that's going to be the big change. And also, because it's two-way and visual, it's going to take place in the household. So in the household, like each home now can become like a school, or become an aged care home, or become a commerce, and it's just a real game changer. What we did find is when Nathan organised these information sessions, they were very popular, and a lot of questions, came around the technical side. And once we explained them what NBN was and how it was different to ADSL, all of a sudden people could understand where they could benefit from. And they started to work that way. Now, as well as that, in Armidale being a first release site, we've come across all the problems, all the issues, straight up front. And the key to it is get it out in the open early. And we've been working with the Chamber of Commerce and university and a lot of other groups to try and get these issues out in the open so we can solve them. And once people can get an answer to some of their issues, then they can move ahead. And each connection we put on with NBN is a real winner, because you just never know how people are going to use NBN.
Okay. Yep. Thanks for that. What was the feedback from businesses and the like of having access to NBN as opposed to previous systems?
Okay, well, I have Nathan here at the moment. He just came in, so I might ask Nathan to say a few words on business.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, look, for many of the businesses...
Sorry, guys, just before you begin, there's just a bit of a formal process if a new witness appears, so I'm probably going to have to go through this all again. Nathan, can you just identify yourself for the Hansard record?
Yes, sure. My name is Nathan Axelson.
Okay, and I'll just quickly read through this. So you're covered by parliamentary privilege. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. So thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Rob.
So you can answer the question now.
Yeah, sure. Look, many of the businesses in our region, and particularly in the smaller towns, struggle with the current ADSL infrastructure or wireless infrastructure. So certainly in Armidale, there have been a number of businesses benefit by the increased speed and the ability to sort of transfer large volumes of data much quicker. So it's certainly been a gain in efficiency for a number of the businesses that have connected here.
I might give you one example of a business that sort of shows what NBN's capable of. A ZooWiz is an educational platform, and it was launched in PLC recently, and it's sort of designed, it's very colourful and interactive, and it's designed to help kids learn. Now, even though he's based here in Armidale, that thing now, the ZooWiz, has been sold to 25 countries and has about 25 to 50,000 students from all around the world using it. And it just shows you how NBN can start to work, get regional Australia to think globally.
I might bounce around this time. So, Luke,
Yeah,
can you just identify yourself?
Luke Hartsuker. Alan, in the Tasmanian first release sites, the take-up rate's been very, very low and continues to grow at a low rate. Given your words that it's a game changer, what do you think's going wrong down there?
I would say, because there's been so much politics involved, it's been a little bit confusing for people. People just don't know which way to go. And so once they actually find out the information, they really take to it. And also the other thing is, I feel that it's very similar to ADSL. When we went from dial-up to ADSL, we had a similar problem. The take-up rate for ADSL was very, very, very low. But all of a sudden it just took off when people realised what was happening. Now, I think with NBN we need to sort of apply a much more coordinated approach where we get state and local and businesses and chambers of commerce to work on this. And I think in Tasmania that'd be one way I'd be definitely going, is to set up some implementation groups, and I'd say that connection rate will build very quickly.
Yeah, that's
okay. Senator Gallagher.
Thanks, Chair. Could you give us a bit more information in respect to remote patient care? Has there been a take-up in that area?
No, that's a good one, that one, remote patient care. Now, we have to make this work. With an aged population, a lot of other things, this definitely has to work. But again, it comes back to teaming those people up, like the health department and aged care and NBN, to make it work, because this is not simple stuff. This is not just going to happen overnight. You can put all the PowerPoints up on there, but you physically have to implement it. Now, the healthcare industry, especially doctors, are very conservative, and they've had a lot of bad experiences with ADSL and like very poor quality two-way video conferencing. But we're doing quite a lot of work now with Autumn Lodge, which is a retirement village, and also a smart home we're putting together. And we're going to make this work, because we're going to actually start working on the physical reality, where we have Autumn Lodge on site, we have a number of doctors on site, and we have the hospital on site. And it's a matter of getting one to work, just to make sure that each doctor, and then I think you'll find it'll spread okay.
Can I just follow up on that? Are you anecdotally hearing anything about GPs or specialists still not willing to use technology remotely for privacy reasons or any other reasons that are still forcing people to drive significant differences to access health services?
What I'm hearing, Rob, is that the doctors, a lot of doctors, I used to assume that doctors were very IT literate, but they're not. A lot of them are flat out send an email. And I think that's the area we need to work on. They need to have confidence in their system. And I think even if you could get it working between a GP here in Armidale and Autumn Lodge, which is only a short distance, the same technique can be used over a lot longer distance. It sort of comes down to educating and then helping them take the technical issues out of this, because the technical issues, we just need them to talk to a patient with high definition video and not worry about any technical issues. And I think a lot of doctors will really take it up, but we need to get a couple of good working examples.
Yep. Okay. Susan, do you have questions?
I don't, Chair.
No? Mike?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
Can you identify yourself?
Yes, Mike Simon, member for Deakin. I forgot I'm speaking to someone that's up there in the air. I'd like to ask a question about your submission in relation to the towns that currently have ADSL2 and are then slated to receive NBN wireless, and just seek your opinion as to whether that's better or whether they may be going backwards in that step.
Yeah, look, I think it's Nathan Axelson. I think that for some communities it would be a backward step to go from ADSL2 to a wireless service. There's a certain number of examples in our region, Bendemeer and Bundarra, that already have ADSL2+, but they won't be. They're too small. They don't reach the threshold to receive fibre. So I think perhaps there's an argument that could be relaxed, that particular population threshold, if you like, such that homes and businesses that already have an ADSL connection through copper should be receiving a fibre service. Otherwise, they risk taking a backward step.
Is there a particular ADSL2 speed that's available in those towns, or is it variable?
It is highly variable. I mean, if you read the advertisements, they'll say up to 20 megabits per second, but that's rarely the case. Once you're about 2 or 3 kilometres from the exchange, it's probably going to drop in speed down to, perhaps 6 or 8 megabits per second. But generally speaking, a terrestrial broadband service is superior to a wireless broadband service. So there was the concern that some communities, and I guess there would be others all over the country that have ADSL2+, that might only perhaps have 100 or 200 residents, is not going to receive fibre.
Just in relation to the pricing, the ADSL2 pricing would seem to be, as I've seen it, above what's on offer from NBN. Has that been an issue that's been discussed locally?
I can't say I've come across that issue, no. If anything, I've noticed probably a drop in prices for ADSL over the last few months.
And would you put that down to competition coming along the line, as it were, from NBN? Is that helping to drive that price down in the local area?
I would say that's probably one of the causes. The other thing to consider as well is that many of these smaller towns also have access to the Next G wireless service. For around $30 a month, they get 3 gigs. So it's depending on the pricing of NBN wireless, it could be could be an issue there.
Okay, thank you.
Senator McDonald, have you got questions?
Mr Chairman, g'day Alan and Nathan. My name's Ian McDonald. I'm a senator from Queensland, but based up in the north in the Gulf country and in Cape York, so I'm very interested in the remote aspect of your area. First of all, could you just tell me where your RDA looks after? What's your area?
Yeah, sure, Ian. We're Northern Inland, RDA Northern Inland, so we basically take from Tenterfield on the Queensland-New South Wales border down to Corindai, and we take in Gunnedah, Narrabri, Moree, back up to the Queensland border. New England Northwest, I think, is the other term.
Have you had any problems, as I've had up in the north, with the NBN fibre going past little communities, but because they're not big enough, they're not being connected? They're having to rely on either wireless or satellite. Have you had that experience in your area?
Not at this stage, Ian, no.
Okay. Do you have any sort of statistics on how many people are signed up to the NBN in the area that's encompassed by your RDA?
No, I mean, apart from the figures that are sort of probably reported in the media and the NBN figures, NBN code figures that come out, no, I don't have access to those numbers.
No, and neither do I. I don't always read the papers, but it's a fairly small number up your way, I understand. Is that right?
Yes, I think that would be fair to say.
And you're indicating, you gave us an example of a guy, and I didn't quite hear what he was doing, but who's now able to sell to the world. He's just started that, has he?
Yeah, I might answer that. That's Alan. Yeah, that's right. Before he used to send out DVDs with this training package on, like learning package for ZooWiz, but now he does it over the internet because the upload speed's a lot better.
How long's he been in this business?
Oh, 15, 20 years.
I see. But what's he just started on the using the internet, or?
Yeah, that's right. He before he used to make up CDs or DVDs and actually physically mail them out.
Okay.
But now he does it over the internet, like on a website, and like any place around the world can pick it up.
Okay. And where's he based? Which town?
In Armidale.
Oh, in Armidale itself. Okay.
Yeah. Now, just one thing, Ian. I'd just like to add about the take-up rate.
Yeah.
In Armidale, it's a very high Telstra town, like it'd be 80 to 90% market share with Telstra. And one of the issues why we had a lot of trouble with the take-up was that Telstra didn't have a pricing plan until about 4 to 6 weeks ago. And a lot of people are very, they're a bit loath with all these different service providers like iiNet or Internet. They've never heard of them before, so they're a little bit loath to go over, and they're also on long-term contracts with Telstra. But now Telstra has a pricing plan. They're going really well. They're really starting to market NBN. They had the Gadget Man up here, and they're putting a lot of ads in, and I sort of see that shifting a lot because actually Telstra are often offering some very good products on NBN.
Right. And do you? I'm not sure if you'd be the one to ask this, but do you have a feel for the cost of Telstra's service under its old ADSL2 program as opposed to its NBN?
Yeah, I actually do, because I'm very keen to go over NBN shortly. And at the moment, they offer like data plans, broadband plans. Now, I'm on about $50 for 50 gigabits, and I'll get exactly the same plan on NBN. Now, the only thing is Telstra only offer broadband plans at the moment. They're not offering telephony, which also confuses the issue a little bit more. Now, and also in relation to wireless is a really good point. Like, I was a bit wondering about how it would go up against NextG, because NextG is quite expensive for the data download. Say 3 gigabits cost you about $30. But now we have Activate here offering wireless plans over NBN, and it's like $50 for 50 gigabits. So it's a big shift. And like wireless data plans, even though the NBN they're not portable, they're going to be very popular around towns like this because a lot of professionals live on the outskirts of towns, like doctors and lawyers on 5-acre blocks, and I think it's going to be very, very popular because it's a lot cheaper than NextG.
Ellen, sorry, you said you used to have 50 gigabits for $50.
That's right, yes.
And you said you're going to change on to the NBN.
Yes, that's right.
And what price have you been offered for that same service?
Virtually the same, $50 for 50 gigabits.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, look, thanks very much.
Telstra, yeah, that's with Telstra. And just on, I know you're very interested in the regional area. the satellite that goes up in 2015, the KA band, they're first-rate satellites they are, and wireless with, say, CSIRO, they're developing Nagara, and I think between Nagara and NBN wireless and satellite, it's going to make a big shift to areas of Queensland, because I know there's a lot of gaps up there.
Okay, look, thanks very much for that, and I appreciate your comment about the satellite too.
Right, we've got 10 more minutes with you, Alan. So, Senator Cameron.
Thanks, Mr. Davies. Have you seen the article in the Australian this morning where your name's mentioned?
Is that Nathan or Alan?
Nathan, sorry, Nathan.
Yes, I have, Senator Cameron, yes.
Yeah. Did the Australian talk to you guys over the last couple of days?
No, they haven't. They attempted to make contact with me over the weekend, but I didn't provide a response, so their article is based on my written submission to the committee.
Okay, so they actually tried to contact you and you didn't get back to them?
Correct.
Right. Well, I can't blame them for that then if they don't have the full story, can we?
That's right.
But the full story is quite different from the story that's in the Australian this morning, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Absolutely, yeah. You should bring the journalists back now and again. Look, can you just what was the situation like before NBN in terms of not just the costing but the practicality of using broadband in the regions that you cover?
Well, one of the biggest problems with ADSL is the copper. Okay, now they advertise like rates of 25 megabits, but you'll never ever get that because copper attenuates the signal very, very quickly. Where I live, I'm 8 kilometres from the exchange, 3 kilometres from the exchange, and I get 8 megabits down and about 500 kilobits up. Now, if you try and do video conferencing or multitask on that, it just won't work, and the trouble is it won't work for everything. And that's what NBN 5 is all about, because what it does, it takes the distance out of the equation. Everywhere you put fibre, when I go over to NBN, if I get 25 megabits at the exchange, that's exactly what I'll get at my place. And that makes it very two-way and visual, like high-definition video. And that's where we come into our own with remote patient care, especially remote aged care. It gives us the opportunity for people to stay in their own home because of that two-way visual link that can operate high-definition video conferencing, it can operate sensors, it can operate monitoring devices, it can run femtocells all at once. And that's the big game changer. And I think once we start, coordinating a lot of this effort between health and education and N to make the most of the digital economy, that's where NBN will really come into its own.
So you're talking to business constantly in regional New South Wales on these issues, are you?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if there is one little issue, a lot of these things will slow down. At the moment, NBN does not have a business plan, okay, for customers. So that's going to slow us down. Now, they won't be out till about August. Now, I'll guarantee when NBN bring out their business plan, Telstra will probably take another few months after that to bring out their business plan for consumers. So that all adds to, the connection rates being a bit slow. I reckon if we could bring those business plans forward and Telstra coordinate a bit of it, the connections would grow very quickly because there are a lot of businesses are really keen to use it. Because at the moment, myself and Nathan, we've had a little meeting going with the Digital Hub Group and the Digital Enterprise, which is business. Now, what we try and do is get the issues out in the open so we can help people get connected. Now, I think that's really essential for this to grow.
I think you're going to get awarded the first NBN medal, actually.
Well, I tell you what, I think this is so important for the future. We're talking about our next generation of kids here, and they're going to be up against a lot of really serious issues. And NBN's about teaming up Australia, because with data comes information, with information comes knowledge, and with knowledge comes power to shape the future. I think we need to get the politics out of this, because that's the only way we can roll this out very quickly, because it's for the good of the nation.
There is an argument that we should maintain the copper network. What's your view on that?
I think we should get rid of it as quick as possible. Because, say, we've been using fibre in Australia for 25 years, right? Now, we used to connect the exchanges up like Argyles and Gyres and Uralla. Ever since we put fibre into the ground to those places, we have never replaced one bit of fibre. We have only replaced the equipment on the end of it. That's why I know that it will work for at least 25, 30, more likely 50 years, because we don't know the end limit of fibre. And if we put fibre into the home, that's it. We do it once and we do it right, and that's it. We're on our way.
I've got lots more questions, but I think I'm getting wound up.
Yeah, right, thanks for that. Alan, do you, it's Rob Oakeshott again, do you cover Coonabarabran? Is that yours? or?
No, we don't. Sorry, Rob.
Okay, no worries. And Luke Hartsook has got a final question or two.
Yeah, just in relation to the Autumn Lodge project and liaising with the GPs and the hospital and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
What is the position, and I presume as part of the project you would have looked into this in some detail, with regard to professional indemnity and legal liability, where a practitioner offers a service via the internet and doesn't meet the patient in person, have the insurers agreed that he has discharged all his professional liabilities and has used all necessary care, or what is basically the status of legal liability when the patient isn't seen, is actually seen long distance? And for instance, also, if I could just add to that, the responsibility, if you have a frail patient at the other end, in actually operating the equipment to the point where the GP can be reasonably satisfied that the readings are accurate.
That's a very good question, Luke. A very relevant question too, I might add, and one that I can't answer, but it very much goes back to what my first point was. The NBN is a whole new ball game. It's visual and it's two-way. And this is where you need coordination between federal and state health authorities to sort exactly out those problems. Now, I know GPs get around $6,000 to set up and do their first video conference, and we've had a couple of them do it here, but again, this is where the technology is actually going ahead of the ethics. Now, I'll give you a good example. Like, we're also dealing in a smart house. We're doing with stroke recovery. Now, 60,000 people have a stroke each year in Australia. Now, one of the things we've found with neuroscience is that computer games are just terrific, for rehabilitation. So what we've done, we've set up a high-definition video link to neuroscience when we had a patient come in and work on the Nintendo Wii, and we were really worried about how it would go, like we thought the patient might freak out. But she absolutely loved it, and she thought it was just tremendous doing this and also being monitored from neuroscience, and we see a real plus. And this can be applied to all the other medical areas. But again, this is where federal and state and the health authorities need to really start, changing the rules to make this technology work.
But if I could just go back to the point, I mean, you would have no project at all if the practitioners cannot provide a service under cover of insurance. Now, if that is not in place, you basically don't have a scheme at all, and I would have thought that that is the very first step in kicking the project off, and something that should be the subject of a legal opinion or an advice from an insurer.
This is desperation.
That is co. I mean, quite clearly, we see that the value of indemnity cases are quite large, and the tail is very long, and I would have thought been a necessary first step as part of the initial building blocks of the project to have insurance covered off on, if you're going to get the practitioners to participate.
All I can say is I thought most of this has actually been sorted out with the GPs with their first consultation using a video conference, but it's the first of many to be sorted, I would say.
Okay.
All right. Look, thank you, Alan and Nathan. There's been no further requests for information. We have one senator who is wanting to participate but is unable to. So if he has some further questions for you, if you could provide that additional information by the 27th of April, that allows us to put it into our next report. But certainly appreciate you participating today, and it's been very helpful, so thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Thank you. Happy to be here, Rob. Thank you. I appreciate you asking us to come on.
Yeah, no worries. We'll stay in touch.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And just I know there's a few journos in the room and for committee members who aren't aware that the government just very coincidentally today has released their response to the committee's second report of the 24th of November. So
are they glowing in their praise?
The Secretariat is passing it around, and you can read it and make your own conclusions.
Probably not as much as Mr. Davies, but might get there.
So have we got the next witnesses, if they could come forward? So Berrigan Shire Council. Oh, sorry, Berrigan Shire. It is the council. It's not the Country Women's Association.
No.
Very powerful advocates. Okay, well, you on your own? Or?
Just me, yeah. I was planning on a second, but she couldn't make it, so just myself today.
Okay, well, we'll begin. So now welcome the witness. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Matthew Hanson, Director Corporate Services, Berrigan Shire Council.
Okay, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
I guess our opening statement, my opening statement is about it's about equity. We're rolling out fibre optic cable. NBN's rolling out fibre optic cable, and our community, one of our communities in our shire, Berrigan, is particularly concerned that it's being a little bit smaller than some of its neighbours on both sides of the river. It feels it's missing out by getting the fixed wireless broadband solution rather than the fibre optic cable. Berrigan Shire, obviously, it's an irrigated area, and probably I think we've got 3 of our 4 communities in the Shire in the top 10 most vulnerable to the impact of the implementation of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, and we are particularly concerned that we don't again fall behind some of the rest of rural Australia in particular in having access to probably not the top level of connection under NBN. We're reasonably densely populated, Berrigan Shire. We've got 8,500 people and 2,000 square kilometres, so it's not wide open spaces, it's not huge distances. As I said, we've got the cable, well, I haven't said yet, but we've got cable coming to Tocumwal, Finley and Barooga, 3 of our communities in our shire. Berrigan, which is only 20k away from Finley, and the cable's not coming there. All our 4 towns are roughly the same size. Berrigan's the smallest, about 900 people, but Barooga's 1,500, Tocumwal 2,000, Finley 2,000, and yet those 3 are being rolled out, and Berrigan's getting the fixed wireless broadband. For Berrigan in particular, the fixed wireless broadband speed, and our understanding, is not going to be hugely different from what they already get in Berrigan with ADSL 2+. So it's sort of, well, you know, for all of that, what's at the end of it, we're getting service much like we've got now. Yes, so some of the rural surrounding areas will benefit from the fixed wireless broadband, and that's great. But in terms of the businesses inside Berrigan itself and the community, a lot of change.
Okay. So, what in the relationship with NBN Co? What's been? Has that been the message from the start, or has something changed along the way?
Oh, no. It's always been
frustration.
Sorry. Yes, it always has been the message from the start. From the first, I must admit, we haven't been told exactly where the fibre is being rolled out. It's what we've been able to glean from looking at some of the maps they've got on the website. We have been told recently that a fixed wireless broadband announcement will be due soon, and they'll be. And we know where that's, or we've been given some preliminary guidance about where that might go. But in terms of fibre, we're not on the next 3-year rollout, so we're guessing. But no, that's always been the case, and I'm guessing I'm assuming it's to do with the size of Berrigan and its location away from a bit away from the cable, that the effort hasn't been made to take it out that little bit further.
Has the council put into NBN Co to cost up anything outside of the actual shareholder agreement council or community or other means to filling the gap?
No, but it was one of the things we asked for in our submission to the inquiry was basically what is the process to do that. One of the things we found difficult, or I've found difficult when working with this, is normally if we're looking for assistance for infrastructure such as this, we would go to our local members of parliament or the government and say, okay, this is government infrastructure, how do we implement it? But it's sort of NBN, it's not quite a government infrastructure, it's government owned, but it's a private business, and it had informal discussions with them. We've got our contract or our agreement with the government, and that's what they're designed to roll out. Berrigan meets that agreement, so it's, unless something changes, that's where you're going to be.
Okay. Deputy Chair.
Just curious, have you looked at how often you've spoken to NBN about what's going on and how the benefits are going to come to the Shire and what opportunities the Shire is going to have by having a national standard priced rollout and fast high-speed broadband to rural communities? Have you?
Haven't heard a lot from NBN, no, and I must admit we haven't been as forward as we would like to be.
Do you approach them?
I've spoken to people from NBN probably on about 4 occasions. So last occasion was over at Albury. There was a briefing for councils on the rollout of the fixed wireless broadband network, which was positive news for us in some ways, not so good in others. But no, we haven't had a great deal of contact with them. The bus, the NBN Co bus, has been around, I think, as close as Echuca to us, and that's about as close as it's got to our part of the area.
Anything else? So you haven't spoken to them about the opportunities that exist for the communities?
Not yet.
Using
some of the dates for us still seem. There's not. I must admit, there hasn't been a huge groundswell of enthusiasm at this stage. The dates seem to be just a little bit far away for us to get a bit excited about that. Even just for me, as my role as at council and looking after our own council's internet connection, it's too distant and too vague for us to start to think about. Okay, what can we do? As soon as we get a fibre rollout date, we might look a bit more closely at it. But we're still waiting.
Done. Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, Matt, I'd like to congratulate the Berrigan Shire on their submission on taking up the fight for a small rural community that appears to have been overlooked. I just wondered if you could give us a sense of how the information session, you just mentioned it was in Albury, just the exchange of information and how you came away feeling the prospects were for the entire region in terms of dates and fibre actually being in the ground.
The impression, the discussion was more about the fixed wireless broadband rollout, so there wasn't a specific briefing about fibre. The impression we got, without being told, was it was likely to be not in the next 3-year rollout, and that's proved to be the case. So none of our towns in our shire will be in the next 3-year rollout. One of the things that we did find interesting, and it's going to be difficult to sell to our communities, is when the fixed wireless broadband gets rolled out in Tocumwal and Finley, let's say, that means that the connection to the national broadband network will be available for the town fringes through the fixed wireless broadband, but the town centre won't be able to connect to the national broadband network until the fibre comes in, which could be 3-4 years down the track. So we're going to have this strange situation where some of the rural residential areas around Tocumwal and Finley will be able to connect to the national broadband network, but the main part of town will still be on ADSL 2+.
How confident are you that, given that the briefing wasn't about fibre optic cable, were you told in that briefing that fibre optic cable was going to be available to those 3 towns, or did you just gather that because of their population?
That was gathered. No specific information was given to me about those 3 towns, about Tocumwal, Barooga and Finley. We've gathered that from basically the maps on the NBN Co website, and being told that Berrigan was getting fixed wireless broadband to the town communities and the other towns weren't. So we've made the assumption from the maps and from the information being told to us that Tokemore, Finley and Brugger won't be able to access the fixed wireless broadband, that cable's coming.
So in this briefing, for example, was Albury told that it would definitely get fibre optic cable? I'm trying to get the sense of whether the briefing actually addressed the issue of fibre optic cable at all.
No, it wasn't a specific discussion about fibre optic cable. It was specifically about fixed wireless broadband. I couldn't say what Albury said.
And were you given a contact person for the region that you could approach within NBN Co, that you could ask questions as time goes on?
Yes.
And whereabouts is that contact person?
He's in Melbourne.
In Melbourne?
In Melbourne.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with them?
Not since the briefing. There's been some... Oh, actually, that's not quite true. There's been some email back and forth, but nothing of any specifics at this stage, no.
And can you just describe for the committee the connectivity between your shire, the Berrigan Shire, and the northern part of New South Wales, of Victoria? Sorry.
Okay. Berrigan Shire, while it's in New South Wales, is culturally and economically basically part of Victoria. Our media comes from Melbourne and Shepparton and Albury to some extent. Our major service centre is Cobram, which is a Victorian town. Melbourne is our closest regional centre by some margin. We play Aussie rules. We wouldn't know what a rugby league ground looked like. So we're basically part of Victoria, and Victoria's...
Sophisticated, no?
Oh, excuse me.
So we're basically part of Victoria, and that's where our economic ties are, and that's who we see as our natural sphere of influence.
Just one last question relating to the actual briefing on the wireless, the fixed wireless in the Shire. How was it? What was your impression of how good, if I can put that in inverted commas, how effective, how fast, how useful, and what services it would be able to carry and provide? What information
fixed wireless broadband, was it?
Yes.
Fixed wireless broadband. NBN were fairly positive about it. They said they'd be able to do everything that that would be likely to be required for our community. In terms of speed, we were told probably, or guaranteed no less than 12 megabits per second. So that was basically it. But certainly they said that should be more than sufficient for what you need in terms of the speed we require.
So did they tell you what you would be able to do that you can't do now with ADSL2? And I know that's not everything.
No.
So that they didn't describe any advantages that the service would bring?
Not that I can recall, no.
So was it just a briefing about access?
It was a briefing. The briefing was more about what that was that an announcement on fixed wireless broadband was likely. They'd like to work with our communities and the council because we control some of the infrastructure that the fixed wireless broadband infrastructure will be mounted on. So they wanted the assistance of council to try and ease one, get the process right to get the infrastructure installed, and B, ease the process in terms of NBN being able to work with the communities to identify what they can do. So it was a bit premature to talk about what the advantages were because they wanted to know more about our communities so they could start to say, okay, well, these are things we may or may not be able to do.
And when did you feel that they would actually start the work?
Fixed wireless broadband? I was getting the impression that they'd start work in the next 12 months.
Thank you.
Okay, well, yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask how much of this Shire has ADSL coverage at the moment?
All 4 towns in the Shire do. We've got 4 towns, but only obviously within the area close enough to the exchange to gain it. So obviously the rural areas and most of the rural residential don't.
So in percentage of population, could you...
Percentage of population? Rough guess, I'd say probably around 60% of the population has ADSL2+. Has access to ADSL2+, sorry.
Is the Shire completely covered by 3G? Is there any black spots?
No, we've got plenty of black spots.
So it would be fair to say that you have some premises in the Shire that are relying on dial-up at present?
Yes, most of the rural areas would either have dial-up or they'd have satellite.
So would not fixed wireless and the satellite solution be a significant upgrade for them?
Up to about, I think it was 8K from the town. We were told that, or 8K from the fixed wireless broadband transmitter, 8K around each of our towns. Does cover a reasonable area, but there's still plenty of rural areas outside that will be relying on satellite when that's right. The satellite relied on the new satellite when it comes out, and the existing satellite with the I think it's the 6 megabits down and 1 megabit up plan at moment, interim, which, got to admit, not many people in our shire know about at this stage. There hasn't been a lot of publicity through the council anyway that we're aware of.
Has that been an issue of NBN not advertising that service in the area, or is it?
Oh, we haven't seen a lot of NBN advertising at all, to be honest.
So it could be a question that we could well put to them a bit later on today.
As I say, we're a bit of a strange area. We are New South Wales, but we're tied to Victoria, and sometimes we have trouble getting some of the information that relates to New South Wales areas because it comes through, it doesn't push down our way. One specific example is, I think, is RFS. RFS do a lot of advertising and so on, and unless we remind them specifically you need to advertise in the Victorian media, well, we don't hear.
Could you just explain to me RFS?
Oh, sorry, Rural Fire Service, pardon me. New South Wales Rural Fire Service.
Thank you. I'm from Victoria. It actually means nothing.
Equivalent to CFA.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that.
Where does your TV come from?
Shepparton.
It is Shep, so it's Golden.
Golden Murray.
Luke, you have a question? Just in relation to Berrigan and being a smaller service centre, what sorts of businesses would be looking to connect up to the NBN, and what sorts of services would they be seeking to use that they're currently not using now?
Haven't had a lot of discussions with the communities, with the business in so much. This is the actual submission from the CWA was driven at a community level, and it was driven more about residents. But our service centres would be the same. We've got an MPS, a multi-purpose service for the health service. Obviously, 2 schools, Catholic and state school, which I'm guessing would be fairly good users. Ourselves as council, we're probably the largest employers in the Shire, and certainly the largest employer in Berrigan Town, and so we would be certainly keen, if we had the opportunity to get onto fibre optic cable, to do so. You've obviously got some rural ag support businesses. You've got stock agents. You would have. We don't have a lot of light manufacturing in Berrigan per se, but in the rest of the Shire we do. That would be probably it.
Thank you.
Yeah, very quickly. The current satellite services to your, rural areas is distinct from the town areas.
Yes.
I always get feedback that it's pretty patchy. Is that the same for your region?
I've got to admit, it doesn't seem to have a huge amount of take-up at this stage. Certainly we haven't heard about it from our communities or the council either way.
I'm talking about the existing satellite that you spoke about.
So it's not the interim NBN offer, but the existing satellite beforehand. No, it's not new flash, no.
No, it's not flash.
No, not great.
So the satellite, the new satellite, we've just had evidence from previous witnesses who say that they think that will be, a very good proposition for regional areas in New South Wales. Do you agree that that both the interim and the new satellite will be an improvement?
It'll certainly be an improvement for coverage. Yeah.
Yep. And you would like NBN, the fibre optic cable, everywhere possible, wouldn't you?
Yes, certainly. Look, we would love in Berrigan Town in particular, because Berrigan, and it's a relativity thing. Berrigan Town is obviously a small rural service centre. It's a small rural service centre. It's struggling with trying to deal with what the impacts of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan will be, and it sees that most of its neighbouring towns, both in our community and on the other side of the river in Moira Shire in Victoria, even smaller communities than Berrigan are being connected up to the fibre optic cable, and Berrigan's not. So certainly Berrigan Town, as opposed to Berrigan Shire, Berrigan Town in particular is very keen to have the fibre optic cable.
So you're an NBN fan, you could say that?
It's probably too early to say if I'm a fan or not. The concept, I think, has some merit, but we're still waiting to hear about dates and rollout, and it's a bit hard to get excited until you know a bit more about the details.
Who's your local member?
Susan Lee.
Susan? Have you spoke to Susan about these issues?
Not yet.
Not yet? I'm sure you will. Yeah.
Is that it?
That's enough for me.
Yeah.
talk to senators from New South Wales, including Senator Cameron.
I'd be more than happy to talk to you about the benefits of the NBN.
Nice comeback. All right. Look, thank you for coming and giving evidence. And can you take away from the committee a big thank you to the women of your CWA as
Certainly
well,
can.
who've been great advocates for better ICT generally for your area. But if you can give them a big thank you on behalf of the committee.
Certainly can.
There was no extra information required. There may be some committee members who aren't here who may have some questions. If you could get that feedback by Friday the 27th of April, we can then consider it for the next report. But thank you for taking the time to come to Sydney today and present.
No, thank you.
Right, we're a bit early, so if we can meet back here at 12:30 for the Australian Retailers Association. But other than that, it's coffee and lunch, so thanks everyone. So I now welcome the next witness for the Hansard record. Could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Heath Michael, the Policy Director for the Australian Retailers Association.
Thanks for coming in, Heath. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, I will. Firstly, an apology from my Executive Director, Russell Zimmerman. He would normally be in attendance with me, but he's at an International Retailers Conference in Hong Kong. So I'm here pretty much in his place today. Just to give you a brief overview, the Australian Retailers Association has 5,500 members nationally. 80% of our membership is based between 1 and 5 store members. Having said that, we do have a number of national chains like Just Group, Bras and Things, Baker's Delight, the 7-Eleven chains, etc. So we do have that element of the business as well. We don't have the Coles and Woolies of the world as our members. They belong to ANRA, who has about 6 major department store retail members. For that reason, we very much play in the SME space, and I've got to say, as we've seen a lot of the information technology changes coming through at an even greater pace in recent years, it's been very clear that that the retail sector and retail, where it touches on tourism and hospitality, has been significantly impacted by those changes. We can see that in many of the trade figures within the ABS figures, as accurate as they are, with the massive growth in the unidentified sector of retail, which holds a number of elements including gaming and the like, but most of that growth anecdotally and from what evidence we've been able to pull has been coming through the online sector. Having said that, retailers in our association don't believe that online competition is a threat. It should be something that's embraced, and we look forward to working closely with government at state, local and the national level to embrace new technologies and better educate and inform our retail members and non-retail members on how to utilise things like the National Broadband Network as they reach out across the country. That's my opening statement.
Okay, thanks for that. Have you got what sort of numbers of members have you got who are actually activated and users of NBN now, compared to your opening comments about the general impacts of information communication technology changes?
Anecdotally and evidentially, we've got no clear evidence of members who are currently connected. I don't believe that would be the case that we've got none. We've got 300 odd members in Tasmania, and NBN has been in that state for a while, but we haven't directly surveyed on NBN. We've been surveying on, particularly on the online purchases area. There's been a lot of concern of the low-value GST, which is something we're working with the government through its task force on, and most evidence that's been coming through on NBN has been very much anecdotal as part of comments on surveys. That evidence so far in written comments on our surveying work has been very much that our members are seeking information, knowledge, how do we access the NBN. there does, and I was looking at the ARG submission, there does seem to be a very significant proportion of the retail sector that is currently lacking knowledge when it comes to how do I get on board with the NBN. But that is also understandable with the exception of places like Tasmania. I think Brunswick in Melbourne, and there's other rollout suburbs. There's fairly limited major centre rollout at this stage. But even with some of those suburbs, we've found our members have been a bit lacking on knowledge.
Okay, and is there any advice for this committee for its report considerations on that?
Well,
is that your job or our job to increase knowledge?
Yes, I think it's both of our jobs, and it's something we've been in discussion with can list the ministers, and in fact I've sat down with yourself, Mr Oakeshott, and gone over some of the work that we've been doing in regional Victoria and New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia. We know that the growth in the online sector has been impacting retailers significantly in regional areas. We know that many of those regional communities and the retailers within those communities want to access the global market through things like the NBN, and they're lacking the knowledge on how to do that. Literally, some of them don't know how to set up a web page, and many of them don't. I know through the Productivity Commission report there was some evidence on how many SME businesses don't even have web pages as a simple starting point. A lot of retailers, hospitality, tourism businesses don't even know how to tag themselves on Google Maps, let alone how do I get online, how do I undertake e-commerce.
Yeah.
We are working with some of the major IT companies out there in programs such as Driving Business Online. I will let everyone know eBay are a member of ours and working quite closely with us on trying to encourage retailers to use their e-commerce platform. We've also been talking to Australia Post, Mail, had a brief conversation with Google, with some of the other major technology companies, as well as major state governments. In fact, we've got a pilot program being rolled out in regional Victoria under the Regional Victorian Growth Fund to help educate SMEs on how to get online, and I think it's Ballarat that that program will be getting underway. And in New South Wales, the government's also approached us to assist in education, starting out in regional New South Wales. And I have spoken to, and I can list the various ministers, but a large proportion of the current government's ministry, including Minister Conroy's office, on how the government and as part of the NBN rollout can assist, and we've put in a couple of submissions on plans on how to do that.
All right. Did you want to table that list has it got what you've actually sought from each of them?
I can send that through to the committee, but it did start out with Minister Sherry, Minister Shorten, Minister Abib, had brief discussions with Ministers O'Connor and Bradbury, and going to be meeting them, and of course I've had some discussions with you as well.
Yeah.
But we are pursuing some of those education and training programs which we believe can assist SMEs. It's fair to say that even in the higher end of the sector, there hasn't necessarily been the leadership from the major retailers in the online sector that other parts of the world have had. The Australian retail sector had quite a long sustained period of growth, and it's only been in the last 2 or 3 years, as online competition's been hitting, that the big guys have been getting themselves sorted out, but it's left a bit of a vacuum of leadership for the smaller operators. What do I do to get online? I can't see that. Got an anecdotal case I had recently of a friend who went to set up a wedding register with one of the 2 major department stores and couldn't do it online.
Okay. So would I be verbling you to say that the view generally of your membership is that they feel SMEs in the retail sector are feeling under attack from imported products via greater online access, rather than feeling much greater opportunity through export opportunities of their own products.
You wouldn't be verbally me, and that would be the case. But I do have to say they do want to enter that space. There's just a real lack of knowledge on how to do it.
Right.
And part of that's the demographic of the sector as well, which will change. But I think most of us know it's generally your younger person in your office. You get to sort out your IT issues. It's not your 55-year-old manager. That goes for us as an association as well. It's managing those issues out, and when you're a mum and dad operation or have 3 or 4 stores, you just don't have the resources to do it.
Okay, Deputy Chair.
Just curious about how e-ready a lot of the small businesses are, and I know what you were saying particularly with the smaller mum and dad operators. What's available to show them the benefits of a national broadband network that offers consistent pricing across the country, so that way the rural and regional areas get the same service as what you can in the inner city, so it gives them the opportunity to access more broader markets for their business?
To be honest, there have been some programs, the Driving Business Online program, whether it's a bus that was touring large parts of Australia, but that only touches a relatively small area of the community. And I originally come from Tasmania. In fact, I was only living there 12, 18 months ago. And unless you're in an area that's actively got rollout, NBN rollout happening, you're not aware of what's going on. I now live in Melbourne, and most people in Melbourne wouldn't know where NBN's being rolled out or how it's being rolled out. I realise it's only in its initial stages in Victoria, but even in Tasmania there were some issues with what's going on, do I have it, don't I have it, and it is an education program. We're talking about reinventing with a high-speed network. If you compare it to other technologies, the telephone, which took 30, 40 years to properly roll out to most businesses, we're talking about something that's happening in a handful of years, and it is a significant challenge that NBN Co and the government faces. We all accept that, and we're here to help work with NBN Co and the government to try and make sure that happens. And I'd say it's important to engage with all levels of government with this, because most of our approaches are actually coming from state government, but in particular local government and some of the smaller regional councils, and we're taking them to the state governments and to the federal government as examples of retailers being hit with importers by imports in regional areas and wanting to know what they can do to compete. How do I get online? How do I use this super fast new network to sell my unique regional product, my leatherwood honey from Tasmania or my macadamia nut ice cream from Queensland? They are keen to compete. That's the nature of retail.
Do you think there's an opportunity or to be welcomed by the RA to have NBN Co target or focus the benefits of the NBN to small businesses, to small and medium enterprises?
Yep. Look, some of our larger members won't have a problem at all picking up NBN. They will, and I won't name them individually, but there are some national chains with 900, in fact one with something like 1,200 stores. They're going to roll it out to their franchisees, to their business networks. They've got the capability of doing that. But your 1, 2, 3 store, retail store, who might have another retail shop selling off tourist items in a regional area, doesn't have the ability to be able to access that, to be able to, well, using the leatherwood honey example, how do I e-commerce this product out of my regional store? They wouldn't know where to start. And to be quite honest, a few years ago I wouldn't have known how to set up a web page. I'd be surprised if most people in this room knew how to do that I've seen some very easy examples of how to do it since, but how do I use an e-commerce facility? Mentioned eBay before, and until I saw their presentation, it suddenly hit me in the face. This is really easy to join in, but our members don't know how to do that. We try educating them as much as we can. There is a real knowledge deficiency there.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Michael, you mentioned earlier that a lot of members don't necessarily see an online presence as a threat. How much, in terms of retail sales, as a percentage of retail sales, do you think online channels are providing?
Through sales.
Yeah.
This one's really how long is a piece of string, and there are no accurate statistics. I think the best stats you'll find were in the Productivity Commission report, which was late last year. That gave, and I won't actually quote a figure because I'll give the wrong one if I do, and I should know it off the top of my head. The problem is each report you read has a different figure, and it can be anything from 5 to 20%, and it depends what's counted. Is it your Qantas ticket sales? Is it your hotel sales? All of that can be counted in some of the evidence. The ABS, I know, after the recent PC report, the ABS has been told to look at better reporting systems for collection. I know that the task force that the government's currently got underway, which I'm meeting on Thursday in Melbourne, and next week there's a meeting in Sydney as well. One of the statements that came out from its initial report from a week or two ago was that the ABS does need better data collection. We've got real problems understanding, and this is government departments, customs, treasury. I had a meeting with a premier recently just talking about lost GST revenue through online sales, and I won't name the premier, but when the figure came up, we've been using your figure because we haven't had treasury be able to run some accurate figures on it. My figure was that state's population and the predicted Productivity Commission report of revenue. We're missing some we're missing accurate stats in this area. It's the rapid growth in it that's caused it.
There's a research firm, Forrester, that estimates e-commerce probably generating up to 9% of retail sales, $200 billion worth in the US, and that's up from 5% 5 years ago. And in the UK it's 10, Asia Pacific 3, Latin America 2. But you would have the bandwidth of about. You've cited this issue of accuracy and what you actually use, but it'd be between 5 and 20% here, you'd say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And those sorts of figures would be correct, but as I say, you've got to be careful what statistics you're using, just because what are they actually capturing?
Sure.
And as you go into the detail of a lot of these reports, you discover they're capturing all sorts of figures. You can find online gambling might be part of those figures. You just don't know until you start drilling in.
So with your members, largely SMEs, is it what do you think is sort of the major inhibitor in terms of them embracing online platforms for sales? Is it more that they don't know, or there's an upfront cost and they're not necessarily able to look longer term? What would you put it down to?
On the cost issue, it would be a lack of understanding on cost. You can, as we all know, and I know just about everyone in front of me here will be running their own websites, and I'm sure you've all seen, and I don't think it's actually paid for by the department, and as you would have all seen, it varies greatly as to the quotes you get and how easy it is. It depends how clever your staff members are. That comes back down to the knowledge issue of I'm a 55-year-old retailer with 2 or 3 stores. I've got my business fully wired, undertaking my financial transactions online, working with my accountant online, ordering online, but I don't know how to get an effective e-commerce platform up and running. What am I going to do? I'm going to go out to market, and in many cases some of the market solutions can be very, very expensive when they don't need to be. That will make a lot of them balk, particularly as at the moment, and historically margins are so tight for retailers, you have to take on board that these guys can't afford to buy that technology in. That understanding, not the technology, and they can't afford to buy that knowledge in. And they're not talking about buying servers. They're talking about what can I set up that's going to help me put product up, draw them in store, help me sell some of that product if I choose to sell some of that product, pre-order product that they can pick up in store. We certainly have a lot of evidence that consumers use online for convenience. They don't necessarily use it because of price. There's some evidence, and once again I think it was raised in the Productivity Commission report, that the price issue for consumers, anything around 20%, was the flexibility consumers were willing to have on price to have that assurance from buying from an Australian business with all the Australian regulations and laws backing them up, and the convenience of having a local operator that they can get that product from and return it to if there's an issue.
And just a final question, thanks, with your indulgence, Chair. What my colleague Mr Mitchell pointed, or sort of asked via a question, what opportunities there were for NBN to work with the ARA, but are there any other partners that you're looking at to address this in terms of the knowledge gaps that exist, or trying to overcome some of these mental barriers to embracing?
There are. As I've mentioned, we're certainly working with the two major state governments at the moment. I've had recent discussions with the Tasmanian government as well, but I've got a proposal into the Melbourne City Council. I know we've had Sydney City Council approach us. We've also had, as mentioned, eBay, who are working with us. We've been talking to other technology companies. In fact, I met with Australia Post only a couple of weeks ago and have had some discussions with some key people in there about them helping to get retailers to use their services to help move product out of their stores. And it's very good stuff.
Food manufacturing.
Yeah, it's very good stuff that they're doing. We're certainly in talks with a lot of people. At the moment, we're missing the national leadership and platform for that to happen. It's very much being driven from the base of retailers, from local councils. I didn't bring anything along with me today, but we've got a raft of submissions and letters and calls for assistance from local governments, particularly in New South Wales and Victoria, where most of our membership is based, but also Queensland, South Australia, Tasmania. There's a need there, and there's an evidence-based need there. I suppose while NBN is at the forefront of most of these people as they're talking to us, that is certainly in the back of everyone's minds that this is just going to speed things up, and how do I utilise it?
We've only got the Retail Association for half an hour, so we've got 10 more minutes. So I'll throw to Luke, and I apologise, we're probably not going to be able to get to everyone.
One question. In relation to any research you've done about what retail is going to look like in the years going ahead, and the mix between online and what we'd call the traditional shop, have you done work along those lines as to what the retail environment of the future will look like, and how the NBN or broadband more generally would fit into an environment where many new consumers, young consumers, don't think about necessarily going into a shop? Their first response is to buy online, rather than the older generation probably go to the shop first and buy online second.
The answer is yes, we have done some survey work, not specifically with NBN in mind. The answer as to what the future will look like, I'm not a futurist. You can only predict that given current growth, it will be a significant part of any business. And you can see some of those changing businesses at the moment. Book retailing is probably the clearest one, which has gone through some quite radical change in recent times. We're actually seeing some very strong book retailing figures coming through, and a lot of that's been because book retailers and the two remaining large national retail chains have been rapidly changing their models, driving customers in line through online pre-ordering, supplying Kindles, trying to be competitive with their online competitors, and driving a hard bargain with some of their suppliers as well, so they can match those online prices. Some of you might have seen some of the argument going on in the US at the moment about Amazon's activities. It does come down to how much, in some of those cases, you can supply the product, but different sectors are adjusting in different ways. There are some electrical chains that are moving away from the lower end consumable electrical goods because their business models are having to change. They just can't compete with some of those online purchases. If you run out of toner cartridge, your printer takes you automatically to a website to order it, and it arrives in the mail 2 days later. That's something that you need to adjust your business models for.
Okay, Mike, have you got questions, Senator Gallagher?
Has your association done any work on the sort of core efficiency that might be achieved with, higher broadband in terms of accounting practices, inventory management, to get a base sort of understanding of, you can do things smarter and more efficiently as a base to go forward then and look at the opportunities?
The answer to that's no. No, we haven't. We are looking at doing some more survey work through Roy Morgan soon, but we don't have that underway yet.
Okay, thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Do you have a feel for what percentage of your members could actually use online retailing?
Probably all, to be honest.
All of them?
And that would go for your coffee shops to your bakery chains. And that can be the pre-ordering element. I have to admit, I work in the centre of Melbourne and surrounded by many, many coffee shops, and we do have online pre-ordering options. So by the time you've gotten in your lift, gone downstairs, your coffee's waiting for you.
Okay.
Yeah. We're a bit swamped with coffee shops and exhibition streets.
Okay. Perhaps that means this next question is not relevant, but and it's not quite on the NBN, but did your association have any strategy on how government should address the lack of GST revenue and other issues related to online purchasing that really do directly compete with people having a shop front?
This is an NBN inquiry, but you can answer it if you want, but we're short of time. We're starting to get into tax policy.
Very quickly, yes, and we're working with the government's task force on this very issue. We want a $0 threshold so there's a level playing field. And we've had very good talks with the crossbenchers, the government and the coalition on this issue, and hope to get some traction soon.
My question was whether the NBN is going, while it has a lot of benefits across, whether it's making that more difficult and whether perhaps the legislation shouldn't come in at the same time. That was
the NBN legislation or the tax changes. Unfortunately, it covers off on a whole series of legislative issues. It's really a collection issue for Customs, Australia Post, air freight, and I've got the Customs Task Force report, which I'm sure could be the committee could access and get circulated, but they've identified the regulations and legislation changes, and they're quite significant just to start to drive down the collection costs.
All right. Susan, do you have any questions? All right, great. Thank you, everyone, for keeping it on time. Look, thanks for coming in. We've got a couple of committee members who aren't here, so if they do have some additional questions, I hope you're okay in feeding them back separately, and if you could get them back by the 27th of April, that allows us to consider them as part of the next report. But thank you very much for giving evidence today. Appreciate it. And James, if the Telstra crew can come forward. Good to go. So now welcome the witnesses from the Telstra Corporation. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Tony Warren, I'm the Group Managing Director of Corporate Affairs at Telstra.
James Shaw, I'm Director of Government Relations at Telstra.
And welcome, and thanks for giving your time today. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
If that's okay. Yep. Well, look, Telstra thanks the committee for the invitation to appear today and give evidence to the third six-monthly review of the NBN. While Telstra has previously appeared before the committee during the consideration of the telco legislative amendments, this is our first appearance as part of the committee's six-monthly review of the NBN. Since the committee issued its second report into the rollout of the NBN in November last year, Telstra has finalised, as I'm sure you're aware, arrangements with the government and NBN Co on our involvement in the national broadband network. In particular, on 7 March this year, the definitive agreements between NBN Co, the Commonwealth and Telstra came into force. Now, as part of this process, the ACCC accepted Telstra's structural separation undertaking as well. The finalisation of these agreements concluded 3 years of intense and complex negotiations between the parties. Telstra was pleased to be able to conclude the negotiations and deliver a positive outcome for our customers, employees and shareholders. Now, the agreements and associated government policy commitments are expected to provide Telstra with approximately $11 billion in post-tax net present value over the long term of the agreements in consideration for the loss of our copper wholesale revenues. Some of the detail of the definitive agreements is commercial in confidence. However, much of the economic and financial information associated with the transaction is in this document, which I'm sure the committee members have seen. That's the detailed explanatory memoranda we provided to shareholders back in September 2011. Telstra shareholders subsequently voted overwhelmingly to support Telstra's involvement in the NBN, based in large part on the material contained in the EM. Compared with other realistically available options, the agreements should deliver a better overall financial outcome, a more stable regulatory environment and greater strategic flexibility, enabling Telstra to maintain a strong focus on our key growth areas. Some regulatory and commercial issues still remain to be settled, in particular NBN Co's special access undertaking and the long-term wholesale broadband agreement, the WBA. However, the primary focus for us now rests on implementing the definitive agreements, fulfilling the requirements of our structural separation undertaking and continuing our drive to improve customer service and deliver a suite of world-class products and services that provide customers with a strong value proposition staying with Telstra on the NBN. Telstra notes the committee has indicated its intention to examine a number of issues in the course of this current inquiry, and some of these issues are of direct relevance to Telstra and we're pleased to contribute. Others, however, obviously fall beyond our commercial interests or expertise. So let me just start quickly with employment. In particular, we note the committee is interested in Telstra workforce issues associated with the retraining fund deed that forms part of the definitive agreements. When Telstra commenced negotiations with the government and NBN Co on our potential involvement in the NBN, we were very, very conscious that the structural changes being imposed on the telco sector and on us in particular would have significant implications for our business and our workforce. This concern was one of the reasons we sought the inclusion of the retraining funding deed in the definitive agreements. Government decisions around the world, around the NBN, will have a direct long-term impact on the way Telstra operates and will have practical implications for our workforce. The NBN will fundamentally change our business, including our revenue and profit mix. Now, as we migrate customers to the NBN and decommission our copper access network, the network maintenance task that we are currently doing will diminish, with consequences, unfortunately, for our workforce. We have no certainty of obtaining a construction, installation or maintenance contract with NBN Co, and this also has implications for our workforce. However, we continue to seek such work from NBN Co and believe we have much to offer the project from a design, construction or maintenance perspective. Under the retraining funding deed, Telstra receives $100 million from the government to retain specified employees, to support the availability of an appropriately trained workforce for NBN and to retrain Telstra staff who may face redundancy as a consequence of the NBN. A number of requirements are attached to this funding, including the submission to government of a training plan. Several thousand employees will benefit from this arrangement. It's important to note that in terms of our investment in our people, the $100 million, although substantial, only makes up a small proportion of the amount we will spend on training, learning and development over the NBN rollout period. Now, Telstra is in the process of consulting with employees, with unions and with the government on the detail of the first training plan under the deed, and we are currently on track to lodge the plan with the government by 30 April this year. While decisions around the NBN have the potential to impact significantly on our workforce, there are a number of other drivers, including decisions around the composition and nature of our employee base. These include the global changes to the telco sector, for example, the movement from simple connectivity to the provision of more complex network applications and services, the changing usage patterns of our customers, for example, the greater use of data versus voice, the associated convergence of voice and data networks, the increasing number of our customers choosing to manage their interactions with us and with other carriers online, and the activities underway within Telstra to simplify our business processes, to drive out complexity and to improve customer service. Taking together, all these factors mean that we will continue to tightly manage our workforce requirements and in particular the appropriate mix of skills needed as the business faces into an ever more competitive market. We will no longer need as many people involved in declining parts of our businesses, instead needing new skills and expertise in new areas. Importantly, we have a strong focus on retraining and redeployment. Thousands of Telstra employees change their jobs within the company each year. For example, we're currently retraining parts of our field workforce to do the more complex network and application services that we see as a growth part of our business. Now, we note that the NBN is expected to generate considerable employment in the telco sector, both in the construction and ongoing operation phases. NBN has forecast that during the construction phase, its total employment will peak at between 16,000 and 18,000 jobs. Telstra takes its responsibilities to properly support its employees very seriously. Negotiating the retraining funding deed, our efforts to redeploy staff and our generous redundancy provisions are, we believe, examples of this seriousness. We also note that the committee is addressing issues around regulation as part of its current inquiry. There is no doubt that the NBN has generated significant statutory and regulatory change in the course of its coming into being. Indeed, some of the senators on the committee will, I'm sure, remember fondly the prolonged nature of the debates around some of the legislation. The reason we raised the issue of the regulatory framework for the NBN is to place into context the current efforts to improve national productivity and boost the prosperity of all Australians. There is little doubt that improving access to high-speed broadband will have very positive implications for our country. However, our businesses operate in a sector that has seen substantial growth in the volume of regulation since it was liberalised back in 1997. Our CEO was very pleased to be involved in the recent COAG Business Advisory Forum held last week in Canberra. That forum emphasised the importance of a number of reform priorities which can impact on the productivity of our economy. Included in those priorities was a best practice approach to regulation. We believe that bipartisan support to best practice regulation by all levels of government will further enhance the ability of broadband in particular, but the ICT sector more generally, to deliver economic and social benefits. We'd also like to make some comments, some quick comments around small to medium enterprise readiness. The SME sector is one in which Telstra places considerable importance for its business. Through the Telstra business unit, we seek to provide a range of products and services to meet the unique requirements of small to medium enterprises, with fixed mobile and broadband services as well as data and internet solutions tailored to their business needs. The Australian Industry Group, of which Telstra is a member, has submitted to the committee on the issue of SME readiness with a particular focus on demand-side issues. We do not propose to go over that ground. However, from a supply-side perspective, Telstra is working to make our digital business products available on the NBN. The intention is to give Australia's small businesses easy access to an extensive integrated range of communications tools with the aim of saving money and time and boosting productivity for these important sector of our economy. In addition to the work with SMEs, in the consumer space we are putting in place important initiatives such as our Digital Home, a program which brings together the development and marketing of our home devices, content and home broadband services, and helps households become a connected home. We plan to help households connect a broad range of appliances with one another and the internet to deliver new content and information experiences. It's a world, I'm sure the committee's heard, where customers will be able to make high definition and video calls from their TVs, where content follows people around the home and can be displayed on their preferred screen, and where home appliances like air conditioners and lights, etc., can be monitored and controlled from a smart device. In the consumer space, Telstra is mindful of the need to assist our customers to come to terms with the changing technologies. Not everyone is quite as ready as some people to embrace this new world. For this reason, digital inclusion is a key component of Telstra's sustainability program now and for the coming years. This work, and I won't go into detail, but this work involves many sectors of the community, including working with the disability sector, the Indigenous community, and groups such as seniors through our Connected Seniors program. To conclude, this is a world where fast broadband plays an important role in so many aspects of our business and social lives. It is a world in which Telstra wants to be at the forefront of customer service and product delivery, and a world in which we are investing heavily right at this moment. We're now pleased to take questions from the committee.
Right, thanks. James, you didn't want to add anything? And just to clarify one very small point in the opening statement, this is a joint select committee, not a Senate committee. I think there was a reference in there at one point to senators.
That's good.
No.
I think it was
you touch a sore point if you just...
It was a reference to a very prolonged couple of night sittings and into a Friday, I think.
You're right. It was just to clarify for the record.
Right, but yes.
Let's get the important people first.
That's right. Do you want to take the opportunity, just before I throw open to questions, to one of the reasons for having you here today, you're right to suggest that we're going to explore workforce issues in detail, but also in our last report we were starting to express some concerns around potential delays on the whole rollout based on regulatory delays. Do you want to take the chance to comment on any of the length of time in some of those negotiations around the range of regulatory issues in the last 6 months? One and only chance?
One and only chance. Look, I would pull those two things apart. This document, the explanatory memorandum, I think makes clear that there were interim arrangements in place with the NBN. We believe that any impact on NBN rollout didn't really have much to do with this regulatory process. We are the regulatory process, where you were right, was very long and very complex. I think harder work than all of us anticipated. The ACCC did a very thorough job. Perhaps we should have expected that, but they did a very thorough job, just really double-checking and triple-checking the undertaking. They talked to a lot of people around our structural separation undertaking, in particular the interim equivalence and transparency arrangements. That did take a very long time, but we got there in the end, and I think we've got an outcome that I believe will hopefully start to reduce a lot of the concern and angst in the industry in the interim period around equivalence to the copper. I really hope that'll be the outcome. And we got the undertaking which allowed the DAs to become unconditional and the definitive agreements to become unconditional and on foot. And we're now spending a lot of time making sure we get the contract going, deliver on the contract, and make sure we comply with our commitments under the structural separation undertaking. So I don't know if that answers your question, Chairman. But
it leads to a second question, which is now you've got substantial skin in the game.
Yes.
It's the confidence question as to how confident are you of the NBN Co benchmarks being met, and for any of the delays through the regulatory process not having a substantial impact on the length of the overall project that you're now, like it or not, a part owner of.
Yeah. Look, one of the things we had to build into the agreements between Telstra and the NBN, and it's really quite critical, and you can understand why, is making sure we had no privileged information on where NBN is at in the rollout. So any information that comes from NBN as to where it is in its rollout schedule and what it's going to do comes to us at exactly the same time as it comes to everyone. So our knowledge of the NBN rollout is very much the same as and predicated on general public information. So we don't have a huge amount to add to what I'm sure NBN will explain this afternoon, is where they are at in their rollout schedule.
Okay. The only other issue to clear before throwing to everyone else is the small Asian elephant in the room, which is the Huawei question, as Telstra and Huawei have had dealings before. And the question of, do you want to make any comments for the record in regards decisions made in the recent month in that regard?
No.
And whether just how you deal with the security questions that are obviously being raised by government in any of your dealings with the individual company in question?
Look, there are a lot of issues wrapped up in that question. I'd say obviously we don't comment on the security aspects of all of this. In terms of our dealings with Huawei, we do not use Huawei in domestic Australian network. That is because we have a very strong supply partnership relationship with a couple of key vendors, Ericsson and Alcatel in particular, whom we're very happy with. But we constantly, as you can imagine, keep that under review. And Huawei is a very big player in that space. We have a strong relationship in our Hong Kong business with ZTE, who is another Chinese manufacturer. And we're very happy with that relationship with them. But you're right, Huawei is not a company that at this moment supplies us with any services in Australia or indeed anywhere at this moment.
Do you want to add anything? No. Okay, Deputy Chair.
There's been, just reading some media reports that Telstra are not providing a voice product over the NBN and instead going to continue to use copper network to provide voice. Can you give us an explanation on why that is?
Sure. That's not a long-term decision. That is an interim set of processes. As you're aware, Telstra has a series of legacy obligations that sit on it. As the universal service provider, etc., there are a number of things where we have a sort of higher bar, and many of them adhere to the voice service. So we are just taking the time to make sure we get our processes right, so that when we do move people on a voice service on the NBN, we've got that absolutely right, and we're making sure that everything that works to how it should, and that we can meet our various obligations. So in areas where NBN is rolling out, we are clearly taking the broadband services there that we can, and we're hoping to sell lots of them. But in terms of the voice service at the moment, we're just leaving that on the copper until we just get all of those processes right, so that we don't come foul, and so the customer experience is good, etc. So it's just a little bit more complex than perhaps it is for others.
Have you got a rough idea when you think that may happen?
Yes, but we won't be calling that out for commercial reasons. But we will be there when we need to be there with a voice service on the broadband network.
Okay.
Ed Husing.
Just on that, before I ask about the workforce issues, is the biggest recipient of USO dollars, like if NBN rolls out in an area, what the obligation is that largely Telstra will provide, in this case it'll be voice only. How long, I don't understand why there would be a delay.
Well, we will continue to supply voice only in those areas. So there's a couple of things to break down there, and it's a good question. Telstra will, under the definitive agreements, disconnect the copper in broadband areas. Right? We'll do that when the area becomes ready for service, plus an 18-month period. There's an 18-month period. So for a voice-only customer, we will continue on copper until we've got this broadband voice service up and running and ready. So we will continue to do that in those areas. The USO payment, if you like, is much more directed at the 7% where NBN is not going to go. So those are sort of slightly different issues. But, we have the obligation. We will continue to supply, and we've committed to this, we will continue to supply voice-only services over the NBN as we remove the copper.
Okay. On the retraining side, Chair, and if you need to defer to other members, feel free. Just in relation to the agreement, you've said that you'll be, with the RFD, it'll be ready, or it's on track for the 30 April submission. It took effect from 7 March, however, once the definitive agreements, the binding agreements between Telstra and NBN took effect. For any employees in the interim that might be affected, what will happen? How will they be treated? Will they be, you've identified about 6,500 out of a 15,000 ops workforce that would be automatically eligible for retraining. What happens in the interim?
I think you have a go.
Do you have in mind, or can you give us examples of some of the classes of employees who may be impacted? Because the impact of the NBN on our workforce at this stage is not significant, because we still have a large bulk of business as usual on the copper network, and all the work that still goes on with our IP network and the mobile network and the like. So we're really looking at getting our workforce arrangements in place to deal with the NBN as we know more about it. We still don't know a lot about some of the network construction arrangements, who's going to do what, when and where. We have that initial 3-year period and the like. So I'm not sure that between the period of March, the date March you talk about, and when this comes into effect, that at least to my knowledge, I'm quite happy to get some further advice within the business, but I'm not sure there's a large number of employees who've been impacted by the NBN definitive agreements coming into place.
Well, Mr. Shaw, there are people being made redundant in the switch data network, which we've previously discussed, where they work either with copper, HFC. There's a whole range of different platforms that they're working on in terms of network diagnostics and complex faults, where that work's being offshored. And I'm just interested to know if those employees, for example, that works, the redundancies are taking place now. Those people would be, under what I've seen with the RFD, probably eligible to be retrained, and I'm just keen to know how that group of people would be picked up in the short term, bearing in mind you've got a longer term game plan for retraining.
I think, Mr. Tizzett, we might have to take that one on notice and give you some specific advice about those. And I acknowledge we have spoken about this and I have asked some questions, but I don't have a specific answer for you today. The people involved in this part of the business have been very much focused on getting that deed settled and looking at our longer-term arrangements. But how that class of employees might be caught as a consequence, I'm quite happy to come back to you on, and will come back to you on.
Okay, but so will Telstra, I guess what I'm keen to find out, and you're indicating that you will go and find out, will Telstra retrain people in the terms of the RFD if they are found to be redundant now because of decisions Telstra is making that may be related to the fact that you're transitioning from a copper world to a fibre one?
We'll get the specifics on those individuals you talked about, and apologies we don't have that, but we have a pretty strong preference for retraining and redeployment rather than redundancy for obvious reasons, and that is the case whether or not we had the retraining fund in place. Obviously that helps, and that gives because there's a huge body of retraining that has to happen. But people at the moment, and 6 months ago, we're trying as best we can to identify if there's other roles within the company to redeploy those people as they stand. And so, as you know, there are some growth areas and there's some declining areas anyway, regardless of the NBN. And we've been trying to cycle people through and move them out of the declining areas and retrain them into those areas. So we'll get the specifics for you, but it's not like we wouldn't, if a person had a retraining option now and a redeployment option, it's not like we'd wait for the deed to get up and running before we did that. We would be trying very hard now to get them across.
Start a network, and these are networks that cover banks, emergency services, mines. These are complex networks that are existing where the work is being offshored. Wipro is going to be basically getting the bulk of that work. They've got people here that I understand are then, basically going back to India, observing what's being done here, and will do that work for Telstra over there. The people that are being made redundant here, the Telstra employees, aren't being given, and I certainly welcome your commitment to retrain them, but there isn't that option, from what I understand, for retraining, and I'm concerned that opportunities under the RFD are being missed, and that those retraining opportunities aren't being pursued.
Okay. Well, we will definitely have a look at that and get back to you.
Ultimately, Dr. Warren, who will within Telstra be accountable for the oversight and implementation of the RFD?
The training deed.
If I'm wrong, I'll come back to you on this, Ms. Chiswick, but I think it's within the HR area. It's being the lead area in terms of managing the deed, and so that's the part of the business that looks at our overall redeployment, retraining, redundancy arrangements. So it should sit there, but if I've got that wrong, I'll certainly correct the record with you.
And Mr. Shaw, will they be available if ever required by the committee in the future if we discuss the RFD?
Telstra always seeks to make available the appropriate people to talk about these issues with Parliament, so we do our best to make sure the right people are here. Okay,
and with the RFD itself, and I know that you're still finalising the details of the plan itself before its submission on 30 April, I understand you'll be engaging RTOs to conduct that work. Could you explain how those RTOs will be identified, and also I guess for want of a better term, the geographic spread of the availability of those RTOs too, because you've got 6,500 staff that have been identified for retraining. They're obviously in different parts of the country. I'd be interested to know how you're actually going to assign resources on a national basis, as far as you're able to, given its early days.
Certainly. We'll provide as much detail as we can on that to the committee.
You can't give
I can't give it to you at this point in time, no. I'm sorry, I don't have that with me today.
So, okay. In terms of those 6,500, if you can take that on notice and come back and report to us, the 6,500 identified employees, what's the type of work that they're currently undertaking? And also, for example, and again, it's a very specific issue, but one of the concerns I've got is a lot of the employees that you have are an older age bracket, and they've been probably in Telstra for quite a number of years. What's the sort of average age of the employees that are being targeted as well?
Well, that sort of statistical information about the workforce impact is something, again, I'd have to take away and get some notice on, get some advice on and come back to you.
Yeah, but the type of employees you've identified in the eligible work group, work that there's being done at the moment?
The total, there, as I understand it, in that operational side of the business, in the network maintenance and the like, to specific categories of employee, again, I'd rather come back with some definitive advice to make sure that we give you, the full picture.
But the people associated with the maintenance and installation of the copper network.
Okay. And just another question, finally. I understand that you want to allow opportunity for others to ask questions, Chair. The work, obviously, if these employees are being retrained, Telstra would like naturally a slice of the work in terms of the rollout itself. How are things progressing? Have you got work at the moment from NBN Co, or
apart from an early trial site in Brunswick? No, Telstra does not have any design construction work from NBN at this stage. Are you
pursuing that?
Yes, of course we are. We stand very ready and willing to do it, but that's clearly commercial discussions between us and NBN have to proceed before that happens. But we are very keen to get that work for obvious reasons.
Right. Now,
yes. Two questions, or two areas, briefly. What success have you had with getting FPOS services to operate over the NBN?
That's a very good question. I don't think we've started to migrate. I'm 100% certain we haven't started to migrate FPOS services yet over the NBN. As you know, under the definitive agreements, there are a couple of services like that for which we have carve-outs from the decommissioning timeframe, because we want to make sure we get those kind of services up and running. I think, from memory, FPOS is one of those ones we have to really think through how we're going to do that. But there are a couple of these business-grade services that we are working on, and it's an iterative process, Mr. Turnbull, as you can imagine, because we need to just be certain of the NBN product specs going forward, and that is an evolving topic.
So you don't have a technical solution to that at this stage?
Not at this stage, no.
No. Okay.
I will correct the record if I'm wrong,
yeah,
but I'm pretty certain I'm right.
Okay, thank you. Can I just go to a matter relating to the South Brisbane rollout? Now, because of a Telstra exchange being taken over for the redevelopment of a hospital, you made the decision some time ago to roll out fibre to the premises to a footprint of, is it about 20,000 households?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. And that's well on the way to being completed.
Yes.
How many active connections do your customers do you have now?
I do not know, but most of those, most of them are connected. Yeah, okay. So I'm not certain how many are mobile only, but most are connected. Yeah.
Well, that's a lot more than the NBN has actually at this point. But of course you got started sooner. Now, can I just ask you this? After the optical network terminal is installed on the customer's premises, there is some work, expenditure, time to be undertaken to make sure that all the customer's devices are operative, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there
that's
is.
Right. And am I right in understanding that you have taken it on yourself, that's to say Telstra's part, to undertake the cost of making sure that all the customers' devices are working after the installation of the ONT?
Yes, that is true. We have obviously we are forcing a migration of the customer base from a copper service to a fibre service. So we've had to make sure that the impact on a customer is minimised. So we do spend some time with the customers making sure that their devices work and that the ONT is properly placed and the customers are happy.
Now, how much time are you actually spending in terms of your own people?
It varies dramatically, obviously between premise, actually.
Did you have an average figure?
I can take that on notice. I don't have a specific average, but it takes a bit of time.
Yeah, so it takes a bit of time. That's
Mr. Teller, it's worthwhile noting that we see that area of handling our customers and handling their transition onto a fibre network as somewhere where we think there's a competitive differentiator in the NBN world. And a lot you'll see as we start to put more of our products out into the market that we'll be seeking to use our workforce to go into people's homes and manage that transition for them, so that when they come onto the NBN with Telstra, we will ensure that the devices that they had in the house when our technicians went in, and any devices they might buy from us as part of coming onto the NBN, are operational. And we think that at the end of the day, will be an incentive, a marketing incentive for people to come with us onto the NBN. So what we're doing in South Brisbane really is starting to trial and develop, our business arrangements and the like to get that right. So when we were part of the wider deployment, we've got that differentiated. When the Telstra van turns up at the front of your house, then any issues around your connectivity with the NBN will be resolved before it departs.
Okay, so it's your understanding, I think it's all of our understanding, that as moving now to the NBN, which is the larger fibre to the premises deployment, the arrangement is that the NBN's responsibility ceases when the ONT is installed in the customer's premises, and the cost, be it in devices or in time of technical personnel that you've talked about, that cost of making sure the customer's devices and network inside their own home works, that is to be borne not by the NBN but by the retail service provider and or the customer. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's broadly right. My understanding is that the NBN are committing to having the ONT in place and it working.
Yeah.
So customers will be able to plug their phone in and it will work. They'll get the equivalent of dial tone. Any further arrangements the customer wants around that, where they would like the ONT placed, how they'd like their home gateways set up, etc., will be something that we believe RSPs retail service providers will compete with one another to try and differentiate in the market.
Would it be right in thinking that it's taking about a man day, equivalent of a person day, I should say, on average, to get this cut over?
That is not undertaken. That is not unheard of.
I think in our advice to customers, where we've started to deploy on the NBN, we suggest they should leave a 5-hour window, if I'm not mistaken, in the literature that we put. Now, whether you need all of that time or not depends on the particular circumstances, but we'd like to think that people put aside sufficient time that we can get the job done properly, and you don't end up having to have repeat visits or.
And would you normally have 2 people turning up for that 5-hour slot?
I'm not sure about on the NBN.
No, if you're talking about in South Brisbane.
In South Brisbane, I believe we're putting 2 people in South Brisbane, and that's part of ensuring we're getting it right, and we're learning so that when we get to the wider deployment, we can do it in the most efficient way.
Okay, and the cost of that is something that you're absorbing as part of your ongoing service.
Just to be clear, of course, in the South Brisbane Exchange, we're putting the ONT in as well.
Of course,
right?
Yeah.
So that means it's fully integrated in the sense that we're doing it in one sweep.
Yeah.
With the NBN, presumably the ONT will be in place.
Yeah.
And so whatever in-house would just be over and above that. But at the moment, we have roughly 2 people for these 5-hour windows, usually 2 people, sorry, not roughly, usually 2 people, in these roughly 5-hour windows, installing the ONT, making sure the customer is happy with what it looks like and where it's placed, and that everything's working.
Okay. Finally, just on greenfields very quickly, how many premises, do you know how many premises in greenfield sites Telstra has connected in the last year?
The Telstra's connected? No, I don't. But we can take that on notice for you. That shouldn't be that hard to find.
Okay, and they would all be with copper, presumably?
They were with copper, yes.
Is there an upgrade path from copper to NBN that you
to fibre that you have?
Not for us. I mean, obviously we're not in the fibre deployment business at the moment. That's the NBN. As you know, look, under the arrangements that have recently been signed off, we will continue to roll out copper in new estates for under 100 lots.
Yeah.
And NBN takes effectively responsibility for greater than 100 lots.
Thank you.
Done. Thanks, Senator Campbell.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Warren, Mr. Shaw. Some time ago, the copper network of Telstra was valued at between $20 and $30 billion, depending on what documentation was in the public arena. Is that still roughly the value of the copper network?
I'm afraid, Senator, that is something we've never disclosed, and I'm aware of those documents. We didn't disclose those documents, and we don't, I'm sorry, disclose the valuation of our copper network.
Sure. Well, let's try another way. Is the copper network is a net value has a net value to Telstra?
Yes.
There is. I've read proposals recently that the copper network could be acquired by NBN. From the, if it was in a fibre to the node type approach, from the node to the customer's premises.
Yep.
Is that a practical proposition?
Is fibre to the node a practical proposition, or the acquisition?
I'm sure fibre to the node's a proposition that can be done. What I'm asking is a practical proposition for Telstra to sell that part of the copper network.
I mean, let me. I'm aware of that proposal, Senator, and I think what you're going to is if there's a change of policy, and our position is, I think we've shown, Telstra's shown in the last couple of years that it's able to deal with the government policy of the day and negotiate in a way I think helps the government get its objectives while protecting shareholders, customers, employees' interests. If there is a change of policy, if that policy that you specified there was to come into play, we would do exactly the same thing. We would sit down and seek to negotiate in a way that protected shareholder interests, protected employee interests, protected customer interests, but also allowed the government to achieve the policy objectives that it specifies. So I know that sounds a bit odd, but effectively we would, I think, sit down and discuss that, but obviously protecting customers, employees and shareholders is going to be fundamental to the way we do that.
And to protect the customers, the employees and particularly the shareholders, you'd have to have a just terms acquisition of the copper from the node to the premise, wouldn't you?
I'm not certain whether you need a just terms acquisition. We would, I think we would sit down and we would work out a commercial solution with the government of the day, but we would have to protect, in the way we've done it for the reasons we're all sitting here, we would seek to protect those shareholder, customer and employee interests.
And you would protect the shareholders by getting
value,
a reasonable valuation of that copper, wouldn't you?
We protect the shareholders by getting a reasonable valuation from the negotiated outcome.
For the copper.
Yeah.
So there would be a not insignificant price on that copper for NBN to acquire.
Well,
this is not commercial in confidence.
No, you're right.
Well, I mean, you're the QC. I'm only a fitter. You know. I think we're doing all right.
There's no doubt that those sort of issues would be part of the negotiation, but as we found with the transaction that we've concluded with NBN Co and the government, it's a complex negotiation with many parts.
Doesn't matter how complex it is. The bottom line is that you have to get value for your shareholders if you sell.
Yeah, we will protect the shareholders' interests.
You protect the shareholders. So you will want a dollar return for the copper.
Well, we'd want a dollar return on the entire transaction,
including the copper,
which could include the copper if that was what was the policy of the day. Yes.
But Yeah, I'm asking you a specific question. If the copper, if there is, as has been proposed, a buying out of the copper from the node to the premises, then that would have to come at a cost to NBN if they were buying it, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes, we wouldn't sell it for nothing.
And again, you know, the value has been placed in public documents between $20 and $30 billion.
Yes, in those public documents.
In those public documents. You can argue whether that's valid or not.
Whether that was the value we took into the negotiation.
Sure. But the negotiations would have to have some value on it, wouldn't it?
Yes.
It wouldn't be in the hundreds of thousands, would it? It would be more.
Hundreds of thousands of millions, Senator?
More than one or less than 50 million? I've heard you doing this. I would assume then it's up about between 20 and 30 billion.
That's conjecture, Senator.
Can I actually come from a slightly different angle, just to, in a broader term, I hear what you're saying about your job's to protect shareholders' interests. And I also hear that, you know, you've identified foreseeable risk in policy development, which is potentially policy change. The question then for the committee to consider, who have the role of protecting taxpayers' interests, is the question of compensation, you know, for any policy changes.
Yep.
Is there anything that you have identified in your negotiations that either factors in price-wise, using taxpayers' dollars, potential policy change, or is compensatable as a consequence of policy change?
Okay, so again, the explanatory memoranda sets this out, so I'd urge you to have a look at that. But if there was a change of policy in the DAs, and clearly they had to be aware of that. There is no, there are 3 or 4 things that are there that protect Telstra shareholders. The first is, to the extent that we've leased any infrastructure to NBN, those leases remain on foot. So we've handed over, for example, dark fibre or dark fibre rings. To the extent that we've done that, those dark fibre rings are there, so the liability remains in place for those. The second thing is there is a $500 million payment, if an early termination payment. That only kicks in once the NBN has passed 20% of houses, 20% of all, so roughly 2 million houses, and then declines down to 0 as NBN rolls out to 93%.
So 0 before then?
Zero until then, yes. Yep, there's no early termination payment until 20%. And then there are a couple of arrangements in the. There's a couple of arrangements in the thing like the TUSMA agreement, which has been the subject of separate discussions, where it's difficult for the Commonwealth to do early termination, automatic termination. But overwhelmingly, there is no sort of, you know, if the policy changes, and we, you know, our view of the world is that at that point we negotiate as we've just done, and you know, we'll manage our way through that.
So, in protecting shareholders' interests, you're wearing the risk.
Well, we think the definitive agreements provide us with some protections, particularly those liabilities. But overwhelmingly, it is about you know, renegotiating those arrangements with the government, and we think we can do that. I mean, you know, with the government of today. I mean. Okay.
Senator Cameron wanted to finish, and then I'll do all that to try and get there.
And Malcolm wants to come back, I see.
Yeah.
Re-examine the beleaguered witness briefly.
There are other members.
No.
Look, just on a related issue, you know, it seems to me that if you acquire the copper, then it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar acquisition. And then there's another issue that's involved in the acquisition of the copper, and that's the maintenance of the copper. Is it commercial in confidence in relation to the ongoing cost of maintenance of the copper network? And is there a significant cost for ongoing maintenance in the copper network?
I don't have the specific numbers in front of me. I'm not certain if the specific numbers are commercial in confidence, but you were right. It is a very big number. Telstra spends about 14% of its sales revenue each year on CapEx. A large part of that, of course, is the new mobile networks, etc., we're rolling out, but it's also building, extending, maintaining the copper network. It's an extremely big beast.
So if NBN acquired that part of the copper network, there would be costs associated with the ongoing maintenance?
There would be ongoing costs in copper. I don't know under this model who bears those or what. I can't speculate on that.
It depends how much you get for it, huh?
Probably.
Mike, then Paul, and then we'll come back this way.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to go back a couple of steps back to the retraining funding deed, and particularly the automatically eligible work group, which I understand is 6,200 odd employees. Which other employees may end up being identified as being eligible for retraining beyond that work group?
I mean, my sense is that's a pretty stable pool. I don't think we can extend it terribly much. I mean, obviously, if someone else is affected, then we would bring them in. But we did think pretty long and hard about who the affected employees would be, and we're, I think, pretty confident we have in, maybe a handful here, a handful there, but in the broad numbers, I think we're talking about the, my expectation, and I'll correct again if I got this wrong, but my expectation is that that's a pretty stable pool.
Would the size of that pool, the numbers in it, change depending on how much work Telstra picked up along the way from the NBN?
Well, no. Don't forget, the retraining deed is about retraining Telstra people to do fibre. So these are people who are essentially copper workforce who will become fibre workforce. If Telstra picks up some contracts, they will continue as Telstra employees working on the fibre.
But it would be fair to say a lot of those jobs wouldn't be dependent on whether it was fibre or copper. A lot of that work is, providing access, may be the same for both mediums.
No, I'm not quite sure that assumption's right. Mr. Simon, there are particular skills and attributes around fibre deployment which are different from the copper deployment, and we just don't throw a CT who's been deploying copper for his entire working life into the fibre network without investing in their skills.
I suppose I was looking more at the issue of providing street access, various other, pit and pipe type stuff that's got to be done for both mediums.
Yeah, and look, the way we've, you're right, and obviously we have a very big contract with NBN to do duct work, and so to the extent that there are people there, they're not eligible. We will be doing quite a bit of passive infrastructure work for NBN, and those people aren't in the eligible work pool. But there are clearly people whose job is at the moment doing copper install, copper maintenance, etc., who are a very skilled workforce, and we hope that they will have a strong future in what's going to be a huge demand for those skills going forward. Now, we hope they'll stay with us and we'll be able to supply that demand, but if we can't do that, then at least these people will have the skills, I think, to go into that labour pool that will be needed.
So just to finish off then, if they're to stay with you, is there any access to the retraining fund to keep them on in a new position within the company?
They will be retrained, and hopefully we'll have positions for them. if they are retrained and we don't have positions for them, then clearly they will have skills that will be valuable in the market. And that's, you know, we'd obviously prefer the former, but at least we know that they're going out into the employment market with the skills they'll need. So we hope that, you know, eases the transition.
Thank you.
Paul Fletcher. Dr. Warren or Mr. Shaw, could you remind the committee how much Telstra is being paid under the new USO arrangements? What's the incremental payment that it's getting?
What is incremental? 200 and something. No, the incremental payments, I think it's about 60 million.
A year?
Yeah.
Obviously, Telstra is doing some additional things for that. Could you explain to the committee what they are?
I think we went through this in some detail in the TUSMA in hearings, so it's probably best to highlight cross-reference to those. But just for the purposes of this committee, that we are. There will be a number of changes for us. We will have much tighter regulatory obligations around CSGs, around payphones, for example. We have a copper continuity obligation imposed upon us going forward, and there are a range of other ones. Sorry, I'm struggling to pull those up at the moment, but there is an additional set of imposts on us, yeah.
Is there $60 million a year worth of extra costs?
No, well, that's not the way we see it. As I think you'd be aware, we basically see there's a gap between the cost of the USO and the subsidies that we get paid for that. We believe that the $60 million incremental amount has reduced that gap.
From a taxpayer point of view, what additionally are taxpayers getting for the $60 million a year?
Well, I think Dr. Warren just outlined some of the elements. The new arrangements place far tighter obligations on us in a number of areas, and that's been reflected in the quantum which we're now getting for the USO. But as Dr. Warren said, in our view, it still doesn't meet the entire cost of the provision of those services.
Is it Telstra's position that taxpayers are getting an extra $60 million a year worth of value under the USO, or do you see that as part of a broader set of financial arrangements?
I think the TUSMA agreement, as you know, was part of the broader structural reform agenda, and so it is a bit. I think it's not correct to see the TUSMA arrangements and the incremental 60 million absent the broader deal of structural separation. So, as you know, the deal was Telstra, you agree to structurally separate, and here's $11 billion worth of value to compensate you for the loss of your wholesale network. Now, as you know, some of it came through wholesale infrastructure payments, some of it comes through decommissioning payments, and some of it comes through changes in the government policy space, of which the TUSMA is quite critical.
So the USO was a convenient bucket to put some of the value into?
Well, I think it's sensible. I mean, you know, we strongly support the TUSMA arrangement. It's about, you know, it's a very good development where we're putting on the funding of that very important USO on a much more sustainable basis.
Can I ask you about voice-only customers? Can you remind the committee what the arrangements will be for voice-only customers in the NBN world, particularly Telstra customers?
Sure. So, we talked, I don't know if you were here, but we talked a little bit before about this copper, this issue about customers in the initial phase still being kept on copper. But going forward, we will have a voice service which will align very much with the current voice services, and customers who as we decommission copper, voice-only customers will continue to have a voice-only service on the NBN.
Under the current tariffing?
Yes. With the low-income measures, etc., and all of that in place.
So Homeline budget line rental today, I think, is $23.95 a month. Is that right?
Roughly.
And customers who had that today, when they transition to NBN and stay voice only, would continue to have that, presumably subject only to any price cap increases. Telstra is presumably paying the standard per customer wholesale price to NBN.
Yes, there's no voice-only NBN wholesale product.
And what is that standard price you'll be paying?
I think that's currently the subject of the SAU and the wholesale broadband agreement.
What's the price that NBN Co has quoted to date?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's, I don't know. It's more than that.
I know it's a new experience for you to be a wholesale customer, Dr. Warren, so I'll remind you it's $24.
Okay.
Which is, in fact, either exactly the same as or slightly more than, slightly less than, slightly more than the line rental revenue that you'll be receiving. My question is the obvious one. How does this make economic sense for Telstra?
Should be your book.
He has.
If that's the best you've got, Doug, I'm glad I wasn't here
Mr. Fletcher, you're breaking out one component of the overall transaction. Our approach to this negotiation with the government and NBN Co was to extract an overall value that we thought was appropriate for our shareholders, and there are a multitude of puts and takes within all of that. The protection of low-income customers was one of those, and we're quite happy with the arrangements we've struck.
But can I just be clear, to be a Homeline Budget customer, you don't need to be specified as a low-income customer, do you? That's an option that's
that's correct, but it tends to be skewed down there. But your observation is right. Anyone could be a Homeline Budget customer, yes.
So, from Telstra's point of view, what do you anticipate happening to that group of customers? How many is it that take Homeline Budget today?
I don't know that number, and I'm not certain we reveal it, but it's not a small bucket of customers. I think the point you're going to is a good one. Obviously, we see the population of voice-only customers declining over time. We think that, if the promise of the NBN comes to fruition, we will see more and more and more and more people who are essentially bundled customers. So voice only, we see it as a business that's quite important now. It will decline over time going forward, but as Mr. Shaw pointed out, the way we saw that is part and parcel of the overall transaction.
Will there always be a Homeline Budget offering for people who do not have the financial capacity to pay more, and therefore no matter how attractive a bundled package may be, it's just not affordable?
Yeah, I mean, we have committed to continuing to have that service in place. Now, whether it will be called Homeline Budget, etc., obviously we're trying to simplify and move to a standard product offering, but there will be a voice-only offering that will be, if you like, the product that you would hope that people of that, that demographic would be able to take, yes.
Can I ask about your network procurement practices? Do you have any vendors from a Telstra perspective that you rule out for any reason?
No. Only through the normal process of a procurement exercise.
Are there any vendors, including Chinese vendors, for example, that you rule out for national security reasons?
So we went through this a little bit before. Just to be very clear, first of all, we won't sit here and comment on national security issues for obvious reasons. We are very happy with our current vendors. We continue to keep that, though, very much under active consideration. As you know, it's a very competitive place, and we need to keep that competitive tension in place. At this moment, we don't have a Chinese manufacturer supplying us for our domestic business, but we do have a Chinese manufacturer in ZTE supplying us in Hong Kong.
I've got three more Coalition Committee members wanting to ask questions, so have you got any more? I've just got a couple more and then I'll be done. Have there been tenders conducted by Telstra in the past which have included Chinese vendors?
Yes. You mean have Chinese vendors tendered for
Yes.
work with Telstra, yes.
Thank you. That's all. Luke. So we've got 10 more minutes before NBN, so we'll go Luke, Susan, then Malcolm had a follow-up question, and then wrap it up.
For people connecting to the NBN tomorrow or in the months ahead, is there full number portability currently available? And are there any restrictions on number portability for people transitioning to NBN as opposed to copper customers?
It's a very good question. And it is one, if you don't mind, I want to get the answer to. My understanding is there's full number portability. I think what is interesting is the churn process, whereby if we then have separate moves after that, how does that churn process work? But our customers on the NBN at the moment keep their number. But
when you say your customers on the NBN...
No, the customers, a customer that moves onto the NBN
yes,
would have the same, from copper to fibre would have the same number. Because, well, on voice they're still on copper, that's right, but moving forward, you know...
Yeah.
It's a very good question. It's one I will check and find out for you.
And the second thing is, if someone leaves you as a copper customer to go to a competitor on the NBN, can they be guaranteed number portability in that case?
Yeah. Well, at the moment there's no doubting that they can. The churn process going forward will have exactly the same outcome. I think what's interesting at the moment is just how we manage that in a sort of commercial churn framework. It's just proving, because we're adding a new player in with NBN, it's a wholesale-only player, we just got to work through that. So that's probably where I was going with my reticence to answer your question directly. I know there's something we're working through, and I'll just find that information for you and get you the detail pretty quickly.
Susan.
Thank you, Chair. NBN Co is commencing, albeit slowly, the construction of fixed-base wireless broadband in regional areas. What will that service be able to offer that current Telstra NextG networks wireless broadband in regional areas can't offer?
Sorry to do that. That's a question you'll have to ask NBN. We don't have that visibility, I'm afraid.
So what modelling or consideration or views do you have on your fixed, or not necessarily fixed, but your wireless broadband in regional areas? Given that there's a whole new element coming into play.
We think we've got the best mobile network in regional Australia. We think we provide the best coverage and the best speeds on the network, and that's how we market it.
So, in terms of NBN's wireless proposition, we're reviewing that. We don't. I think it's fair to say that that's, of all of the propositions, the one we're still just got to get our head around. It is not a mobile network, as I understand it. It'll be just a fixed wireless network.
But some of your wireless networks are also active.
It can be used as a fixed wireless network,
well,
absolutely.
Increasingly they are,
absolutely.
and that's how you market them.
Absolutely. And so we see that as a very, and we see that as a very valuable part of our future in those networks. But I have to say, I think we're just still trying to work out what Telstra's involvement with the NBN on the fixed wireless component will look like. The DAs don't cover that.
So you don't sound very concerned about their entry into the field.
No, I don't.
I'm not. It's not a smart question. I'm interested that you haven't really even.
No. That's not. No.
Done any modelling about.
Sorry. Let's be clear, and I'll perhaps explain the reticence of my answer. It's not that. It's just simply that we've obviously done a huge amount of work on the fixed fibre component of the NBN offer. We're also very interested in their satellite component. Because we use satellites at the moment for our satellite services. In terms of the fixed wireless component out there, remember that's part of the area where we continue to have a strong copper network, because under the TUSMA arrangements we've still got a copper network out there. That will still probably be our primary vehicle for delivering services to customers in those areas. But we'll of course look at the NBN model as it becomes clearer and clearer to us, and if we can take services from them, we will. But at this moment, it's a small fraction of the overall pie at the moment I think probably.
We've got 4 minutes left. To be fair, Malcolm, if you can have 2 minutes, and Ed, if you can have 2 minutes.
Dr. Warren, you'll recall a few weeks ago Mr. Thodey made some statements about Telstra being relaxed and comfortable, to coin a phrase, about the coalition's change of government in the NBN, and following the briefings that were given to the brokers' analysts around that time by the company, one of the leading analysts, Bradley Clibborn at Credit Suisse, wrote this, and I just want to see if you think this is a fair appraisal. He concludes, he says, "We see Telstra well positioned to protect shareholder value under a change of government scenario in 2013. We see a potential win-win scenario that would see Telstra be able to assist an incoming government reduce NBN capex and rollout time while also protecting Telstra shareholder value." So do you think that's a fair appraisal?
I think, Mr. Semple, we won't pass comment on an individual analyst's view. We just deal with what's in front of us. At this stage, we're looking at meeting our commitments under the definitive agreements, and if the policy environment changes, then we'll take our same constructive approach to that environment with an effort to work with the government today around their policy objectives, but as Dr. Warren said, with shareholder, employee and customer interests very much in mind.
Very diplomatic of you, yeah, that's it. We'll call you upon ambassador.
I have been an accredited diplomat once in the past life.
Dr. Warren, you said earlier Telstra's in the copper business, but you are also in the fibre business. You roll out Velocity, and I know because I'm about to be the grateful beneficiary in an area of Western Sydney of the Velocity product. What is the deciding? How do you decide what in the greenfields estates, which estates will get Velocity fibre high-speed broadband versus copper?
The Velocity product in the past has been delivered through a commercial arrangement with the developer. The developer has generally made a contribution to the deployment of the fibre in that estate. Quite often the developer sees the ability to advertise the blocks as receiving a fibre service as a differentiator from other housing developments, and it's been on that basis that we've Rollout Velocity. It's been a commercial product rather than a service that we put out there as part of a USO obligation, for instance.
So if a developer asks in an area where they're developing less than 100 lots, you'll be prepared to put in fibre as opposed to copper?
I'm not sure whether we're still offering the Velocity product at the moment under the new arrangements. I think it might have been at least put into hibernation while we've worked through.
I think, yeah, that's right. I mean, I think, well, I know actually under our arrangements with NBN, NBN is the provider of fibre fixed access.
Above 100 lots?
Above 100 lots. In sub 100 lots, if someone wanted to do a fibre rollout in a sub 100 lot, they would go to NBN to do that.
So that's the way Velocity will be dealt with.
So Velocity is there's still, and you're a recipient of it. There's still some legacy contracts to wash through the system, but as a part of our business, it's falling away.
All right, look, thank you for coming in. There were a number of questions on notice there, and I'd appreciate if you could get those back to us by Friday the 27th of April, because then that allows us to include them in considerations for our report, and it will save you, I'm sure, another visit to the committee. I understand the RFD plan's probably going to be released after that, but particularly some of the questions that came from Ed, I couldn't think of a more obvious one in the transition arrangements from copper to fibre. That remains outstanding, so if you can get that to us as quickly as possible, that will help with the workforce question that the committee is having a look at in this report. So thanks for coming in, and I look forward to seeing you next time. So now welcome the witnesses to the committee, and welcome back once again. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee, and I'll let you work out the order.
Stephen Sabot, Department of Finance and Deregulation.
Stacey Hall, Department of Finance and Deregulation.
Mike Quigley, NBN Co.
Kieran Cooney, NBN Co.
Peter Harris, Department of Broadband Communications Digital Economy.
Darryl Quinlivan from the same department.
Mark Hazlett from the same department.
For the Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Before we do opening statements, we've just made a bit of a decision that we'll keep going if everyone's okay, rather than have a short break, because we can either find some time at the end of the day to leave earlier. A few people have to catch planes, but if everyone's okay, we'll just keep rolling through. If you've got to grab a coffee or go to the toilet, feel free to jump up. So, would you like to make an opening statement to the committee from any angle?
Yep, Mr Quigley will go with the opening statement, and I'll say anything that he misses, which I doubt will be very much at all.
Okay, well, thank you, Chair. It has been quite a few months since I last addressed the committee, so perhaps I thought it would be good if I just update you on where we're up to, because we are at a point of transition, past a point of transition. We have stood up the company from scratch, which now has all the systems and processes to operate as a fully functioning telco, wholesale telco. We, as you know, completed a rather complex agreement with Telstra, which will lower our cost, will minimise disruption to local communities, and it'll make sure we don't duplicate expensive assets. We've completed the design of the architecture for a fibre to the premise network, a fixed wireless network and a satellite network. We've developed a suite of NBN products that works over fibre, fixed wireless and satellite, and we've established a wholesale pricing construct which has led to a very competitive retail pricing in the market now. We've signed up over, in fact, 40 service providers to our wholesale broadband agreement, and some 26 are already offering services. We submitted our special access undertaking to the ACCC. We've developed and continue to refine a 30-year business case. We put construction contracts in place that cover now the entire country, and we've continued to build our operational support systems and business support systems so we can provide order and activation, network assurance and billing capability to our customers, which will allow them in turn to provide an unprecedented level of responsiveness to their customers. We've carried out a series of fibre to the premise construction operational product trials in 3 Tasmanian and 5 mainland sites involving almost 3,000 end users. We've commenced the rollout of the fixed wireless network, and we've designed a satellite solution for rural Australia and put in place contracts for 2 new generation satellites to be launched in 2015. We've also launched an interim satellite service last July, which now has more than 5,000 end users. In fact, I think about 5,500. And it's on that last point I know the committee's been especially interested in the interim satellite solution, so I thought I'd give you just a quick update on that. We recently completed what was the 3rd of our customer satisfaction surveys, and we're seeing that people in fact are very happy with the interim satellite service they're getting. 81% of respondents were either satisfied or very satisfied with the interim satellite service. That compared to just 42% saying they were satisfied or very satisfied with their previous ABG, satellite, 3G or dial-up service in rural areas. As you know, this interim satellite service is in fact a 6-1 service, 6 megabits per second down, 1 megabit per second up, and it's going to be replaced in due course by the 12-1 service after we've launched our satellites in 2015. So we expect that, in fact, to improve yet again the satisfaction of people in the most remote parts of Australia with their broadband service. If I could now turn to the recent announcement we made on the 3-year rollout schedule. So by mid-2015, the fibre rollout will be underway or completed in a third of the country, consisting of over 3.5 million homes and businesses in more than 1,500 communities in every state and territory. There has been some commentary that by referring to work underway, NBN Co has changed the definitions used. I want to assure you, folks in the committee, that we have not done that. We have not changed our definitions. The terms premise passed and premises activated are what we used in our last corporate plan, and we'll be putting them in the next corporate plan. The 3-year rollout, the information that we provided in the 3-year rollout serves a different purpose from that in the corporate plan. It provides communities and our retail telco customers with information on where work will be starting. In fact, this committee in its second report urged NBN Co to provide more information to communities and noted that the 3-year rollout plan would assist in this. We absolutely agree, and we want to give people the information that is most relevant to them. People want to know when they will see NBN workers in their streets. So our rollout schedule tells them when work will start in their area. And from that, they also have a very good idea about when work will finish in their area, which is on average 12 months from when work begins. So if I can just repeat that, we're not abandoning premises passed and premises activated. They will be in the next corporate plan which we provide to the government. We have simply added another measure, which is work underway, so that people know where we're coming. So perhaps, in fact, we're just talking about informing the public, so perhaps it's a good point to hear from Kieran Cooney, my colleague on the right, who's NBN Co.'s Chief Marketing Officer, on other issues around communications. Kieran.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak briefly about NBN Co.'s communications, community and stakeholder engagement efforts. As Mike just mentioned, we've now moved past the stage of design and planning, and we now find ourselves at the point of ramping up to scale build. And what that means is that NBN Co is no longer an abstract notion in the minds of Australians. Over the next 3 years, we're going to be appearing in the communities, around a third of Australia's communities. So it's important that we set about engaging and informing individuals and communities about what it is we're doing and explaining what it is the NBN will do for them. To those ends, all of our efforts in our communications, our community engagement and our stakeholder engagement reach 3 objectives. The first one being to inform, the second one being to prepare, and the third one to assist in migration. And if you will, I'll just take a moment to explain each of these. When I say to inform, over the next 3 years, trucks, workmen and giant rolls of fibre will begin to appear in around a third of Australia's cities, towns and suburbs. And it's important that we ensure that people are aware, as we will be active in their communities and will be active on their premises and on their properties, that they're aware of what it is we are, what we're doing and what it will mean for them. The second point, to prepare. It's essential that we ensure communities and institutions are fully prepared to capitalise on the benefits of the NBN. A great example of this, if we look in the Illawarra, where the University of Wollongong and the Kiama Municipal Council have had the foresight and have had the planning to really embrace the NBN and build the opportunities of the NBN into their core processes and their core means of how they service their communities and how they service their students. Now, changes like this take time. They take time to bed in, especially. And planning for complex and for large institutions or organisations are often several years long. So it's important that we ensure that bodies such as schools, universities, hospitals and councils and businesses across Australia are informed and engaged early so that they can build the opportunities of the NBN into their own strategies, into their own plans. The third objective is around assisting migration. Our business plan stipulates that over the next decade we will migrate every Australian premise from the old copper infrastructure over to the NBN. That's 12 million homes and businesses. And the important point being is that for every one of those household owners, or for every one of those business people, they need to take an action. They need to take a step. They need to call up their local retail service provider and order a service. And to do that, they need to understand, they need to be motivated, and they need to have the information about what the NBN is, when it will be available for them, and what the benefits they can hope to achieve from it. Now, because of the scale of this project, any one of these is a massive undertaking, but we're doing all 3. In fact, it's a condition of our agreement with Telstra that NBN Co, to the maximum extent practicable, ensures every home, business, school, university and hospital in the country understands how and when to migrate to the NBN. And I should be clear, we have only just begun our communications programs. We launched our first advertising campaign at the end of March to support the announcement of the 3-year rollout. Over a 4-week period, communities included in the rollout schedule were informed that the NBN was on its way through online, radio and print advertising. Now, the national element, the first 2 weeks, is just wrapping up now, and we're moving into the local elements of this campaign. And so far, it has done its job. In the last 2 weeks, the campaign has generated over 1 million page visits to our site, where people can see for themselves the rollout maps. There's a 1,000% increase on our site visits and a 900% increase in our page views. And over time, we will do more advertising. But we need to be clear, advertising is only one element of our communications, our community and our stakeholder engagement. The work that we do on the ground with communities is just as crucial. Working with councils, local businesses, schools and chambers of commerce to ensure that as we start the rollout in their area, they're not only informed, but they're involved. And we use several means to do this. We have built demonstration facilities, including our Discovery Centre in Melbourne, that give people a tangible sense of the equipment and the in-home and in-business experience of the NBN. We've also built a mobile demonstration centre on the back of a truck that aims to visit every state and territory. Since November, it has visited 49 different communities across Tasmania and Victoria, and has hosted more than 5,200 visitors. We hold town hall sessions, we speak at community events, and we work closely with local councils. We have directly engaged more than 150 communities over the past 12 months, local councils. We have also held over 20 different community information schemes. On average, we receive 200 people turning up to those events from the community. And we're just ramping that up. Over the next 2 months, we have scheduled another 18 community information sessions. And last week, we announced that we had chosen the Gold Coast as the site for our contact centre. And we expect to commence work on that very shortly. And in the first 12 months, we expect to have over 100 people employed in that centre. So to sum up, we're under no illusion of the scale and the complexity of rolling out a 21st century upgrade to Australia's telecommunications infrastructure, and we're also under no illusion as to the complexity and the scale of rolling out our communications challenges. I look forward to updating you further about our strategy for engaging the Australian public in a national infrastructure project that will touch the lives of every Australian over the next 10 years.
Okay, thanks, Kieran. If I could just then return, if I can, for a couple of moments to make some comments on the corporate plan from December 2010 and comparisons of the current rollout with the targets that were in that plan. In the fourth quarter of 2010, when we were finalising the plan, there were a number of assumptions we had to make which were based on the best information that was available to us at the time. Those assumptions were highlighted and bolded and put in a box, in fact, on page 16 of the corporate plan. A number of assumptions we made at that time have changed for reasons which we simply couldn't control. The most obvious of which was the deal with Telstra, which we assumed would be finalised by June 2011. In fact, it was not finalised until 9 months later, in March of this year. The second was that just weeks before the December 2010 plan was released, we had anticipated that the network would use 14 points of interconnect. You may recall at the end of November 2011, the ACCC recommended to government that the network use 121 points of interconnect, and a list of these was not finalised until May 2011. While we attempted to include this change in the corporate plan, we could not know the full consequences of that decision and the impact it would have on the rollout. And the third area, in fact just days before the 2010 corporate plan was released, the government announced the Greenfields policy. While we did our best to factor the impact of this policy into the plan, it's now clear that our estimates of Greenfields demand was far too high. Our plan also did not take into account the large proportion of the connections for new housing that were transferred back to Telstra as the policy was finalised. So two fundamental assumptions driving our Greenfields numbers changed. The project demand of new developments, our best estimate of those turned out to be way too high, and a change in policy saw us move a lot of those numbers that we had assumed in the December 2010 back to Telstra. As a result, we need to reflect these changes in our new corporate plan targets to be provided to the government in May. Those were probably the three most significant assumptions in the December 2010 plan, which had to be modified, but there were others also. We are now in the process of developing a new corporate plan based on current assumptions, and we'll provide this to government at the end of May. So it is neither reasonable nor valid to compare NBN Co's performance with the deployment forecasts that were included in the December 2010 corporate plan. However, it is perfectly legitimate to measure NBN Co's performance against the announcements we have made in our 12-month and 3-year rollout schedules. We are ready to be measured and held accountable for our performance versus what we've committed to in those rollout schedules. But I would also like to be clear, if there is any future policy changes, then the assumptions in the corporate plan we're about to submit may have to change. Finally, if I could just in a moment address some comments that appeared in the media recently and provide the committee with some facts regarding those issues. Last week, news.com.au reported on a social analyst who said the NBN had missed the boat in building a fibre network since everything's going to be wireless. Once again, is there any substance to this assertion? The recent ABS data relating to internet usage in Australia over the 12 months to December 2011 notes that the number of mobile broadband subscriptions over this period rose by 29%. Fixed broadband subscribers increased by just 2% over the same 12-month period. So the number of broadband subscribers climbed nearly 30%, fixed only 2%. However, data downloaded in gigabytes per month per mobile broadband subscriber in the last 12 months grew a bit under 6%. That's up to the end of December 11. For fixed broadband subscribers, the growth was a bit over 80%. So on mobile networks, it grew 6%. On fixed line networks, it grew over 80%. Fixed broadband now represents more than 92% of total data consumed. And in fact, one of the largest mobile vendors in the world predicts that 92% on a worldwide basis is going to go to 99.5 by 2016. The second issue I would like to address is the story on the front page of The Australian recently that had a colourful map of inner Brisbane showing where the 3-year rollout was scheduled and how it was biased towards ALP seats in that area. The story prompted me for the first time to actually look at a map of electoral boundaries. There was specific mention of seats of Lilly, Griffith and Ranking being included in the rollout, while neighbouring coalition seats missed out. The article says this sparked claims that the government is using the NBN rollout to protect these seats. I'd like to be very clear with the committee. There has been absolutely no discussion with or instructions from the government, either explicitly or implicitly, about which areas of inner Brisbane should be included in the first 3 years. So why did the rollout occur in those 3 areas? Because the Brisbane suburbs of Astley, Camp Hill and Slacks Creek are in those 3 areas, and each of them have a point of interconnect. And we, quite logically, are building out from points of interconnect around the country. And who chose those 3 locations in Brisbane as points of interconnect? The ACCC, Senator. If the boundary were drawn by the Australian had been a little bit to the north or south or west, it would have picked up locations in coalition seats such as Caboolture, the Gold Coast or Toowoomba. But they choose to draw the boundaries where it had the greatest impact. So, having addressed those 2 recent media fictions, I look forward to answering the committee's questions on more serious matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I could share, yeah, mine will be way less exciting than Mr Quigley's, I'm afraid. The bulk of the regulatory structure for the NBN is now in place, and so 2.5, 3 years worth of work from the department on that is substantially completed. As a consequence of that, we are changing the departmental structure, reducing the amount of people committed to this area over the remainder of this year. What's left in the regulatory structure, Toowoomba will need to be set up by 30 June. That's the entity Telstra referred to earlier. Most of the committee members will probably know, which will pick up the maintenance of the copper in the last 7% and a bunch of support non-premises functions in the fibre areas. We also will be still working on with NBN Co and the ACCC on the special access undertaking, which is in front of the ACCC, expected to gain approval sometime later this year. There are some additional exemption issues which are still in front of us, quite small exemption issues from particular carriers for maintaining products not unlike the Velocity product that was referred to a little earlier. The low impact facilities changes to support the NBN are still within their disallowance period. But pretty much, as you can tell from that, our functional support efforts will now become what I might call highly complementary to the NBN rather than in any sense taking on that primary regulatory development arrangement. And so as a consequence of that, as I said, we are changing the departmental structure somewhat to reflect that.
Finance and Derek want to make any comment?
Statement, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Look, I'll throw to questions because I know there'll be a lot. My only comment is in regards to the second report that's been provided through the shareholder ministers, and on page 4 of that report, it's got a very valuable table on work underway, premises passed and premises activated. Just to give you all the opportunity to comment on that table in a bit more detail, it looks like from a layman's reading about roughly a 10 to 15% strike rate on premises activated in both brownfields and new developments as compared to premises passed or covered so far. We're in the early stages. We're picking up on your comments in regards moving from test sites to full rollout, but whether you wanted to, for the record, provide a bit more detail on a strike rate of about 10 or 15% on activations compared to premises passed.
I think, Chair, the activations are running about 14% on average, but in some locations such as Wollonga and Kiama, for example, they're now out, but just touching 30%. If I can just remind the committee again that when you do comparisons with international take-up rates of fibre to the premise, these are very high take-up rates at this period of time, this long after a rollout has taken place. So we're in fact pretty happy with the rate at which it's going, and the fact is that the copper network is going to be retired, which will be in a different dynamic for activations once that starts to happen.
Any other comments while you've got the chance? No, the only other question is the confidence question on the overall timeframe of the project. On the back of the finalisation of definitive agreements, still confident that all key benchmarks will be met over the life of the project, and we're roughly working on a 9-year timeframe still?
That timetable we are working on now to take on board all of the things that I have, at least 3 of the things I just mentioned there. There are some others, of course. All of those will be incorporated into the next version of the corporate plan, which we will be submitting to the government in the second quarter. That, I think, will then form quite clearly the benchmark against which will be measured, including, of course, the 12-month and the 3-year plan we have, announcement we have just gone out with.
Okay. Mr Quigley, in your opening statement, and this is actually a question for Mr Harris, but you made reference to we need to be careful of any potential policy changes in doing any comparisons now or in the future. Mr Harris, in this process that is currently underway of corporate plans being rewritten, are you able to give us any assurances that statements of expectations aren't looking to be changed in any substantial way or in any detail at all?
I'm not aware of any significant changes planned to the statement of expectations. I think probably the right link there is, as Mr Quigley was saying, is referring particularly to greenfields, and the fact that in translation from the financial heads of agreement arrangements with Telstra in the middle of 2010 through to the middle of 2011, the greenfields arrangements varied a number of times, and that made it quite difficult, I think, for any of the parties, so this includes Telstra as much as NBN Co, to actually forecast what the impact on themselves were. And that's driven substantially by the fact that no one had a very good handle on this. None of the parties had a very good handle on this. There was a lot of claim being made about how much of a residual, or funny term, residual, a bow wave as it was called, how many applications had already been lodged over many years prior to this for greenfields. Those numbers varied significantly, and then the signals from developers that they also had a huge number of applications ready to go, and subsequently lodged, as Mr Quigley said, didn't quite pan out in the way we had expected. So I think that's the primary factor that Mr Quigley was referring to. Other than those, and certainly I'm not aware, therefore, the greenfields policy is going to change any further. I think any of us who've been involved in that would sort of, we chuck ourselves off the top of a tall building rather than change greenfields again. And I therefore don't anticipate any changes of that magnitude nor any other significant changes that are in place. That said, there will potentially be in the course of the rollout things which I might call operational issues still to be addressed. I guess the committee is aware of battery backup as an example, so it's out there for further consultation on battery backup. So those are the sorts of things that could change, but I wouldn't call that, and I'm trying to answer your question here in a holistic fashion, I wouldn't call that quite a statement of expectations type shift, even though potentially if something does shift in relation to battery backup, it may well have a significant financial saving option available to it.
Okay. And I appreciate the submission that came back on the private equity, and the committee is doing some work on that in this report alongside some workforce related issues. In regards to the private equity question, are you willing to put on the record why debt financing is a better policy option than equity financing?
I think we tried in our submission to the committee to be quite careful in saying we would prefer not to give financial advice of a kind that people might want to depend on. But I guess then again we're not licensed practitioners, and so maybe ASIC won't come after me.
It just seems odd that we are keeping that option open for debt financing, but we are shutting the door on equity financing. And just wondering whether that is, what the policy perspective on that is.
Well, I think, as our submission tried to say, at this stage in the NBN, the premium for risk required for an equity investor would naturally be very high, and KPMG wrote that very explicitly in the implementation study. That says if you want to try and draw upon financing at the moment, it's going to be much higher priced to get equity than it will be to get debt. And that's noting that the Commonwealth can borrow quite cheaply as well, but it's primarily driven by the fact that this is a very large project. It will last for a very long time. You'll take a significant amount of upfront losses before it starts to cover its costs, and as a consequence the premium for equity will be high. And so at this stage, the advice from implementation study and from KPMG was pretty clear: don't try and draw down equity markets. And I guess we haven't seen a reason to vary from that. I don't know, I suppose I should be conscious of my colleagues from the Department of Finance who might want to say something in supplementation or contradiction, but that's basically the driver for us.
And I think there's a non-financial reason at work here as well, that any equity, private equity contribution to the project that was beyond a trivial level, the investor would be looking to have some control or influence over the use of that equity and its return, which inevitably would lead to the risk of policy compromises. And the government is primarily doing this for policy reasons, so it sort of undermines the logic of using private equity.
So I won't take the bait on it, but just in the interest of time, with debt financing on the radar in 2015, is anyone aware of valuations being done by potential financiers to date, as starting to consider their options that the committee should be, could be aware of and interested in?
I'm sure that some parties will be doing this.
But are you aware of any that are doing it? I'm sure they're doing it, but I'm just wondering at what stage we're at, whether it's too early to start doing detailed committee work on it, or whether we should start having conversations in detail with interested parties.
Well, my estimation would be it would probably be too early for the committee to be examining parties on this. Even in debt financing, Chair, there are conditions on the kinds of bonds that are raised which will be of great interest and will therefore shift the profile required from particular financiers. So they'll be thinking that through at the moment. I mean, I've done bond raisings on transport projects for governments in the past, and this very much comes to the fore. The conditions for change of control, for example, is a matter for people lending money as much as it is a matter for people investing directly in equity. So those sorts of conditions will significantly influence both the appetite of an investor and the price that they too might be interested in. And I guess those ultimately will be questions the committee will be interested in, but my own view is that it's a little too early now to be able to even ask a market participant, because that'll be their first question. Well, what kind of bond raising are we talking about here?
My fishing expedition was more an awareness exercise. Is anyone aware of anyone who's started to do some work in this capacity?
I'm not aware of anybody.
Chair, Finance isn't aware of anyone.
And in the company, we haven't had any discussions on financing yet, debt financing.
Okay. How are we going to do this? We might, Deputy Chair.
Curious about, there were some comments made recently about the satellite broadband and the wireless broadband in country areas not being of the same or equivalent quality as what you'd get in inner city areas, and I was just wondering if you could have a chat to us about that and explain.
You're saying the same quality, a difference in the satellite and wireless?
In the wireless that the rural and regional areas are getting, that you won't get the same, under the NBN, you won't get the same download speeds and usability that you would in the city.
As fibre or as wireless in the city?
As wireless.
As wireless. No, the service will be identical everywhere in the wireless footprint, as close as you can get with technology. There'll be no difference whether a wireless service is delivered in remote Australia or it's delivered just outside a city. Likewise, satellite, whether it's delivered in the city or in the most remote parts of Australia, it'll be the same service.
So it'll be the same. The fixed wireless you get will be the same as no matter where you are.
Fixed wireless service will be the same. And if, Chair, I could perhaps answer the question that the good Dr Warren was struggling with a little at the end. If you wanted to know the difference between a mobile and a fixed wireless service, it fundamentally isn't related to speeds, because the peak speed, we're using exactly the same technology as 4G wireless as we're using for our fixed wireless. The difference is everywhere in the cell we guarantee that speed, whereas in a mobile network the speed varies depending on distances from the tower and also depending on the loading. But the big difference between a fixed wireless service and a mobile service is the capacity that you dimension the network for. In other words, the gigabytes per month that you dimension the network for that you can download, which, as you could see from that ABS data, is going to become more and more important. So we have dimensioned our fixed wireless service to give a very good equivalent of a fixed line. That's not what you do in a mobile network.
Okay, it's taken 3 committee members to change a power cable on a technology committee, so I apologise for that. We might, for this exercise, work from the outside in, but for the early questioners, if you can be aware that we're going to be tight on time towards the end. So, Senator McDonald.
Very brief, Mr Quigley, and welcome to Mr Cooney. I once had a Senate colleague called Cooney.
Sounds like a charming fellow.
Huh?
Sounds like a charming fellow.
Yes, he was. He was. Mr Quigley, just your revenue to date, is it up to expectation, and do you have perhaps on notice, a figure of what it is since you last gave us the
I think figure? The number would be in the last report the Chair referred to. Is it where we expect it to be, given the number of services we have activated? Yes, it is. I'd say the trend that we're seeing that did surprise us a little bit is that we expected a larger percentage of services to be on the basic service of 12.1. What we're seeing is a significant number of people are on 25.5 and 50.20 services, as well as 140. So there's a larger take-up of those higher speeds than we frankly had anticipated.
Cash. Perhaps you could just tell me, so I don't have to look at the report, What cash have you received in, and how does that relate to your operating expenses, not your capital expenses?
Obviously, the cash is significantly below our operating expenses. Would you expect anything else at this point, Senator?
But I just wonder how much below,
well, it's a long way below.
How it is compared with your expectations.
To the period 31st December 2011, it is $356,000, I believe.
And what are your operating expenses at the same time? How does that compare with your expectations to this point?
Total operating expenses, I'm referring to the information here with my finance colleague, is $250 million. So clearly we are a start-up, in start-up mode.
How's that compared to your expectations for this time?
From where we are, that's about what we expected to be. That's what you'd expect at this point in time. It clearly it's a function of a rate at which you get customers passed and customers activated.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gallagher.
We heard earlier from Vodafone about the opportunities with respect to coming home with your mobile device and the NBN being complementary in that you could make calls over the NBN, freeing up the wireless. Do you have a view on all of that? Is that an increasing opportunity, you see?
Yeah, I think so. It's we have always said that we believe that mobile wireless is going to be complementary to the fixed line service, that end users will need both. I think almost every telco expert you hear around the world will tell you exactly the same thing. So I think what Vodafone, from what I understand if they've said and what they've said to us, is they see the building of the NBN as an opportunity for them to enter the market now in the fixed line market, which they haven't done previously. We expect we're going to see a fair amount of new entrants into the fixed line at the retail level as a result of the building of the NBN.
The only thing I'd add to that is that with the rise of smartphones, and especially in Australia, the huge penetration of smartphones already in tablets, the change has been from what was called a feature phone, which didn't really use Wi-Fi and fixed line infrastructure. Each of these smartphones are now another fixed line device. They all seek out Wi-Fi and they all use quite a large amount, often on average, of fixed line data. So what we're seeing is an increased level of mobile penetration is actually also driving fixed infrastructure.
So it's possible the NBN will actually make wireless devices away from the NBN faster?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I think the numbers now about 70% of the downloads on iPads and iPhones are on Wi-Fi networks, which is a fixed line, it's obviously a fixed line network, and that number's going to keep climbing.
So essentially we'll come in here and log on to the NBN rather than the wireless?
Very likely, yeah. If you're not already doing so, yeah.
Okay. Mr Turnbull.
Thank you. Mr Quigley, when you announced the deal on the satellites recently, the acquisition of the satellites, you said that the service was expected to sign up 200,000 households in the satellite footprint. That's right.
That's probably right. Yes.
But in December of 2010, in your corporate plan, you stated that the satellites would only only forecast to connect 106,000 households by
160, I think.
106, I think it is.
Yeah, I think that's what I thought. Maybe around 160.
It's at page 134. It is 106. Premises connected.
So that's premises connected. I thought you were talking about premises passed.
No. Premises passed and covered, obviously, with the satellite. Yeah. You cover them literally, instantly, as soon as the satellite is up. But that's always. But so you just explain what the change is, because it's nearly a doubling.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of things. First of all, doing further analysis on that wireless footprint and the options that are available to people in the part of the country in which we're providing that satellite service, and the performance of the satellite service itself, led us to believe that the take-up rate was going to be considerably higher than we had first thought in that part of the country. We're seeing, in fact, I guess we're seeing we're looking also at the data on the interim satellite, the rate at which customers are growing on that and the reaction we're getting from customers who are getting a good service. We're also looking at the technology changes and enhancements that we see coming down the track a little later, which may help in that regard as well. So we just, frankly, we re-evaluate it. Now, the pity of it is, of course, even with those much higher take-up rates, the satellite service can never make a profit.
No. Okay. Well, thank you. Just want to run through a couple of international benchmarks regarding satellites. The Viasat-1 satellite, which is a broadband satellite, like a Ka-band satellite, like the ones you're acquiring, which was launched this year, has the capacity to deliver a 12 megabit per second service to over 1 million subscribers in the United States. Hughes Network Services is shortly going to launch a Jupiter satellite, which will have the capacity of addressing between 1.5 and 2 million consumer broadband customers, offering average download speeds of 5 megs with high-end services of up to 20. Now, the Ka-com company, which submitted to your request for capability at the outset, proposed a 12 meg download service and a 4 meg upload service, so with the better technical performance than you'd actually sought initially, to more than 450,000 households in Australia, and it was then that company was proposing to leverage a spare capacity to serve other clients in the region, mining companies, even Antarctica and so forth. So the question I've got, we've got two, satellite that is up, the Viasat-1 satellite that's there. Hughes is about to launch one, which will also cover over 1 million households at 12 megs. Ka-com was proposing and of course L'Oreal, who's building your satellites, was their partner. They were proposing to do 450,000 households in Australia. Isn't it right that you're going to have a lot of spare capacity on these satellites that you're acquiring?
No. The difference there, Mr. Turnbull, if I can say, and we obviously had discussions with Ka-com. The difference there is related to the last answer I gave on the fixed wireless. It's a question of what you dimension the capacities of the satellites for. It's not so much speeds. It's a question of the greater number of subscribers you have, how many gigabytes per month can be delivered reliably to them. And obviously, whether it's Viasat or it's Jupiter, they're commercial companies who are trying to maximise revenues to the greatest extent possible, which you would expect them to do. But what they do is obviously they try and throttle back the capacity that's delivered to the absolute minimum they can. Which is why you often find satellite services getting a bad reputation. And in fact, we've had that situation in Australia where the service, when we looked at it, was being delivered previous to before our interim satellite service. The average busy hour throughput was around 7 to 10 kilobits per second. That's what it was dimensioned at, and operators were only buying additional capacity when they were hearing complaints from end users. What we've done is taken a different approach, which is to say, given the coverage and given the number of users we expect to be on this and given the satellite capacity, how do you make sure you manage that capacity so that people in the bush will get a good service?
So when Viasat says with its satellite, which is a similar satellite to the ones you're acquiring, when it says it will offer 1 million subscribers a 12 meg download service, they're being a bit disingenuous, are they?
They are saying that if everybody tried to, for example, stream or everybody tried to get on with Skype at the same time, the system would fail. You just simply have to do the arithmetic. It's relatively straightforward. Given the capacity of those satellites and given the number of subscribers, you just do the division, they simply can't stream. And with the advent of video, that's going to become a bigger and bigger issue. And we look very carefully at the data that came from Ka-com. To say the least, they were being somewhat optimistic, which is what you'd expect when somebody's trying to sell you
service.
Okay, so you don't think you'll have, your position is you don't expect that you'll have much in the way of spare capacity on these satellites, assuming you get your 200,000 subscribers?
Absolutely. If you just do the dimensioning on that, our fear is, in fact, that if we get that uptake at 200,000 customers, and we have, for example, flying doctor services and remote medical who will be wanting to stream high-definition video services, that soaks up capacity very fast.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I just now turn to the orbital slots? Have you secured the orbital slots for your 2 satellites yet?
We have lodged for slots, and that process is underway. We don't anticipate any problems with that.
But you haven't secured any slots?
Well, you don't. That process takes some years to be finalised.
Okay. What slots have you applied for?
I think they're from 135 degrees east at 4 of them at 5 degree increments. So they're ideally over Australia.
Okay. Now, just a question, would the orbital slot and frequency allocation that you eventually acquire, assuming you're successful in your applications, will that affect the design and construction of the satellites?
Yes, certainly. You need to tie down the VSAT uplink and downlink frequencies, as well as the gateway uplink and down frequencies, and you need to know where the satellites are going to be located. That absolutely impacts the radio planning.
Okay, so what is the time frame then in which you have to get those slots allocated in order for your satellite launch timetable to be met?
Okay, if I can just refer first of all to the frequency issue, which the actual getting the bands, the frequency bands for those uplink and downlink, that was the area that we were most concerned about, and we have that all but one tiny piece locked in now completely. So that's all completely solved. In terms of the orbital slots, we're going through a process with the ITU in which is going very well now. So it is not uncommon that people launch satellites without that process being completed. We've had
they launch satellites without having a slot?
Without having the formality completed. What you go through is a process of, if there's anybody, it's called coordination, does anybody object? And we have had no objections at this point in time, and we frankly don't expect to have, apart I think from KACOM.
You're familiar with the
satellite... We don't have a satellite, by the way.
You're familiar with the satellite company Protostar?
No, I'm not that familiar with them. I've heard of them, I'm not familiar with them.
It went bankrupt in 2009, having raised $500 million. And it invested in a satellite before it had the slot and frequencies sorted out. Don't you think... I mean, can I just put this to you? Do you acknowledge, or do you agree, that placing an order for the manufacturing of satellites ahead of securing the orbital slots imposes a level of financial uncertainty on this project?
No. I think, like in all projects of this sort, and I've been associated with satellite businesses in previous lives, you never have these things completely tied down. There's the formality you go through. At some point in time you say to yourself, okay, we've got these slots, is there any objections, is there any problem with this? Our assessment is this is secure. So we were more concerned about the frequencies than we were about the orbital slots, and that's all they've done.
But are you, Mr. Quigley, sorry, look, you've just said you've worked in the satellite business, so you know a lot more about it, I guess, than any of the rest of us. But are you saying that in the satellite business, people put satellites up into slots without actually having a legal right to fly the bird in that slot?
What I will say is that it's not unprecedented that they will have a satellite in orbit before the formality of the process is complete. We don't anticipate that, by the way, Mr. Turnbull. We expect the formalities will be completed well before we launch any satellite.
But there is a risk that they will not be?
There's a very, very small risk in our view, a very, very small risk. Now, the option you have is just to wait for many years to let this formal process end and then start the process. That means that you won't be providing good broadband service to the bush for many years.
No, I understand that, but what, Mr. Quigley, if you put a satellite up, you're a Commonwealth government-owned company, you're saying you are relaxed about launching a satellite into an orbital slot which you have not been allocated by the ITU.
Said that, Mr. Turnbull.
No, I think that's what you said.
No, what I've said is that we placed an order to begin the design and construction of the satellite. I didn't say that we were going to launch the satellite into a slot.
Okay.
We expect that process, the ITU coordination process, to be finished well before a launch date.
But if it is...
Perhaps I could also supplement the answer here a little bit.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Harris.
Perhaps I could also supplement the answer a little bit here. There has been a formal risk assessment, as you would expect, of this conducted by NBN Co and reviewed by the government. This risk was identified and not given, I think, the preeminence that perhaps it might be being accorded in these hearings. A number of risks exist with this project still. This perhaps isn't the lead risk. But I did want to assure the committee a risk assessment has been done by both NBN Co and reviewed by the government.
So Mr. Harris, the risk that you won't get, the risk that you'll build the satellite for a slot that you may actually not get the legal right to use is a risk that you feel is small enough to take on. Is that right?
It has been reviewed in the risk assessment, and as I said, it doesn't acquire the same status as perhaps it's being given now here.
And can I just ask a question here? Is the lead risk in this regard a satellite being put up and failing?
It's a significant.
Yeah, the risk that the launch vehicle would fail is a couple of order of magnitudes higher, I think, than.
Is that the lead risk?
That's absolutely the big risk. Yes.
Right. And
Okay.
can you explain the process in that regard to date in regards to the launch vehicle and the choice?
We're about to enter into a tender process for the launch services.
Yeah, exactly.
And there are a limited number of companies worldwide who can launch satellites of this sort. You look very carefully at the track record of the companies you deal with, and obviously you also take out launch insurance. So there's no way around that. These launching satellites is not a risk-free business. There are from time to time failures.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Quigley, could you may, if you don't know now, you might be able to come back to us. Could you let us know, give us some examples of satellites that have been launched, commercial satellites like this that have been launched into slots in respect of which the allocation has not been given?
Yes, happy to do so.
That would be good, thank you. Now, just one final question.
Thank you.
Hughes paid, it was reported, $258 million for Jupiter 1 to be used over the USA and is currently negotiating for 2 more Ka-band satellites. Viasat paid $240 million for Viasat 1, the satellite I was talking about a moment ago, to be used over the USA. Again, I don't have your deep experience with satellites, but we would assume that if you bought 2 satellites in the one order as you've done, you'd normally get a price reduction because of economies of scale and production and so forth. So can you tell us why your 2 satellites at $660 million appear to cost so much more than the 2 benchmarks I've just referred to?
It depends on the capacity, it depends on a whole range of parameters. What we tend to find in what we're doing is we're covering the whole of Australia with 101 spot beams. That compares, for example, to a satellite IP Star or TISAT 4, which is up there at the moment, which is a much, much reduced number of spot beams. So you've got to look at the capacity, the technology, the number of spot beams, and also what are the services you bought with that tender. You may, for example, have bought TT&C, telemetry and control and tracking services in addition. So you really have to look at the entire process of what you bought and what the relative prices are. What I can tell you, Mr Turnbull, is that we went through quite a process over an extended period of time to make sure that taxpayers got a good deal with these 2 satellites. And by the way, there isn't a huge, there is some, but there isn't a huge volume scale issues. These devices, these machines are built basically by hand.
Okay, thank you. Just on that final risk point, You've said that it's not uncommon to launch satellites into slots which have not actually been allocated.
No, I said it's not unprecedented.
Unprecedented.
It's not common, but it's not unprecedented.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's not common, but it's not without precedent. If you were, as you may do, to launch these satellites costing $660 million into slots which have not been allocated to you, and they are not allocated to you, what actually happens to the satellites?
That's frankly not an issue that I think we have to worry too much about. We're very confident that
Not a lot of money?
We're very confident that the slots will be available. What we're much more concerned about is the issue that the Chair has raised, which is how do we minimise the risks that we'll have a problem at launch?
But isn't this a bit like moving into somebody's house because you're confident he's going to rent it to you?
Not at all.
It's not at all?
Not at all, no.
Well, what's the point of the slot allocation process if people can launch satellites into slots when they haven't been allocated?
It's a coordination process. In other words, the bodies who launch satellites want to make sure that when a satellite is launched, it will not interfere in any way with the satellites that they already have in orbit and the services they're providing. So you go through a process of coordination, and we already have quite a number of those bodies in Southeast Asia who've said there is no problem. They've already notified the ITU there is no problem. But the process itself, the formal process, just takes a while to churn through the ITU.
Okay. Before handing to Mr Fletcher, just to finish on this, who is bearing the risk if it does fail at launch?
We will take out insurance, launch insurance. Now, that launch insurance is not cheap, but we will take out launch insurance.
Can you insure? And that's NBN Co or
NBN Co will take that insurance out.
Right, thanks.
Can you insure against the sort of issues that Mr Turnbull is talking about?
No. Paul Fletcher. We can take further questions on notice at the end, so we're racing the clock.
Mr Quigley, if you don't get the slot, what happens under the contract? Are you off the hook? Do you not have to pay the money?
No, of course not. We have entered into a contract to start beginning to manufacture and produce satellites, but surely you would remember from your days in Optus, Mr Fletcher, that this is not uncommon. I'm sure Optus has begun many satellite manufactures without having the slots completely through the ITU process, unless I'm mistaken.
The way this process works, Mr Quigley, is we ask the questions on this side.
I understand. Yeah.
My next question.
But I would be interested.
My next question for you: if you don't have the slot, will Arianespace or whoever you get to launch it for you?
Yes. I should qualify that. I assume yes. We pay them to launch a satellite, they'll launch a satellite.
So they don't care whether you've got the slot or not? Is that what you're putting to the...
As I said, Mr Fletcher, I think that's a very unlikely possibility.
So I hear that. We're on the branch of the decision tree which is saying, in the scenario where the slot is not obtained, my question to you is, will Arianespace or one of the other well-known launchers launch the satellite in that scenario?
I believe so. I haven't asked the question, but I believe so.
Could you take that on notice?
And take it on notice, yes.
On this point, Mr Quigley, is there any recorded evidence anywhere that people have built these types of satellites that have not been able to launch them?
Not that I know of, Senator, but we can check.
Can you check?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Paul, have you got...
I do have more questions, yes. Mr Quigley, I'd like to come back to the question of the decision to launch 2 satellites. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. Was the rationale for that redundancy or capacity?
Both. It was both. We needed, for both reasons, we needed to launch 2 satellites. With the number of subscribers we expect to be on the satellites, you wouldn't want to be dependent on one satellite alone, and to provide the service, the capacity that's needed, you need the 2 satellites. Now, the implication of that is if one of the satellites was to fail, then obviously the capacity that you have available for that number of subscribers drops, which means the gigabytes per month, if you like, that you could get through halves. But at least they would still have a reasonable service.
You mentioned that the arithmetic is fairly straightforward to go from number of satellites to number of transponders to capacity per transponder, etc. Can you take us through that arithmetic?
No, that mathematics is not simple, what we just said there. If I'm looking at the total capacity and the total number of users, it's relatively simple. But if you're doing the planning per spot beam with 101, that gets quite complex because there's a very large number of factors you need to take into account, and we have been working with one of the world's leading experts in that frequency planning.
I'm not interested then in the complicated bit. You mentioned that the basic arithmetic is fairly simple. I think you said that, didn't you? Can you take us through the simple arithmetic? I think the point you're putting to us is the linkage between the number of customers being served and the aggregate capacity on the satellites.
Yes,
is that right?
That's correct.
Can you talk us through that?
Yes. So if you take the satellite at 60 gigabits per second total capacity, and there's 200,000 subscribers on that, you get the number of gigabits per second per subscriber that you get. But what's more important, if you then do all the arithmetic which says there are 24 hours in a day, 360 seconds in an hour, multiplied by the number of days, you then have to factor out for the, you've got to make a busy hour assumption. When you do that calculation, you find in order to provide, and this is what we have dimensioned on the satellite, in order to provide for that number of customers a guaranteed 300 kilobit per second capacity, you need to have, and when I say 300 kilobit per second, that's the average busy hour throughput, which equates to gigabytes per month. You need to have that kind of capacity. Now, I can send you, if you like.
Please, if you could take that on notice. But just to clarify one thing, busy hour means the time of the day when the network is the busiest.
It's the hour when, yes, it's the hour in the day when the network utilisation is at its maximum, which is normal for mentioning telephone networks and communications networks.
One other question on this point. It's not right, I assume, that from the moment of launch of the two satellites they will be at capacity?
No, obviously not. You need, once the satellites are up, you then, you've got a certain number of, you've got to get them into position in orbit, and there's a bit of work to be done. Then you are, in fact, installing VSATs, very small aperture terminals, in locations around Australia as take-up takes place.
So what I'm interested in is, if two satellites are required for capacity reasons, how long does NBN Co think it will take before the first satellite is at capacity, given the assumptions you've made about how much bandwidth you want to...
So this is when you have to think the timing between the satellite launches isn't so much dependent on the satellite capacity as on how many subscribers do you want to have on one satellite, one single point of failure before you launch the second.
So just to understand that, the rationale for launching two at roughly the same time or within a fairly short window is that you don't want at any point to have only one NBN Co satellite in the sky. Is that right?
Well, at the very beginning it's not such an issue. There might be a small number of subscribers until take-up increases, but at some point you want to make sure that those people in the bush who are on the satellite service have a backup.
The question I'm interested in is, as you thought about alternative satellite strategies, did you consider an alternative strategy of launching one satellite and then coming back in 3 years or 5 years or 2 years, however long you thought it might take, when capacity directed you to make that decision?
Yes, we did think about that, and we've done some modelling on that. So obviously we still haven't. By the way, at this point in time, we are still open to make decisions about when the second satellite is launched.
But you're on the hook to pay for it.
Yes, we've contracted to build two satellites. Now, as that progresses, of course, you're making more payments.
Did you think about that satellite issue from a CapEx perspective as well as from the operational considerations you talked about earlier?
We thought about obviously CapEx and OpEx, reliability, availability, the job that the government had told us to go do.
Yeah. I'll have more later, but I'm happy to...
I'll try and get around everyone. Susan.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Premier, there's been some confusion in Broken Hill about the availability or otherwise of the backhaul fibre network to allow the town to connect to the NBN. Advertisements appeared in the Broken Hill newspapers saying the NBN is coming, and your spokesperson said the reason the NBN wasn't coming was because the fibre backhaul had not been sufficiently completed, although while completed wasn't able to be hooked up to. NextGen, the builders of the backhaul network, have said this isn't the case. This committee has visited Broken Hill and seen for itself that the fibre backhaul is available. Will you undertake to re-evaluate the decision not to connect Broken Hill to the NBN in the first 3 years?
Well, if I can, first of all, say I think we made a mistake. The spokesman made a mistake there in saying that the RBBT, that backhaul link from Broken Hill, was dark fibre. It is in fact lit, providing a service that is somewhat unrelated to our rollout sequencing and planning. We're doing that on the basis of building what we call points of interconnect and fan sites, of which having backhaul fibre is one component. So the two issues are unrelated. We do apologise for our spokesman making an error in that area. But so, to answer your question, would we go back and re-look again at Broken Hill? I think we will obviously look in the next 12 months as we update the 3-year plan to look at the next 12 months after that.
So is the fibre backhaul available to connect Broken Hill to the NBN or not?
There is the RBBT fibre does go through Broken Hill. Does it connect to the point of interconnect we will be feeding Broken Hill from? I'm not sure of that. That's what we need to check.
Well, NBN Co is already a customer of RBBT in the area.
NBN Co is using some of the RBBT fibre, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we have that's the link that takes us back to our point of interconnect. I'd have to check on that.
NBN Co and 2 other RSPs, I believe, are already utilising the backhaul network. So you're saying you can't tell me whether the backhaul network currently would allow Broken Hill to be connected to
I'm sure if there is
NBN Co?
If there is fibre that's going from Broken Hill to somewhere, and I think it heads south, please someone heads south from there. What I would have to check is the agreement that we have with the ACCC, whether Broken Hill is fed from the fibre that goes down or in fact it's coming to a point of interconnect, which we agreed with the ACCC that may be in a different location. That's what I'd have to check.
So you're really saying it's a planning consideration, not a feasibility engineering type
Yes,
consideration?
it's a planning issue.
And it's a strategic decision that you've made not to connect Broken Hill to
No, I wouldn't
NBN.
say it's not a strategic decision. It's a consequence of the process we use to sequence the rollout, which I have described.
Well, I just think, could you just put it in plain English so that I can actually understand what you're talking about?
If I could, the basic proposition is that not everybody can be first, so some places aren't, and there's a hierarchy of considerations that the NBN Co has used to determine which parts of the country get this service first, one of which is where are you located on the rings that are available, which NBN Co is building, so that's their own transit network. The second is where are the points of interconnect, and those are determined, as Mr Quigley said, by the ACCC, but clearly some points of interconnect are going to be done first and some are going to be done second. There's a series, I can't remember all of them, Mike, but you might want to list the considerations, but certainly it's not a strategic consideration to exclude one part of the country or another part of the country. It's a collection of that set of choices all adding up. You know, you have to get the complete set of them before you can be in the first part of the rollout.
Well, could you, given the exercise of time, come back to me with an actual explanation of why...
As the hierarchy, yes.
Of what the hierarchy is and why Broken Hill wasn't included, and why your spokesperson said the reason it wasn't included was because the backhaul network wasn't completed.
They made a mistake.
Well, it's an extraordinary sort of a mistake to make, isn't it?
No, it's a mistake. They had assumed that the RBBT was dark fibre. It was in fact lit, and I think some services are being provided over it.
Yes.
But it's not... We have to figure out which part of the RBBT we can use at what time in the overall sequencing of the plan. One of the issues we're facing right at the moment, we are being literally deluged with people saying they want to be in the first 3 years and why haven't they been?
Can I perhaps just add one other little piece of what I call the common sense, because this works for me. It may not work for the committee, but works for me. A lot of people commenting on this are doing so from a perspective that sees the NBN as being bolted on to the existing network. And that's entirely understandable because conceptually that's where it started out. It was an add-on. What's structurally happening with the rollout that the NBN Co has designed now is effectively a replacement for the phone system. And in order to do that, you've got to be within a network build. And so I think the thing that I found most convincing with this is when Mike Quigley goes through the ring, which must be in place first before you can join the network. Otherwise, we can't just bolt you onto the end of the existing network, otherwise you'll only go as far as where copper starts to interfere. And I think that's been the hardest thing, I think, to try and get across, because this project has transitioned that much in the last 3 years from being...
Well, look, it's a town of 20,000 people right next to the backhaul network with points of interconnect there, and NBN already has a presence in the area. It's not just... I just leave it at that and would ask for a more detailed explanation, please.
Sure, happy to do it.
Mike. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Quigley, I'd like to ask all of the sites in the 3-year rollout putting on power lights?
No, not all of the sites are, but quite a number of them. One of the factors that goes into the sequencing of the rollout is starting from points of internet, or what we call aggregation nodes, because that does make the job, in fact, simpler if you build out from those aggregations.
So that could be one site at a POI and the next site bolted on, as it were, adjoining suburbs.
Yes, we tend to work outwards from aggregation nodes and build out from them, and we put, it's logical if we've got to put a point of interconnect, if that's the thing you need to provide a service anywhere, it's logical, since it's there, you build out from there. But if I can also just let the committee know, we are going to release an internal document, it's called the FSA Fibre Serving Area Scheduling, which describes the process we use, the factors we used in the rollout, and while it hasn't been requested of us, it's part of the process we're now doing to make sure that information is proactively available, which we think will be of interest.
You're releasing that today? We
will be releasing in the next day or two, putting it on the website.
Right.
Okay. How many fibre sites are there in the 3-year rollout?
The total number of fibre serving areas, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can tell you it's about 1,000 all up.
Does 360?
360 sounds probably about right.
So the 1,000 includes fixed wireless as well?
The points of interconnect are also used for wireless and also for satellite.
Okay, so 360
of the roughly 1,000 fibre serving areas, yes, or points, yes.
Fine.
Now, if I can distinguish between fibre serving areas and points of interconnect, there are 121 points of interconnect and there are roughly 1,000 fibre serving areas.
Okay. If you've got one on this, yeah. No, we'll just hang on. You'll break my train of thought. Could I just swing across to a couple of network maintenance questions?
Sorry, if I can just, Chair, I just noticed that we've had a tweet from Mr Turnbull who says the Quigley and the government happy to take risk of building and launching $660 million satellites without having the orbital slots allocated. I thought just 5 minutes ago I made it absolutely and abundantly clear that we did not say we would be launching without the orbital slots.
Okay.
Thank you. That's clear.
And another committee member, I think, has backed you up on Twitter already. So technology is an amazing thing.
I was going to get away from satellites and talk about network maintenance.
No, we love smoking launch pads.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Let's keep going.
Mr Quigley, could you tell me what the expected lifespan of the equipment, rather than the fibre itself, is that has been installed for the NBN is expected to be?
That's rather a difficult question to answer because I've seen equipment, telecommunications equipment, last a very long time, a very, very long time. But you wouldn't guarantee that. I think but
there must be a mean time between failure.
There is normally a mean time between failure that we would have calculated. I would say the expected life, all else being equal, would probably be in the 15, 20 years. Would we expect this equipment, the NTDs and the OLTs, to probably be upgraded before the end of life? I think the answer is yes.
And that upgrade would come due to a pick-up in usage, a pick-up in speed in years to come?
Yes. For example, the GPON at the moment, it's 2.5 gigabits per second down, 1.25 gigabits per second up. Within some years, 3 or 4 years, it'll be 10 gigabits per second down, 5 gigabits per second up, and then it'll probably multiply again by 4 again. So at some point in time, we'll obviously introduce that new capability, and another point in time, we may find if demand increases, we will go and retrofit the equipment, pull out the older stuff, put in the new stuff, but I should emphasise the fibre will stay right where it is.
Just finishing on that, if you upgrade an area, will that be done for all areas or only areas where there is a demand for that higher
You would do it by demand because to the end user they would not see a difference.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to do Luke. Yeah. Thanks. Luke.
Okay, Mr Quigley, are you aware of problems with the Bonnyrigg subdivision and the need for substantial remedial works to be done?
No, not in detail.
Well, in what degree are you aware?
Well, I know we've been doing work in Bonnyrigg, and I think we launched some services as one of the greenfield sites. But and it's certainly the case that I know in some of the early sites, and I believe Bonnyrigg was one of those, that we have been working with developers to get the standards set and make sure they understand what's required of the specifications that we've given, and that's obviously been worked through as it would be in all, as you would expect, in some of the very early sites.
And in the case of a subdivision at Bonnyrigg, and remedial work having to be done, was that being met by the taxpayer?
Well, it depends. I can't answer that one either. It depends on whose error it was. If it was an error in our specifications, then clearly NBN Co would have to pay for the remediation. If it was an error on the part of the developer in the way they implemented those specifications, then we would expect them to repair that at their cost. Likewise, any contractor or equipment supplier, if they made an error, we'd expect them to make it good.
Are you aware of any instances where NBN's specifications were deficient and that resulted in the need for remedial work at the cost of the taxpayer?
Not that I'm aware of, but I would say that is quite likely. I wouldn't imagine that in something of this complexity we would get every single specification correct. I'm sure we've got a few of them wrong, and we're going to have to correct those.
And so would you be able to get back to the committee with those occurrences and the cost to the taxpayer of those occurrences?
Yes, as best we can.
Okay. How many different versions of the wiring guide or installation guide have there been?
I don't know. I have to get back to you on that one.
Because I understand there have been quite a number, and if so, why have there been so many? I think there's been 4 or so.
Yes, that wouldn't
in a very short period of time.
That wouldn't surprise me if we're trying to do this rollout, obviously, very quickly, and we will be taking input from developers, from contractors, from our subcontractors, and looking at it ourselves, and where we see a need to update a specification, we'll try and do that very quickly.
And would you be able to also advise the committee then of if there have been instances where developers have suffered a financial loss due to errors contained within the wiring guide? Could you check that for us?
We can check that, yes.
And provide an advice in writing on that? You talked about the notion of premises passed, and where we have premises passed, can you just confirm my understanding that in each and every case where you have listed a premises as a premises passed, it can effectively be connected to the network with without further work needing to be done, that it's able to be connected?
Yes, that is the case. Now, I should say, in the case of, if you're referring here to greenfields or new developments, there's a slight distinction between premises passed and lots passed. Clearly, we have an obligation as part of the policy in a greenfields area above 100 premises over a 3-year period to provide services in all of those lots. Some of those lots may not have a premise built on them for some years. Okay, so clearly they may be passed, but they're empty lots. But yet we have passed them. There is also a case in which part of the greenfields is where if a new greenfield estate comes in, we have to put a fan site down, we have to connect that back to a point of interconnect. We have made a decision that we may not provision that last bit of the link, which is a managed service that we may purchase from somebody before we built it, because we don't want to spend that money until we need to.
Sorry, between the fan and the POI?
The fan and the POI. Well, actually, not quite. Between the fan and the point at which we can pick up the existing network. In some cases, on average, we're having to put about 6 kilometres, 5.5 to 6 kilometres of new fibre in so that we can pick up the existing network where we can get a managed service. So we will put that in, but we won't turn on the managed service until we need to, because otherwise we will be wasting taxpayers' money.
But in relation to the distance that you travel to
pick up the network,
you're not including those premises in the premises passed calculation?
Yes, we will. In that case, it would be, if it's greenfields, it'll be lots passed, and we would count that as passed because we will have arrangements in place to turn that service on very rapidly. Arrangement with a commercial provider of backhaul capacity. But we don't spend the money until we need to spend the money.
In relation to your servicing of greenfield sites, what proportion of work in relation to the targets that you had listed in the business plan on your progress reports, what proportion is being delivered by Fujitsu and what proportion is being delivered by other providers, if any?
We partnered with Fujitsu. As in fact, when we went through the process, we picked the largest and what we viewed as the most capable greenfields supplier and worked with them. We are now supplementing that obviously with our own contractors, so I can't give you the numbers, but up to now it's probably been a majority of services have been provided via with Fujitsu, us working with Fujitsu.
So just elaborate for me on that, on the issue of supplemented that with some other contractors. What do you mean?
I mean the people who we are getting to build in brownfields. It's now making increasing sense to use them also in greenfields areas.
And what about, for instance, Telstra as a installer of fibre? Has there been any use of Telstra in?
We went through a process, a tender process, to pick our construction contract partners, and we've announced who they are. They're the Vision Streams, the Cynthios, the companies you know about, the seal cars.
And what's been the take-up rate in the new greenfield sites where there are houses built, not lots passed, but houses passed, able to be connected? And what's been the take-up rate in those estates?
This is in fact quite difficult to estimate. One of the reasons is that trying to find out in a new area whether a home actually has somebody living there or not is non-trivial, unless you go around door knocking to find out. So what I can tell you is the two areas in which we can get good numbers are in Linear and Water's Edge, both in roads. They're MDUs, and the take-up, as I understand it, is there are 100 living units in each of those apartments. One's got 100 before, the other's got 110. We have about 70 services in each. So it's around about a bit under 70%. Clearly in the greenfields MDUs, SDUs, it's lower, but it's very difficult to know exactly the numbers.
You would be able to, though, through your retailer, should have people signed up for those services, though. That wouldn't be difficult to provide the committee, I would imagine, what the take-up rates are.
It's not that easy to determine when a premise has a... we're here talking about the difference between past and an active service. So we know how many active services there are, clearly. The question is we know how many lots have been passed, but what we don't know is how many of those lots have somebody living in it. So we do know it in MDUs, but we don't know it in SDUs.
Yeah. And so what are the number of active services that you've got compared, in those places where there are houses built? So obviously 10 houses built in a 100 unit subdivision, 100 lot subdivision. What proportion of those are you picking up as a customer with an active service?
Well, I can give you the numbers for the 2 MDUs which I've given to you. All I can tell you is that we have, I think, in total around 280 services at this point in time, and I think we have passed something like 1,100 lots. What I can't tell you is of those 1,100 lots, exactly how many have people living in them.
Just going to Tasmania for a moment and the first release sites, and Mr Cooney did mention the large numbers of hits that are being received in relation to the marketing promotion that's occurred there, or not there, occurred generally, the amount of interest and awareness that's occurring in the NBN. Why is it that we've only got scarcely more than 50 new connections in those early release sites over in the 6 months leading up to your last report, which was 31st December last year? Why is that take-up rate so feeble? Have you done any research as to why that is?
Yes, we have, and there are certainly demographic issues associated with it, PC ownership, all of those issues, and there is quite a difference. So, for example, if you looked at Midway Point, which is just outside Hobart, it's running at about double the take-up rate of the other 2 locations, which is Smithton and Scottsdale. But as I said, at this point in time, that's not unexpected, and with the copper network being retired, the take-up will happen.
And one last question. With regard to your statement earlier, can you just clarify for me, you seem to indicate that devices such as iPads, iPhones, you are classifying, and those going back to some form of fixed base to then be backhauled to other locations. Are you counting that as fixed line traffic, or are you counting that as mobile traffic, and any numbers that you quote?
If it's on a Wi-Fi network, it's a fixed line traffic, which is the same as the Australian Bureau of Statistics classifies it.
So it is possible then for large amounts of growth in mobile devices to be, for all intents and purposes, misclassified, and that's an argument of classification by the ABS. But to me, I think most people would have thought that a tablet or an iPhone is mobile traffic rather than fixed line traffic from a common sense point of view.
No, I think these days, if I can say, and I certainly do, whenever I'm giving a talk, I ask people to raise their hands of those who've got iPads. A very large number do. Of course, this is normally business groups. And then I ask how many of them actually have of those iPads are 3G enabled or 4G enabled, and it's surprising how many are not, that they buy iPads and they use them just on Wi-Fi. The reason being is the cost of a gigabyte of download on a mobile network is very expensive compared to a fixed line network.
And there are some services that don't work. There are certain downloads, there are certain applications you can't upgrade over a mobile network. You need to be on a Wi-Fi. They seek out a fixed line Wi-Fi rather than a mobile network.
So, and I think that trend is going to continue. We're obviously, as we've said for many years now, we need both networks, but we're going to see mobile networks giving us what we want, which is mobility, but when it comes to downloading, it'll be on fixed line networks. A lot of that will be via Wi-Fi, but it's on a fixed line network.
Okay, thanks.
I have 3 questions. Just in relation to that, and there's been some questioning about fixed line v wireless. Have you seen the article, or Phil Davey posted on his website, Australia Slow to Download, where he picks up on this point that, well, and I may be verbling him and I'll be happy to be corrected, but effectively the reason why there's such a growth in terms of iPad and mobile broadband usage is because people don't have from their perspective, an equivalent quality in terms of fixed line, that they're using what's basically available, what's best, because we don't have fixed line options that can provide the speed and the volume. Have you seen that article at all?
I personally haven't seen it.
No, but the only thing I
Do you agree
mentioned...
effectively with the logic, though?
Only that the earlier data that Mike was referencing, the ABS data, contradicts that. So rather than an opinion, it's based straight off usage. And what we're seeing is that actually there is a modest increase in average downloads in the mobile environment, but there's a dramatic increase in a fixed line, and a large part of that will be from the rise of tablets and smartphones. One of the many factors, but one of the factors. So I don't know that piece, but that's an opinion. I think it probably runs in the face of the ABS facts, which would suggest that actually, although there is some growth in mobile downloads, the real growth is happening in a fixed line infrastructure.
And that's 6% versus 80%.
But that's the data consumption versus people, say, for example, like the number of mobile broadband customers. Like a lot of people read into the mobile broadband customer growth suggesting that this is the future, rather than, recognising the fact that people have limitations at the moment in terms of fixed line.
Yes, but I think the mobile growth is going to be there anyway for some time, simply because people like mobile devices, understandably.
With, I understand as at 31 March, on a completely different issue, there were about 39 RSPs who've signed wholesale broadband agreements. We picked up in the previous report of the committee, if I can frame it, some concern around the interim WBAs, because until the ACCC had ticked off on it, people felt that, or companies felt they'd been locked into those WBAs. The questions I wanted to quickly ask is, have those concerns been resolved, and how many customers from those 39 WBAs that you've got in place at the moment are you able to estimate would now be covered by those agreements?
All of the customers we have now, I think, are covered by those agreements. I can't think of anybody who's getting a service now.
Retail customers, is there some sort of indication how many retail customers, the reach of those agreements?
Well, we've had 40 people sign the WBA, and of those 29 are providing services. So I think that I don't think there's anybody providing services that's not on a WBA. In fact, I'm sure of that now. As you would expect, this is a negotiation where service providers see an opportunity to make sure they get the best possible deal, and we're trying to look after the taxpayers' interests in that transaction, and so we will obviously be guided by the ACCC as we proceed in the discussions on both the SAU and the WBA.
Okay, so 39 WBAs in place.
40.
40 now, okay. The end customer numbers, though, retail customer numbers of those, like, for example, some of the companies that are being covered and the numbers of customers they'd then be servicing. I'm just trying to get an inkling.
We now have a bit over, I think, 8,000 or close to 8,000 end users on the network of various sorts.
Okay. And just finally, in terms of we had Telstra here earlier. I don't know if you heard the end part of their appearance where they were talking about velocity.
Yes.
And they're saying now that they're effectively shutting that down as an offering, and that if any developer in a greenfields environment where there are less than 100 lots seeks to put in a, dare I say, velocity equivalent, which is fibre, that will flick instantly to NBN Co. Is that your understanding, or can Telstra?
We have responsibility for any greenfield sites where there are 100 or more lots to be developed over a 3-year period. If it's below 100, it's the responsibility of Telstra. I think that's correct, Peter, is it not?
Yeah, but I think this question is a regulatory one, in fact, rather than an NBN Co one. The legislation that's been passed by the Parliament basically prevents anybody who doesn't want to run a wholesale open access network, which is not the Velocity product, a wholesale open access network, from doing so without getting exemption from the Minister. So I mentioned earlier in my opening statement exemptions from the Minister. Telstra has exemptions for a number of Velocity rollouts that have been planned, and the question of future use of the product, though, will obviously be subject to that. In other words, this comes down to a practical question of how far you can go to provide exemptions for potentially forecast developments sometime in the future which have yet to come to fruition, which drags us straight back to the greenfields problem I alluded to earlier, where large numbers of estates are apparently ready for development and then apparently not. The current problem, I think, here is one of if Telstra has in mind a velocity product to do a rollout for a developer, or indeed any other party does for a similar non-wholesale open access neutral network, then they'll have to get an exemption to do so.
Okay.
Chair, could I just clarify a thing? Following Mr Turnbull's earlier questions of Mr Quigley about the satellite slots, I had our ITU people do a check. The advice to me is we have a high degree of assurance that the slots will be available on launch. The ITU process is a coordination process for people to register objections, and no objections have been received. And I might say, if there is any suggestion, the advice to me is, if there is any suggestion that another party has an interest in this, then negotiations will occur, but the satellite process development isn't stopped. And that's not just for a matter affecting Australian satellites, it's a matter affecting everybody's satellites. And I think possibly the difference of judgment being made here is a question that seems to imply that there's some kind of property right to this, which you can obtain from the ITU and force an acquisition over. And that's not the concept by which these slots are allocated. This is an administrative coordination process designed to ensure that you don't end up with conflicting outcomes, rather than one in which you can obtain an approval and sell it to another party.
Okay, and look, I have some questions at the end. Mr Turnbull was out of the room when the Twitter was clarified by Mr Quigley, but you did want to have a follow-up question. If we can just clear the air on this.
I'm delighted if you've been able to clarify this, but can I just run I'm just trying to get to where the risk lies.
Yep.
The way I've summarised it, and tell me where I'm wrong. I'll just go through it point by point and just tell me where I'm wrong, Mr Harris, Mr Quigley. The slots have not been allocated yet, but they have been applied for, correct?
They've been sought, yes.
Yeah, sought, okay. The orbital slot is an important input, as is the frequency in the design of the satellite. So, in the absence of formal allocation, an assumption is made as to the slots and frequencies expected to be allocated. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes. We've already solved the frequency issue, so we're talking only about the slots.
Okay, but that point is correct. I just said. Yeah. I'll just read it again. The slot is an important input in the design of the satellite. So, in the absence of formal allocation, an assumption is made as to the slot expected to be allocated.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you.
This is a design issue you're now describing here.
That's right.
Just want to be clear that everybody understands.
I'm genuinely simply trying to get to where the risk lies. So the third point is you expect the slots to be allocated?
Quote, we have a high degree of assurance they will have the necessary slots by launch.
Okay, right, thank you. Now, Mr Quigley, you did say at one point it isn't without precedent to launch a satellite into a slot without a formal allocation.
That's what I've between without the process being completed formally. I believe so. So I'll check on that.
Okay, but, and this is the next point, you're saying that you do not propose, or you will not, launch a satellite unless and until the orbital slot has been formally allocated.
I do not expect we will need to launch.
No, hang on. Can we just be quite clear about this? I know you don't expect to.
Yes.
But are you saying categorically that the NBN Co will not launch these satellites into slots unless and until they have been formally allocated?
No, I won't say that, because I think the probability
of that happening...
Well, then
my tweet was correct, sir.
Sorry?
My tweet was correct. This is the... I mean, look, okay...
Well, let's read your tweet again if we can, Mr.
No, but
this is why I wanted to clarify.
But hang on, look, forget about the tweet. Listen, forget about the tweet. Let's just be quite clear. What I now understood your position was, and I was out of the room when you clarified it, so this is why I'm trying to clear it up. I'd written down here, the NBN code does not propose to launch a satellite unless the orbital slot has been in fact...
Quite correct.
But hang on, but I think what I mean, let me be quite clear. You're saying, I'm saying, are you prepared to say the NBN code will not launch a satellite unless the orbital slot has been in fact formally allocated?
No, I'm not prepared to say that, but that's very different from saying that Quigley and the government is happy to take the risk of building and launching a satellite without having the orbital slot allocated.
Okay,
I think the probability is very, very small that would happen.
But there is, but hang on.
The bridge is quite clear.
Please, let's just trying to nail this down. Is there what you are leaving open? You are leaving open the possibility, albeit small, of launching a satellite into a slot prior to it being formally allocated.
For example, if we had discussion...
Is the answer to that question yes?
If we had discussion...
Is the answer to that question yes?
If we had discussion... Well, if we had discussion... I'm not answering questions. I'm not answering have you stopped beating your wife questions, Mr Turnbull.
I'm not asking you that.
If that...
I'm sure you and your wife get on very well.
If we do indeed. If we came to the position where the formalities weren't completely finalised, we would probably have a discussion with the ITU about the possibility of launching.
Which is exactly, I might say, Mr Turnbull, which is exactly what I said in my earlier comments. There is a process of negotiation inside the ITU. So while you were asking and insisting Mr Quigley answers questions, I had answered it and I was about to answer it again.
Okay.
You can apply. If an objection is received, a negotiation will occur. That's what happens. And so I think this issue has run a long way on the strength of two quite explicit statements made in questions which aren't actually the way the question was then answered. There is a process at the ITU and it's designed to avoid these conflicts.
Yep, so the high degree of assurance that you've got is from ITU?
Well, it's our ITU people, but they are conscious of the process and have been involved in putting the applications forward and have a pretty fair understanding
we've got from experts around the world who have been through this process numerous times.
All right, look, we're not
no, please, I just want to...
have one last go, but we're not going to get much further.
This is $660 million, Mr Chairman, and I'm just trying to nail down... Now, we did have a discussion about risk. So then, so if you're saying you won't say that you will not launch the satellite unless the orbital slot has been in fact formally allocated, you won't say that. But the risk then that you talked about earlier, Mr Harris, in this context, can I take it, is contracting to build and pay for a satellite without the slot being formally allocated.
That's different from what you're tweeting.
No. Well, no, it's
so you're describing. You're asking a question about the risk assessment, and you're saying what was the risk identified?
Well, what was the risk you identified?
And that I don't have the document with me, so it won't be will be difficult for me to answer it. But I know that this issue itself was rated and was not rated a high risk, and that's because not just because we have a reasonable assurance that we'll get the slots. Those are words I've told you, of course. My reasonable assurance could be. But because the process then moves on to a negotiation if someone has a legitimate objection. If another country or party says, I'm going to use that slot too, then the ITU, I presume, will broker some kind of exchange. And I think, if I could, Mr Turnbull, I think you're right at the start of this, the second session on this, you were probably closer to the mark of the serious issue. It is a design question, ultimately, rather than a regulatory question. I don't think the regulatory question is as much a risk as is being made out.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to
but
make
design, it's a different matter.
If I misunderstood what you're saying, then this is the opportunity to clarify it. So what I understand is there is a risk that you've agreed that you've got to make an assumption about the slot in the design of the satellite. That's correct. There is a risk that you don't ultimately get that slot and you've designed a satellite around a slot you haven't got. That's a risk that you've taken on board.
I can't answer that question technologically speaking, but when I did hear you ask the question about design, I understood that you were asking that question rather than a regulatory one. The previous discussion was about regulatory issues, and I think the regulatory issues are not the risk that you're making out. The design issue may or may not be a risk. I don't know. That's more a question for the NBN Co's designers.
We're in fact a reasonable way down this process. We have had no objections other than from bodies who want to sell us some things and who have applied for orbital slots and who don't have any intention to ever put a satellite up. They just want to sell us their ITU slot. So if we put those aside, we've been through the process with serious satellite players. We've had no objections. We're a fair way down the process. And even if it turned out that we had an issue, which we don't expect, it's a matter of adapting the satellite at some point in time to adjust to a slightly different orbital slot. It's not a question of you scrap the satellite and start again. The further you go in that process, clearly the further down the design and manufacture you are. But in terms of risks, Mr Turnbull, we rate this one way down here. The risk we're focused on, which I think the committee should be focused on, is the risk at launch. Yeah. That's a legitimate, reasonable risk.
A lot of money in 30 minutes.
No, we all, yeah, that's right. Okay, so, all right, okay, well, I think
I've got some further questions.
Well, can I just ask you this final question? Given that you said the formal allocation can sometimes take years, and you didn't want to delay people getting broadband in the bush, is there a risk that if the formal slot allocation is a prerequisite to launch, that the launch will be delayed or that the satellite may need to be reconfigured if a slot that is finally allocated or negotiated and then allocated is not the one assumed in the satellite's design?
I didn't say that the orbital slot allocation, formal allocation, is a prerequisite. In fact, we just said...
Okay, so it's not... So you are, you know, because you regard it as a low risk, you are relaxed, happy, whatever, you are prepared, use a neutral term, to launch the satellite without the formal allocation, although that's not something you expect to do.
Yes. If I can put it just in plain layman's terms, Mr Turnbull, this is not a risk that keeps me awake at night. There are a lot of other risks in the NBN project. This is not one we worry about.
No, I'm not suggesting that the question, but that is, but the proposition I just put to you is correct, though.
I know.
I'll say it again. Yeah. You are prepared, although you do not expect to do this, you are prepared to launch the satellite into a slot without or prior to that slot being formally allocated.
What I would be prepared to do is to have a discussion with the ITU to see what would be the right course of action should that unlikely eventuality come to pass.
Okay, I think that's a good way to finish that topic today.
Terribly clear.
Well, just to finalise, I've got a question about on budget and off budget, and it's probably an opportunity to bring in our friends from finance and deregulation. I just want to clarify some of the mythology around this point, if I can. I'm right in saying this is an administered investment in public sector terms as to what's going on in regards to the relationship between government and NBN Co?
That's correct, Chair.
Would I therefore be right in saying that valuations are done under the terms of being available for sale, in inverted commas, by probably by finance and dereg, or if not you, then someone?
The issue of valuation and the methodology used to value administered investments depends on a range of other things, including whether a reliable valuation can be calculated using future cash flows. So it varies across GBEs. Each portfolio is required to include a value of their administered investments in the annual portfolio accounts. So the value of NBN Co, for example, which sits in the Debesity portfolio, is included in the Debesity's annual accounts. An entity like ASC, which is a sole shareholder, or Medibank, is included in the finance annual accounts, and the valuation approaches depending on the reliance that can be placed on different approaches.
So as an administered investment, has a valuation been done, and if so, what's the latest figure?
I'm pretty sure the Auditor General does our valuations, and
they tick off on them. Yeah.
So and it's in our accounts and is regularly reviewed. They review all of our assets. This is probably not the most sensitive one.
No. I just want to clarify as whether there's been any changes. You did have a figure at 30 June on evaluation, and I just wanted to know whether now that we are starting to see some equity injections, whether that valuation has changed at all.
Mr. Hazel will probably know better than me.
The approach that is...
Do you want to clarify just what that 30 June figure was?
I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but the approach that we adopt in terms of the carrying value of the NBN administered asset is the amount of equity invested in it minus the operating loss that's been occurred in the period up to that time. So it's simply fairly straightforward. So because of the nature of its operation, in that it's still in a start-up phase, it's simply the equity minus operating loss.
The figure I've got at 30 June was 958 million.
That would be roughly right. That would be roughly right.
For 30 June last year, that was... I think that's, that would be the amount of equity we had put in minus the operating loss to that time.
But I'd imagine that would have changed.
So this year there is further equity being injected and there'll be further operating losses.
So can you come back to me with the latest figure available? If 30 June isn't the latest figure available?
In terms of valuation, the 30th of June figure last year will be updated in the 30th of June 2012 figures.
I thought you might say that.
Yeah, so, and it's done on a net asset basis, so that'll be done when Broadband prepares its annual financial statements and annual report.
Okay.
So it's just been pointed out, on page 24 of the report that we've provided, there's an unaudited figure in there of $1,858 million as at the 31st of December. And the next update will be the 30th of June this year.
And that's roughly, of all the GBEs, that's roughly around the 5% figure of value?
Sorry, 5%? I'm not quite following you, Matt.
As far as equity that has gone in from government into GBEs, am I right to say it's roughly around a 5% figure of all monies into all GBEs?
I have to take that one on notice. Yeah. We can come back to you on that.
All right. So, again, for a layman, when May comes around and a budget is released, where, if anywhere, are the points of interest for the NBN project for people to look as to activities that may be of interest?
The obvious line item in the budget is in the diversity portfolio budget statements, which will have the forward equity profile to be invested in NBN Co over the current year and the four-year forward estimates. That's right.
But
there are a number of other provisions in the budget.
They can be difficult to find.
That's
in
right.
Portfolio budget statements. I'm not. Come to this committee
this is consumer advocacy going on right here. So where should people
speak
look?
directly? I find it difficult myself, and have to have it explained to me on a regular basis because we have some quite substantial assets, some of which vary much more significantly than the NBN, Australia Post, and its retirement scheme. Is responsible for a significant amount of variation every year in our numbers, and they appear as aggregates, and therefore you have to try and ask the question at estimates. I can assure you at every estimates I have the answer, so if somebody asks me I'll be able to tell them, but the accounts are not derived on the basis of individual line items, and I guess that's probably more because of some other portfolios that have a plethora of small entities and would probably end up with a whole bunch of line items if they did, but it is in our numbers, and what I can do for the committee is, actually, if someone can take a note, Liz, maybe you can do this. I'll make sure you get the valuation when we put the numbers out.
That'd be great.
I'll send it direct to the committee.
So it's not the rate of return on investment that keeps it off budget at all, is it? Like that is mythology that has grown over time, even amongst members of Parliament, that there had to be this 6 or 7% figure to keep it off budget. It is more about accrual accounting and international accounting standards, as dry as that might be, that keeps it off budget.
Oh, some of my colleagues in finance find that quite exciting. I won't say that I'm one of them. It's a combination of that and the fact that the government expects to get its money back plus interest over time, and so.
But so there is a rate of return angle on keeping it off budget or not? I want to put this to bed one way or the other.
I think if you want a clear explanation, there is a section in the implementation study report that we released almost 2 years ago now, which actually quite succinctly sets out the criteria that are used for classifying NBN Co as a public non-financial corporation. Yep. And that doesn't specifically relate to rate of return. It relates more to the operation being governed by market, being responsive to market pressures rather than a rate of return per se.
There's nothing to do whether it's included in budget papers or not. Am I right to say that or not?
There was an excellent paper written by the Parliamentary Library, I believe, Chair, some months ago.
It was in January, and that's actually what I'm referring to, just to clarify,
exactly right.
to demystify some of this stuff. So I'm glad you accessed the Parliamentary Library.
Absolutely.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Paul, you might have one last question. It's only one question, and then we can't cut another lap.
Only one.
Well, if it's a follow-up to that topic. Yeah.
Just on the this is to the Department of Finance. If at a later date the department or the audit office were to conclude that the value of the NBN was less than its cost, less than its book value, how would that write-down be treated in the budget?
It would. It would be an adjustment on the balance sheet, and it would appear in the budget papers as a change in the valuation of an administered investment and impact through the area of the budget that deals with other economic flows.
But it wouldn't add to the sort of headline cash balance.
It wouldn't impact fiscal or underlying cash.
Right.
Paul, your final question.
Can I just a process check, Mr. Chairman? What time are we going to and how many?
Well, we didn't have our break, so this will be it, and then we're going to have a break before the ACCC at 4:30.
Okay. So much to choose from, Mr. Chairman.
So little time.
That's true. Mr. Quigley, the CPE, which is in the first release sites in Tasmania,
yes.
Who was that manufactured by, and will that be staying or does that need to be replaced?
It was manufactured by NEC and we'll probably be replacing around about 800 of those network terminating devices over time.
Okay. Great final question. Oh. No, you're done? Yeah, righto. Look, thanks for your time again, and look forward to seeing you next time. And there were several questions on notice. It would be greatly appreciated for our reporting requirements if you could have those questions back to us by Friday, the 27th of April. That will allow us to consider it in the upcoming report. But thank you again for your time. It certainly is appreciated. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are having a break until 4:30, unless the ACCC is here. No ACCC, nothing. So 15-minute break. So thank you, our friends from the ACCC, for coming in a bit early, and I welcome you as witnesses. For the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appeared before the committee?
Ed Willett, Commissioner, Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and Chair of the Communications Committee.
Mr Sean Reardon, Acting Group General Manager of the Communications Group, ACCC.
And Richard Home, General Manager, NBN Engagement and Group Coordination at the ACCC.
Thanks for coming in today, and be pleased to note everyone has said nice things about you today in their evidence that has been given.
Well, that makes a very pleasant change.
Well, no, the witnesses. I didn't say you. So, although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I advise you that these hearings are formal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement to the committee?
I don't think there's a need for that, Chairman. We've been here before. I think the activities we've been involved in lately have been a matter of public record, and no doubt you've had some explanations and suggestions from others today on what we should be doing, so I think we just productively move straight into questions.
Okay. First question, are there any issues that we should be aware of that are outstanding from all the various regulatory work that now seems to have largely come to various stages of agreement?
A lot of it has, but of course we're still heavily involved in the negotiation and settling of a undertaking with NBN Co, and relevantly we also are involved in application for authorisation from Optus and NBN Co in relation to their proposed arrangements for migration of customers. So there are still two very important pieces of work that are outstanding.
Are either of those having an impact on their ability to scale up as they're wanting to do this year?
No, not from our point of view. I think we've recently and at other occasions faced very large workloads, and we've managed to deal with them. So I don't see any problems there.
Okay, Deputy Chair. No questions. Paul, have you got any questions to the ACCC?
Yes, Mr. Willett. The ACCC has before it the special access undertaking lodged by NBN Co. Could you describe what the effect of the special access undertaking is and why a party building a network would typically want to get a special access undertaking approved?
Well, I guess you'd have to address that question in the context of the legislative scheme, and we have a legislative scheme that sets sort of precedents in order of conditions in terms of access, first of all being set by commercial agreement, secondly under an SAU, as you described, and thirdly under determinations that we make or binding rules of conduct that we make. So I think it is in NBN Co's interests. We certainly see some advantages in them settling with us an undertaking to set the at least a framework of terms and conditions for the provision of their services. That wouldn't necessarily rule out determinations on matters that aren't covered under that SAU in the future, but it would for the services, for the terms and conditions that are actually covered by that SAU, the SAU would determine how those terms and conditions are provided.
If the Commission ultimately determined that it was unable to approve the SAU in the application of the statutory criteria, what then would be the consequences commercially for NBN Co, and what would be open to access seekers to do?
Well, hard to say exactly what the commercial implications for NBN Co would be. That would be a question for them, I think. But there would be some choices for NBN Co at that point. They could resubmit their undertaking, seeking to address whatever concerns we express with their existing draft. Otherwise, it would be likely, I think, that the Commission would move to implement an access determination or access determination inquiry, and probably as part of that process, set interim terms and conditions through binding rules of conduct.
And if that were to occur, it's right, isn't it, that access seekers could then by choosing not to renew the current interim 1-year commercial agreements, then have the benefit of whatever terms and conditions were specified in the access determination?
That's right.
And so therefore, from NBN's point of view, to gain some certainty, it has an incentive to have the access undertaking approved.
Yes, I believe that's right.
This access undertaking that the Commission is considering, how does it compare to previous undertakings that have been put to you, for example, in terms of duration?
Oh, this is a this proposes a long duration, but can I say at the outset that it's not usual for a greenfield startup service provider to submit undertakings of this kind. I think this is probably the first one the Commission has had to deal with, although we have in the past considered the possibility of greenfields applications being made by gas pipelines under the Gas Pipeline Code, and we have actually issued a greenfields gas pipeline code for that eventuality. So I think rather than compare the approach that's being taken here with our usual course of business with access determinations or access undertakings or the like, and the usual course of business is a incumbent service provider with an established network seeks or is obliged to, under various legislation, submit to us terms and conditions for approval on how they provide services. That's the usual course of business. Here we have a business who is seeking to invest in a new network and to set those terms and conditions before that network is complete. So I think the relevant comparison would be with the sorts of approaches envisaged in our Greenfields gas pipeline guideline, for example, which does envisage the sorts of approaches that are being adopted here. In other words, a long-term, at least, framework undertaking with perhaps more regular consideration of some aspects of those terms and conditions, and seeking to establish up front ways in which efficient costs for the provision of service will be established and how prices will be set.
Can I just ask on that though, it's correct, isn't it, that this SAU needs to be approved under Part 11C of the Competition and Consumer Act, and what you were talking about in terms of the gas approval would be under Part 3A, is that right?
Well, there's a separate gas law. I guess I was just, the Commission, of course, considers access issues not just in terms of telecommunications. But you're right, it's under 11C, and this is an unusual process for...
So I guess my question is there anything, accepting your proposition that considering 10, 20, 30-year agreements or undertakings is within the Commission's experience, albeit in other sectors, is there anything in Part 11C that creates any challenge in doing that in the telecoms sector?
Nothing that prevents it, but just the very nature of trying to set in place arrangements that will extend over a 30-year period proposes its own challenges. There's no doubt about that. It's not an easy thing to do. And we're leaving open the possibility at this stage that the things that are set in place for 30 years might be broad and sweeping in terms of perhaps more principles than actual specific terms, and that within that framework terms and conditions can be set or revisited on a more regular basis.
It's right, isn't it, that there have been applications made to the Commission previously or to grant or to approve a special access undertaking under Part 11C, but you've never been in a position to approve such an undertaking?
I think the Foxtel matter was under 11C.
Yes.
Yes. So that was one that was approved. But if you're thinking of applications by Telstra, yes, that's true.
Okay.
Senator Gallagher, you got...
Thank you, Chair. Has the ACCC put its mind or has any thoughts on what might happen in respect of billing in the uptake of the NBN, where you have a household with 2 or 3 mobiles, an internet provider, Telstra and the NBN, and how people can efficiently migrate to one single source of bill?
Well, we have because we think that's the way the industry is probably heading. We think the industry is probably heading towards retailers offering a sort of everything you need in communications bundle, and that bundle might indeed not only include fixed line voice services and broadband, but might also include pay television services, other IPTV, for example, services, and perhaps mobile services thrown into that bundle as well. The industry is already heading in that direction, and from a consumer point of view, you can see some advantages in just dealing with one retailer for all those services. The NBN is likely, in our view, to boost that sort of trend, and I think we are likely to see expanding bundles of service being offered by retailers.
And that would sort of include protection of keeping your existing numbers and all those sorts of things?
Yes, it could do. It could also include data storage services, cloud services. There's a whole range of information technology services that might be included in those sorts of bundles.
Thank you.
Are there any foreseeable regulatory issues that we should be aware of as that bundling of billing starts to occur?
I think the Commission is well and truly on record in expressing some concerns about the availability of key content that might form an essential element of those bundles, and what the implications of that is for competition in those services.
As in a clear breakdown of what you're getting?
If you're going to have competition between retailers in providing bundles, you want to make sure that all aspects of the bundles are at least competitively available. And if there are opportunities for some service providers to lock up key content, like sporting content, then that might limit competition. We have expressed some concerns about that. We're certainly monitoring that issue very closely. But that otherwise, we think retail services are likely to be competitive, and regulatory issues are likely to be fairly limited at the retail level.
Yeah. And you're confident existing powers that are at your disposal will allow you to deal with any of those issues as they emerge?
Well, we're not sure about the key content issue. We're not sure that existing powers will be enough to ensure that there aren't any competition issues there, but we're not in a position at this stage to say that that's definitely the case.
Okay, thanks. Mike, have you got questions? Work down the table.
I do have one question that relates to the wholesale broadband agreement. The time frame was changed from 5 years to 12 months. I was just wondering if you had any comment in regard to that.
Well, that was done at our instigation because there were concerns in the market that retailers might be in a position to be obliged to enter into longer-term agreements with NBN Co prior to regulatory settings being fully established, in particular through settling of the SAU. So we expressed that concern to NBN Co. They agreed that as an interim measure, until we have time to go through the SAU processes, they would offer 12-month services. That provides retailers with the opportunity to renegotiate those contracts after regulatory settings are established.
So it's a form of protection for the early movers?
That's right. Okay. It enables retailers to enter into those agreements knowing that if there is a change or adoption of regulatory settings that might cause them to rethink whether that deal is the deal they want to be in with NBN Co, they have the opportunity to renegotiate that agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, Luke?
Well, I'm just interested in ACCC's role in price monitoring in the out years ahead, and your rationale?
Well, this is one area I think that is the subject of quite deep and intensive discussions with NBN Co. The broad framework that we're looking to apply is one where there is sufficient regulatory oversight of key products such that NBN Co is disciplined by that regulation to provide all its services on reasonable terms and conditions. Now, we think there's some work to do on the current undertaking to get to that position, but we will need to pursue those discussions first and then engage in some industry consultation on whether what we're proposing or what NBN Co is proposing is sufficient to achieve that.
Because there is a lot of discussion about the continued trend for reductions in prices, telecommunication services over time, and the evidence is clear. And there is also discussion over whether NBN Co can complete the project for the budgeted cost, and yes, there are a range of views on that. How would you view a world scene with falling prices against a project that is increasing in cost as it goes along beyond what was originally anticipated, and how would you find a middle ground there?
Well, I'm not sure about that I'd sign up to the point in your question that assumes that costs will increase. I just don't know. But I think it's important to distinguish between network costs and other costs in service provision. I think you're right that many costs in ICT, information communications and technology, are falling, but that may not include some physical costs and some important physical costs like trenching and conduits and perhaps even the basic infrastructure itself. We have seen reducing network costs through the development of regulation of copper services. I think that's not so much because those costs necessarily declined, but because our regulatory approach became increasingly sophisticated in assessing what those appropriate costs and prices should be. I think that process came to an end a little while ago, and even if we didn't have an NBN, we wouldn't expect to see the same sort of reductions over time in network costs. They had pretty much stabilised, I think. We will continue to see reductions in the costs of some aspects of service provision, but they're more likely to be on the resale side of the business going forward, and I think you will see more and more services being offered at lower real costs, real prices, and consumers getting more for the same or for less. That doesn't necessarily mean that network costs themselves will come down over time. We envisage with the broad approach we're taking to NBN's undertaking that there will be a period where they will increase utilisation of the network and constrain themselves on pricing to the extent that they will be making losses in the early years. Those losses will be rolled forward and recovered. When those losses are recovered, then you will expect to see if the network is successful and there is high utilisation, you would expect to see those prices come down and reflect the costs of provision going forward. What period we're talking about there, it's not clear.
Done? Matthew?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Willett, the NBN has put a ceiling over its pricing of such that it doesn't seek to achieve a greater than a 7% return on its investment. Is that right?
I don't think that link is right. They're proposing to in the initial years to adopt pricing which broadly reflects the sort of pricing that's in the market for wholesale services at the moment.
Yeah.
It's probably somewhat better than that. And as I said in my earlier answer, they expect to recover costs over time by increasing utilisation and by recovering revenues associated with increasing throughput and data services. Now, certainly the relatively low rate of return they're seeking will help in that process. It will mean earlier recovery of their costs than would otherwise be the case, and it will result in the long term lower prices than would otherwise be the case.
Mr. Willett, if the you understand there's obviously a lot of controversy about that, but that point you just made, but if the NBN were to come to you and say we want to increase our prices because we're not getting anything near a 7% return on our investment, you really couldn't object to that, could you?
Well, we'd have to consider that. We'd be obliged to consider that, but we do think that let me say that it wouldn't necessarily be the case that we would allow prices to increase to ensure they earn a return regardless of the utilisation.
But what basis? I mean, if they've got, X billion dollars invested and they're only getting a 3% return, and they say, well, this is just ridiculously small, and we need to increase prices across the board to get a 6% return, which is still ridiculously small for an asset of this kind. How could you possibly, what basis would you have for knocking them back?
In technical, I don't want to prejudge what the Commission might do in that sort of circumstance, but what they would envisage, I think, is the network not being as useful as was originally envisaged, which would in turn mean it's not as valuable as the costs that have been put into it. And so it might mean a write-down in the valuation of the network. That would be one way of dealing with that particular issue. And I'm not saying that would be the approach we would take, but that is one possibility in a regulatory context.
Is this like the sort of a gold plating issue that you see with electricity utilities?
It's an economic depreciation issue.
So you might say to them, well, you've chosen to build a $40 billion or $50 billion network. We actually think it's only worth $20 billion, and so if it's written down to $20 billion, then you are getting a 7% return.
That is a possible regulatory approach. I'm not suggesting that's the approach we would take, but all I'm saying is that the scenario you outlined wouldn't necessarily lead you to a particular outcome.
Well, shouldn't, just exploring that, if there is this is the most expensive way to get very fast broadband to the premises. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Its supporters say it's also the best and worth every penny being spent, of course. But given that it is the most expensive way to go about it, if there is a risk that the regulator could say, well, you've invested in the most expensive network, and we are now ex post facto, after you've made the investment, concluding that you've invested too much money. That's a very big risk for the NBN Co, isn't it?
Well, it is, which is why there's a strong incentive for them to submit an undertaking which will provide the framework for how those prices will be set over the 30-year period.
Sorry, just which undertaking?
This is the undertaking we have before us.
Oh, this is the SAU.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't envisage the sort of scenario that you've outlined, which is the important point. If we accept that undertaking, then what you've outlined is not going to happen. And that's the importance of
why would that not happen?
Because they're committing to certain prices as benchmark services, and they're committing to limiting price increases for those services over that period of time.
And so then the risk that they don't reach the 7% is
their risk.
Is entirely their risk.
That's right. Okay.
Okay. Has some questions?
Well,
given my other colleagues have finished their questions, I just wanted to ask quickly, one of the things about the NBN, well, so far we've already seen the huge productivity benefits that come about as a result of businesses and governments using the internet, and it's expected that this will increase in time. And one of the issues I've been concerned with, in particular, with people trying to access, especially into the future, the NBN, is one about pricing around hardware and software. And I'm just wondering, we sort of joke about it, we'll talk about it flippantly in the lead into your appearance today. The US Justice Department's been very focused on companies effectively working together to drive up prices. In the case of Apple over e-books, here in Australia, firms are required to pay almost double or triple, or in one case I had a firm tell me they were charged $10,000 more for downloading software, simply downloading software. At what point will the ACCC actually consider pursuing this matter, given consumers rightly feel that they've been unfairly slugged for the prices that they're paying, particularly, as I mentioned before, on software? Yeah.
Well, let me start with the what is happening in the US, or what we understand to be happening in the US. And I might say at the outset that at this stage I'm only relying on media reporting, as you probably are as well. The allegations there, as I understand them, are allegations of cartel conduct. That is extremely serious conduct under the Act. It now involves the risk of time in jail. And if there was any evidence of that sort of conduct in Australia, we'd be very keen to pursue it. And indeed, I expect we have close relations with US authorities, and I expect that we will be in close contact with them very closely, very soon, to test whether there might be similar actions taken in Australia appropriately. And if there are, if there is a case for that, we'll be sure to pursue that. The broader question of whether Australians are paying too much for particular products compared to what consumers overseas are paying, well, that is a very broad question. I mean, we're seeing that playing out in online retailing at the moment, and I expect we all expect to see that sort of scenario playing out in a whole range of industries. Over time, I think information technology will mean it'll be harder and harder for particular service providers to maintain higher prices for products in Australia compared to overseas. I think that model we've seen in the past in a number of services has been exacerbated by the value of the dollar, and that's made those comparisons even more stark. I think those sorts of practices will be harder and harder to sustain, but certainly the Commission will be pretty keen to ensure that those sorts of differences aren't supported by contraventions to the Act.
Okay, thank you.
All right, look, I think there's no other questions today, so we may see you again, we may not. But thank you for the work you've done over the last 6 months in particular, and for keeping the committee informed. I don't think there were any questions on notice that you
No, I don't think we've taken anything away,
no,
which will please my colleagues to no end.
Well, to disappoint you, there's some committee members who aren't here who may feed in some questions, and if they do, if you could get them back by the 27th of April,
will do.
We can then consider them for our next report. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Appreciate your time.
Pleasure.
And is it the wish of the committee to authorise for publication, including publication on the parliamentary database, the proof of the transcript of evidence given before it at the public hearing today? No objections, so resolved. Thank you, colleagues and witnesses, for your time today, and I declare this public hearing closed.